Hello everyone, welcome back, and this is Naveen from UiBrains, and I welcome you all for the new series, a new tech series on Angular 12. And before we understand, first let's see what is Angular. Okay, so Angular is nowadays is most popular, okay, when compared to React and Vue.js. And when you talk about Angular, it is a TypeScript based web application framework. So it was built on TypeScript. Okay, so it is a rebuilt on Angular.js. So earlier it was Angular.js, very old in the year 2011, and that complete Angular.js was on JavaScript, and that was rebuilt on TypeScript. So they understand the importance of TypeScript, and they reinvented everything from scratch to the uh, with TypeScript language, and that's called as Angular 2. And from then every version got changed, and it's become Angular 12 now. Okay, so every 6 months you'll be getting a new version by the Google. And what is the best part in the Angular is it is to develop a single page application. So what is mean by the single page applications is without refreshing your web page. So your web page will never refresh whatever activity you perform on the application. Okay, so it means you create an employee, or you click on a button, you hover something, you just click on some links, whatever activity you perform in the web page, you never ever see a page refresh, and even you navigate between the multiple pages, but still you never see a page refresh. So internally some Ajax calls will happen. Okay, so Angular will automatically rebuild, okay, the entire DOM structure. Okay, so that's what actually a single page application. And so it, yes, it is developed by an Angular team in Google. So it uses a component based development. We'll talk about component based development in the next slides. So initial release was 2016, and the current version today, as of I'm recording this video today, it is 12.0.5 and June 2021, and this is the version we're going to learn today. Okay, so this is very popular front-end framework to develop the web application. The most popular is two-way data binding and single-page application, and that to component-based development. Okay, next move on to here. So to understand Angular, there is a Angular architecture. So you must understand what is Angular's architecture. So Angular built with the Angular application is built with certain aspects. For example, there are a lot of concepts you have to learn to make one Angular application. So the very first thing is component. The whole UI can be divided into multiple pieces. So each part of UI, for example, on the website, you have a card, you have a navbar, you have a sidebar. So every small piece of UI is called as one component. So that component represents the UI, the user interface, and for that user interface we need to hook up the services. So what is this Angular services? This is like a data provider. Okay, so this is like a data provider, and any business logic you need to project on the UI, so this services will be used into picture. And then we have directives. So directives in the sense uh, the data which should display on the screen on the web page, the UI. So that data can be manipulated. It means I want to display the content depend on some condition, or I want to loop through a certain array, or else I want to make some two-way data binding. So all these things will happen with directives and pipes. So pipes in the sense it will format your data. For example, from the server you will receive some raw data. So that raw data I can format it to a JSON data. I can format it to a currency data. I can format it to a number data. Okay, a date, a proper date format, like that. So any raw data can be formatted using the pipes. And modules. So modules is a broadest perspective in Angular application. It means, for example, if you want to develop an e-commerce application, so in the e-commerce application, there are a lot of modules. Like for login system comes under users module and products module, and we have orders module, okay, payment module. like multiple modules. The whole application, the whole website, okay, is can be divided into certain modules, and each module contains a collection of components and services and directives and pipes. And the lastly, one guard. Guard is sense. I think you might have seen for some websites. If you have not logged into the application, you see few links, and if you have logged into the system you see few more links, and if you are an admin user you can see few more links extra. So the links which are based on the role of a user, so to provide such type of links uh, based on a user's role, so we need the concept called guard, and we also have interceptors and few other concepts as well, and these are like key pillars to develop any Angular application. So if you understand these things, so you can able to develop any proper Angular application. So that's what about Angular's architecture. Okay, so now we'll be looking into the single page application. Now we understand what is single page application. So generally, I brought a Wikipedia definition for single page application. So if you read it is like this: a single page application is a web application or a website that reacts with the users by dynamically rewriting the current web page with new data from the web server. So instead of the default method of web browser loading the entire new pages, something like a jargon. Don't worry, I have a I have a image here to understand what is single page application. So generally what happens is a traditional page development and single page application development is different, and there's a new trend of web application development is single page application. And when you're learning React JS, Vue JS, Angular, so everything all comes under the a single page application. Okay, so first we'll understand what is this traditional page life cycle. See here, I have a client and I have a server. So generally what happen first time when client will send a request to the server, so server will be respond with a HTML pages along with some styles and JavaScript. So that loads on a client. So every application, for example, when you open a browser and you enter a facebook.com, so when you enter a facebook.com, so it send a request to the Facebook server, and complete Facebook HTML and the CSS styles, everything will be loaded into your local client's browser. So that is one time, first time process. So your page got completely reloaded and you can see the complete data over there. That is first request. And then next time onwards, let's see what happened in a traditional page. For the next form post, for example, you click on a link or you click on you submit a form data. So whatever activity you perform, it send a request to server, and here is the important story. What server does from the next request onwards. So what server does is every time you send a request, so server will prepare the response in a HTML format. So it means the complete response will come from the server is in a HTML. So server will decide what page to be displayed. Okay, so the complete pages will be received by the server, and server will remove the existing DOM and will just replace the existing HTML with a new HTML. Okay, so that's where you can see a page refresh. Okay, so your page got completely refreshed because existing DOM was destroyed and new DOM was created in the place of existing DOM. So that's where whatever the link you click on the web page, you will see a complete page refresh. Okay, that's a traditional way of application development. So when you come to the single page application, what happens is, yeah, single page application as look and feel same like traditional. Okay, look and feel, it means don't feel like single page application is meaning like just one page will be there. No, it contains multiple links. You have home page, navbar, whatever links you want you can keep there. Okay, but how it works is, of course, for the first request you send to server, of course server will send a response uh, of HTML and it will load in the client browser. That is one thing. And after that, whatever the next request you perform on the page, so as soon as you have seen the first page on the home page on the on your client browser, So from then you never see a page refresh. It means whatever the link you click on the page, or you submit the form data, you click on the button, you go through navigation, you switch between the multiple pages, whatever activity you perform on that application will be sending every Ajax request to server. So internally it sends an Ajax request to server, and server process the data, and this time server will never provide you the HTML response. So it gonna provide you a raw data, that's a JSON data, because Angular does the front end development bit easy manner than the server. Okay, Angular knows how to display your content. Okay, so the server is going to provide only just data. So we know that we have a design, we have a components, we have binding, everything is there in the client. Just only thing is the data. So the data which will be given by the server is the JSON data. So that JSON data will pick up by the Angular application, will be projecting wherever it is required. And the meanwhile, it will remove the components which are not required in the DOM dynamically, and it just injects a new DOM over there. So it's not completely replacing your DOM structure. Only the parts of UI will be changing. So you never ever see a page refresh, and this is a better user experience. And for example, we have a Facebook application, we have a Gmail application. So Facebook application, Gmail application, remember, you remember this Gmail, right? So when you click on a compose, when you go with different links, okay, when you see the mails and when you filter whatever activity you perform, you never see anything page refresh, right? Once, as soon as the page is loaded. Same story even for Facebook. So nowadays the new trend is for single page applications. Okay, so for a better user experience, so to develop such a new trending single page application, we have to learn the frameworks like Angular or React or Vue. So that's where we are learning the Angular, and it's given by the Google. So that's it for single page application. I guess you understand what is about. And the next video we understand what is component based development, because these are like a key pillars to understand what Angular does. So one more important concept of Angular is component based development. So what exactly meaning of component based development? So it is a software development approach that focuses on design and development of reusable components. Okay, so to understand this component based development, so we need to understand traditionally how we used to develop and what Angular asks us to develop. Okay, so what is the Angular approach to develop an application? Okay, so in a traditional way, how you develop an application, for example, if your UI designer has given you a page, okay, so which contains a navbar, sidebar, some cards and everything, just one page. Okay, so how you gonna develop? So you will just write one HTML file, and where you write the navbar code, sidebar code, cards, tables, everything, the content which is there on the page, right? So whatever the things which are there on the one page, so everything you just write in one HTML file, and for that some CSS and JavaScript you write it, and that's how a traditional way of development. Okay, but what Angular says is you must not develop a whole page into one file or one component. So they are because they wanted to develop the whole application into component wise. It means the whole page can be divided into components. So component is very simple. It is represents a small piece of UI. It's a small piece of user interface. For example, you have a navbar is one component, sidebar one component, so card one component, table one component, one alert message, one button is one component. Okay, so how your application becomes complex? Okay, how complex is your application? So to simplify that complexity, we need to divide the whole application into multiple components. Not the whole application also. There's even a single page, and you switch between multiple pages, and each page contains a collection of components. And each component is with which come. For example, if you want to make a navbar, okay, navbar is a component. Okay, so for that navbar, to build that particular navbar, what is required? We need one HTML, one CSS, and one JavaScript. So What Angular does is in the entire, the concept of component-based development, for each and every component, its own CSS, its own HTML, its own JavaScript or TypeScript code. So if you have written that, so your component is completely independent of anything. If that way you develop, those are like reusable things. Okay, and we can reuse that navigation code wherever you want. And once you build a card, you can reuse that same card code multiple places. Okay, and here in the entire Angular application, we are going to develop component is a sense a custom tags. For example, navbar. I built my own tag called navbar tag and sidebar tag, card tag. Like our own tags will be created, and each and every tag represents one component and which contains its own HTML, its own CSS, its own TypeScript. Okay, and once you have made these custom tags and all together will be combined to make a complex application. So simple reason, a simple way if you want to understand, a complex application can be divided into multiple pieces. Each piece can be built independently, and all those pieces will be collected together and plugged together and connected together and to make an application. That's how component based development works. Okay, so now you understand what is single page application, what is component based development, and these two are the major concepts to you to understand before you jump into Angular. So now we are about to install the required packages, the installation of Angular and stuff. So it means we need to have a default setup. Okay, so what is the default setup for Angular development? So we need to install first Node.js, and we have to install another something called Angular CLI, and then TypeScript, and then the editor. Okay, so before you proceed with installation, and please make sure you have a knowledge on TypeScript as well. Okay, so you must know HTML, you must know CSS and JavaScript, at least the basic understanding of HTML tags, CSS and JavaScript, and little bit knowledge of TypeScript also required, because in this entire Angular concepts we will be using TypeScript as a main programming language. Okay, so if you want to have a knowledge on TypeScript, so please go visit my YouTube channel. In the playlist you can find a TypeScript videos. Okay, and also HTML, CSS and Bootstrap and JavaScript as well. So please go through that and before you jump into Angular. Okay, so now let's start with the installation of Angular and stuff. So first you have to install Node.js. So to install Node.js, you just need to go to Google and search for Node.js. This is the official website, and here you can find multiple links, and in this you can just click on the recommend for multiple users. Okay, most of the users, so you have to select this one. Okay, don't select this one because it will be keep they'll be keep changing the source code, and you may face some bugs in this. So I strongly recommend go with this. Okay, so when I just click on this one, it will download for Windows, or if you're looking for any other platform, you can just click on other downloads. Just click on other downloads, so you get the actual downloads page. So here you can find the Windows installer, 32-bit or 64-bit, or you can download the zip file and extract and install. You can find for Mac OS and Linux and other. Okay, so I have it for Windows, so I use MSI file. So mine is 64-bit. So let me just click on 64-bit. So it's gonna download a Node.js version 14.17.1 as of today. Okay, this is the current version as of today. So I got downloaded. So you can find it. You can right click, open in show in folder. So when I click on show in folder, so it opens in the downloads folder here. So this is what I have. So if you want to install this in your system, you just need to double click on this, and here you need to click on run, and it is trying to install. Okay, so it just verifying your it's computing your space requirement. So generally, the software actually it look into, do you have enough space in your system to install the software? So that's what is happening behind. And once it is done, you get the next step. Okay, so after that you just have to click this next and finish. It's a simple installation. You can also do it by yourself. Okay, so I think it will take some time. Meanwhile, uh, Angular CLI. So we have to install this Angular CLI. Uh, but the thing is, this Angular CLI. So Angular CLI stands for Angular's command line interface. So what is Angular's command line interface means? You can generate the Angular stuff using the commands. For example, when I talk about Angular architecture, so if you want to create a component, if you want to create a services, if you want to create a directive, pipes, module, guards, everything, whatever you want to create, the key pillars of Angular you want to create, the snippets of Angular you're going to create, we have a command line interface for that. Okay, without using command line interface also you can create, but you have to create each and every file structure by yourself. For example, let's take a component. So if you want to generate a component, there are four files required: one HTML, one CSS, one TS file, and one TypeScript test file for component test cases file also. So like four files required. So you have to create them all four, and you have to configure in the app module. So these steps, 5 steps you have to do. Instead, there is just one command. It will make this entire setup for you. Okay, like that everything can be done automatically by this CLI, and this is our uh, main software to create the artifacts of Angular. And TypeScript, yes, we need to install, because this Angular runs on TypeScript, so we must need the TypeScript compiler in your system, so TypeScript required. And then editor, so we need to develop the source code. You may use VS Code or you may use Webstorm. Okay, but only thing is Webstorm is paid and this is free. Okay, so now I think it's been started for installation. Okay, let's try. Let me minimize. Go here. Click on next. Yeah, you must need to read the license. I think most of the people will not read the license. That's fine. Click on accept and click on next. Yeah, it's going to install in your C drive program file. That's fine. And click on next. And then nothing to select here. Click on next. And here the most important part is don't select this guy. Okay, so what this happens is it's gonna download all other modules like C, C++ and all, Python and all the things. We don't need them, especially for Angular is not required. So don't select. If you select, installation takes 1 hour. Okay, so please don't select this. And see, I have not selected. So click on next and then ready to install Node.js. Just click on install. Okay, so this will be installing Node.js for you. So I think it will take some few minutes. Okay, so once it is finished, you can just oh, it asks for permission. Just click on yes. Okay, so it is computing the space requirements and validating the installation. So finally you get the finish option. Okay, so it's been successfully finished, and then now click on finish. Okay, so it will done with the installation. Why my cursor is blinking over here? Okay, 1 second, I'll just fix it. I don't know, it's still blinking. uh, that's fine. So we are done with installation, and you can cross check the Node.js installation by going to the command line. Okay, so in this you can just type node space hyphen hyphen version. So you should get the current version 14.17.1. So today I have this version. Maybe after watching this video, by the time you're watching this video, it can be greater than this version. That's not a problem. You can still work on. Okay. So once you confirm that Node.js has installed in your system successfully, then you are eligible to install the Angular CLI. For Angular CLI, we have a separate website. So when you just type here Angular CLI. Okay, so this is the official uh, website for it, Angular CLI. So to install Angular CLI, we have npm install -g at angular/CLI. Okay, so this npm stands for Node Package Manager, and this Node Package Manager comes along with Node.js installation. Okay, it means once you have done the testing, I mean checking the version of Node.js, you can also search for npm hyphen version. So the Node Package Manager comes along with the Node.js installation. So you get some different version than Node. So why this npm required is uh, any JavaScript library if you want to install in your system. So this helps for us. Okay, and even the command line interface is one JavaScript library given by the Angular, and we need to install using npm. Okay, so let's copy that and paste it. Npm install -g angular/cli and click on enter. So make sure you have a proper internet connection because it will download the Angular CLI from Google, and it just makes the local setup in your system. Okay, so make sure you have a proper Wi-Fi connection or LAN, and then you can try this. Okay, so in between you get some warnings and you can just ignore the warnings, and finally you should get the Angular CLI. Okay, so let's wait for a few more seconds. Okay, it's done. Okay, so once it is finished, so now you can check the version. Just like Node version, you can also check the Angular version. So just type ng space hyphen hyphen version, enter. Ng stands for Angular. Okay, ng hyphen hyphen space hyphen hyphen version, all lowercase. So you should get the Angular CLI version and all of its dependent libraries as well. Okay, so let's see. The current version is 12.1.0 of Angular. Okay, so I think it will take some time. Let's wait. See, you got Angular CLI with some nice animation. A nice design. And then you have Angular CLI version, Node.js, the package manager, operating system, and Angular core. See, we are learning Angular 12.1. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we confirm in my system Angular CLI has been installed. Okay, so once you have successfully installed Angular CLI, the next step is goes to be you need to create a first application in Angular. So it means in Angular we are um, I mean we are not going to create the whole application by ourselves from scratch. Uh, we will have to execute some commands to make this to happen. And before we proceed with first application, we also need two softwares. One is Typescript and Editor. So to install Typescript in your system, go to Google and just search for Typescript. Okay. So for Typescript, this is the official website for Typescript. And to download the Typescript, just click on download. Yeah, for download, they have given you an option like this. So you don't have a downloadable software, you just have a command to install the TypeScript. So just do one thing, go to command line npm install -g, must required -g is global, and then space TypeScript. Okay, and then press enter. So this is gonna install a TypeScript. Again, we are using npm. So TypeScript, Angular CLI is all depend on a node. That's why first we have to install a Node.js in our system. Okay, so we install TypeScript as well, and you want to test TypeScript version, you can just try tsc space hyphen hyphen version, enter. So you get version 4.3.5. Okay, this is the current version of uh, TypeScript. Okay, super. So this is done. In the next video, we'll see how to install the editors. Okay, so I'll show you the installation of two editors. One is uh, VS Code and then Webstorm. how to install a Webstorm and the VS Code. Okay, you can choose either of your choice editor, but I show you the installation of both now. So to install VS Code, just go to Google and search for Visual Studio Code, and here you're gonna get a direct download URL for official website. So make sure you check the official website, that is code.visualstudio.com/download. So here you can find all the different versions. So for Mac, Linux and all. So I have for Windows. So I can choose the 64-bit user installer, the first one. So it is downloading it for me. So let me wait for the download. Okay, so it's been downloaded, and if you want to see that, you can just right click, open in folder. So you just go to the downloads folder, you can find the VS Code. So to install this, very simple step, you can just double click and then click on run. Okay, so here you just have to select accept license and then click on next. It's going to install in a C drive, that's fine, and click on next. So it's going to add for start menu, that's fine, click on next. Yeah, so here few more options you have. Create desktop icon. Okay, if you want, you can just select and then click on uh, and one more option you have, last one, add path, it requires shell restart. Okay, that's fine. You just click on next and then install. So the editor will be installing for your system, and only difference is Webstorm is paid one, and which having a more the better support for the code generation or codes creation. Okay, but Visual Studio Code is not like that. So you have to install a lot of packages over there, a lot of plugins over there. But Webstorm is inbuilt. Okay, I'll show you the difference, and then finish. So you can just select launch and click on finish. So this is gonna launch. This is gonna launch a VS Code. If you're already aware of VS Code, so nothing to explain here. So here you can find some source code. This is my old source code. I can see that. Okay, this is I guess some Vue.js. Okay, fine. So you have file, you can create a project and all. Okay, we'll see that. Okay, so we got VS Code, and if you want to install a WebStorm in your system. So to install WebStorm in your system, you can just directly jump into the official website. You can just type WebStorm IDE. So you can just select the smartest JavaScript IDE. So here, just you get WebStorm, and for 30 days you can use it for free. You can just click on download for Windows, Mac, Linux. So you can just select the Windows and click on download. So the WebStorm version is getting downloaded for your system. It's a quite large software, so you have to wait for the complete installation and I mean the download and installation. So it is getting downloaded now. So let's wait for it. Okay, so I got downloaded my WebStorm. So let me right click, show in folder, so you can see that in the downloads folder, and this is the one. So you to install this, you can just simply double click on that. It's a quite large process for installation. Let's see. You get this wizard for install. Just click on run, and sometimes it may ask for your permission. Okay, just click on yes. Yeah, this is the first installation wizard. Okay, here you just click on next, and it's going to install WebStorm in C program files for my Windows. You can just click on next, and there are few installation options. Um there are few installation options here. First one, so create desktop shortcut. I just on my magnifier to understand a better way. Yeah, so this is the installation options. Here You can select 64-bit because as per Windows I have 64-bit launcher, so I need a 64-bit. And update context menu, yes, you can check. And then create associations, yes, you need to select each of them. And then you don't need this one because you are not selected the 32-bit, then you don't need this one. And update is not required because it's going to restart my system, so I don't need this. Anyway, without that also your Webstorm works perfect. Okay, so these selections you do and then click on next. Yeah, it's gonna install JetBrains. Just click on install. Okay, so this software is actually made in Java programming language, so you can find most of the jars here. Okay, so this will take again few minutes. Okay, so once you're done with that setup, so you can just select the run Webstorm and click on finish. Okay, so let me stop my magnifier. So this is gonna open a Webstorm for you, and here you have two options. If you purchase the license, you can just activate your license here with your JetBrains account. So as of now I just select for evaluate for free. Okay, and then click on evaluate. So it works for 30 days from the day you install the software. Just click on evaluate and then click on continue. Okay, it was indexing my existing projects. I think you have to wait for it. Okay, so this is how Webstorm looks like. Okay, and yeah, so once you first time you install Webstorm, you need to update few things. Okay, because you never see, you may see the source code is like very narrow. Okay, and a very small font size, so you want to increase the font size. You have an option called file. In that you have to select settings. So in that you need to select the editor, general, and then font. So here you must select some bigger number. It was like 15 in the starting. I just selected 23. And also the font, which was something else, I guess. I just select the Consolas. So this is the decent font for developing of any source code. Okay, so that's fine. And moreover, you have another option, that is if you click on general. In that, if you click on just general, you can find the first option. So change font size with mouse, control mouse wheel. Okay, so please select this so that you can increase or decrease the font size with your just mouse wheel. Okay, press the control button and move the mouse wheel to increase or decrease. Okay, and then after that just click on apply and okay. So why we have select that option for zoom is, see, I press the mouse button, I can zoom it, I can reduce it. So however I want, I can use it. Okay, that's one thing. And one more thing is, see, you see the folders. So the folders are just like regular folder names. Okay, so if you want to have a nice icons, okay, if you want to have a nice icons for each files or folders, so there is some icon plugin you have. Just go to settings, search for plugins, so you get the plugins. So in that you can search for something called uh, atom material icons. Yes, this one. Okay, select the atom material icon, not material theme UI, material icon, just icons. Okay, and just click on install. Okay, just click on accept. So once you install this, so you can nicely see all the folders with some decent icons. Okay, and then click on okay. Yeah, it's done. So now you check, see, you can see the colorful icons over here. So server, public, node module, assets, router, module, like everything is nice colorful icons. Okay, that's two settings you have to do in Webstorm. Okay, so that's it. We are now installed all the required softwares for Angular development. So now today we're gonna start with a software, I mean
to create a first application. Okay, so to create a first application, so where do we create? So first you have to create something called a workspace. So on my desktop, I create. So generally I used to create on desktop, but you never create on desktop. Okay, this is your complete source code, right? So you can keep in some D drive or E drive, any safest location you can do this process. Okay, so just for visibility for everyone, I'll be using on my desktop. Okay, so on my desktop, I create a folder called Angular 12 YouTube. Okay, just to understand that it's a YouTube workspace. Okay, so in this folder Angular, so we'll be learning multiple modules. So this continuation series is on a core module. Okay, so in this location I have to create, in this folder I have to create a the project. So how you create a project is, see here, first application. So we have already done with the installation of Angular CLI. So to create a project, ng new your application name. So if your application name contains multiple words, you must give them hyphen and don't give underscore or space. If you give space, it will become like two applications. So make sure you give some hyphens out there. So this is the command for creating a new project, and then you have to jump into the project, and then this is the command to start the Angular application server, and this is the URL. So it runs on, by default Angular runs on the port number 4200. Okay, so let's start. Back here I have to create a first application here. So how to create is simple. You need to open a command line, command prompt, and go to this location. So I just copy the address, I open a fetch command prompt. In this just say cd change directory and paste enter. So I am in C drive, so I can directly go to the any location in the C drive. For example, you're in D drive, so you must go like this, D colon enter. So it's go to D drive, and then you say what are the folder you want. You want something like H drive, H colon, like that. So I'm in C drive, just say C colon enter. Okay, so CLS is for clear the existing commands. Okay, so now your exact location which you created a folder. So here you have to create a project. So how to create a project is command ng, the Angular CLI you install, ng space new, as a new Angular project, space what is your project name. So my project name first hyphen app. Okay, so ng new first app. Okay, and then just click on enter. Okay, so would you like to add Angular routing? So it's asking for will you configure Angular routing in your first application? Anyway, we are not discussing Angular routing now, but still just say why. It will make some Angular routing configuration. We'll see the routing after few classes. Now just say why. Okay, enter. And then it asks for you're looking for CSS, SAS, less, or SCSS. So what is that style sheet format you're looking for? You may select CSS or SCSS, whatever. So I'll just select easy for everyone is CSS. So I just select CSS. And after that, see, there are multiple files got generated. Okay, and it's still installing a lot of packages. So you need to wait for few minutes, depend on your internet speed. So it will download almost 200 MB of source code. Okay, so just let wait for this to finish.
So I got the first tab, and these are the file system. Okay, so first thing what we do is we will load the first tab to the Webstorm, and then we understand the flow and the file structure. Okay, so first I'll copy the path. I will open a Webstorm. So once you install a Webstorm, you get the Webstorm icon on the home page, I mean on the desktop. Just double click on that. Yeah, so we are using Webstorm 2021. Okay, so once the Webstorm is loaded, you can, if you want to load your project to here, so you need to copy the path and then just click on a file, open, the space your content, and it detects the file which you are going to load, the folder, and click on OK and just say this window, the same window. Okay, so that it will link all these files from here to here. Okay, so we have a readme, that's fine. Okay, so once I have loaded all the files, so we will have a look into the file structure in a minute. But before that, let me start the server. So I have stopped it. I have closed the existing command prompt which I have started in the last video. So let me start from here. So generally we have external command prompt like this, right? Same like that for every editor we have internal command prompt. That's like terminal. For Webstorm, you have a terminal here in the bottom. You can check there is something called terminal. Okay, you can click on that. So to open the terminal window. So here only you can execute all the commands for starting or stopping of a server and creation of components, services, everything here. Okay, if you can't see that here, you can just click on the top and the bottom left hand side. If you just keep a cursor, there is a list, and in that there is a terminal. Okay, so Alt F12 is a shortcut for terminal. Okay, so if you can't find a terminal here, just hover here, you can find that. Okay, so I have it, just click on, and so now let me start the application development server. So how to start? Ng space serve, that's all. Ng serve. So it will run your Angular application on a port number 4200. So let's wait for the server to start. Okay, so my Angular live development server has started and running on this port number. You can just click on this link. It opens your default browser and you can see the page. Yeah, this is what we have seen in the last class. So super, you have made an application. You just create a first application of Angular and you successfully started the server of Angular, and you can see the content on the browser. Super. And now we need to understand is the folder structure behind it and what is the control flow and where does this content is coming from. If you know where does this coming from, so that you can change and you can write your own content. Okay, so first of all I'll minimize this here. So we need to understand the folder structure. First let me on my magnifier. Okay, see here, this is the first tab, your application folder. In that, we have node modules. So node modules in the sense, your Angular application is depend on various JavaScript libraries. So all those JavaScript libraries will be kept in the node modules, and this will be an auto-generated file, the folder. So which we should not touch anything in this node module. So this is like auto-generated. Okay, so which contains the Angular modules. Okay, so some internal Babel scripts, like too many uh, JavaScript libraries is involved here. Okay, fine. And then there is a folder called src. So src is like your source code. So whatever the source code, if you want to write, what are the programs you're going to write in Angular, so you have to write inside a src folder. And along with that, there are a lot of files got generated. So one is browser uh, list. So this is regarding the browser specific configuration like Chrome, Firefox and all. So this is not required as of now. And this is editor specific configuration file. And this is GitHub. When you want to push the source code to GitHub, so what folders can be ignored? So you have to mention that git ignore. And then angular.json. So this is the Angular's configuration file. Okay, and if you want to configure some external type, external JavaScripts or external CSS files, so everything you can configure here. Okay, for example, in future if you want to connect a Bootstrap front-end library or material Angular material,
So prime angular. So any kind of style sheets you're gonna configure here. So it is a Angular's configuration file, and there is karma.conf.js. This is for test cases configuration file for karma test cases, and there is a package.json. So package.json is, if you see every project, there should be one package.json. Okay, so that package.json is actually a configuration file for the whole project. Okay, for example, we have started the server using the command what, ngserve. So this ngserve command also kept inside the package.json. Okay, and if you want to build the project, or if you want to run the test cases, so everything has configured here. Okay, and also your Angular application depend on certain modules. See, in node modules we have all the list of libraries, right? So all those list of libraries can be mentioned in this package.json. And the package log.json is actually um, it is something different. So it's a dependent on package.json. It means Angular is depend on certain libraries, and those libraries depend on even other library. So those extra dependent libraries will be listed out here, and this is, you don't need to touch. It is a complete a locked file. Okay, so it's complete auto generated file. Okay, and there is a README file. So this contains like regarding how to start the first application, how to build the first application, okay, how to generate some components, right? So those things, okay, test cases and all. Next, you have three other files. Close it. You have three other files. One is tsconfig app.json, so application specific TypeScript configuration, and regular TypeScript language configuration, and this one for test cases specific TypeScript configuration. Okay, so there are too many files listed out here. So at this time you don't need to worry about all these files, just know what is what. Okay, and then now we'll be move on to the very important folder, that is src. So every source code which you have, so you have to keep in this folder. So if I expand this src folder, so you can find again few files here. So one is something called app. So app indicates your Angular application, and there is something called assets. Assets indicates like in your application, if you want to have images, okay, some local images, some icons, okay, and if you want to have a local mp3 file, audio files, anything you can keep here, all assets. Okay, and there is something called environments. So this is regarding environment specific configuration. For example, development server, I need some configuration. Okay, and production, I need some configuration. So that environment specific information will be here. So prod is production level, and this is for development level. And there is a favicon.ico. This is the icon which this Angular favicon ICO, this Angular. Okay, you can see that on the browser. And index.html, that's a home page. And main.ts, that's a main TypeScript file which will start with Angular. So your Angular flow starts from here. Okay, and there's a polyfill.ts. This is now to learn now. And test cases configuration file and style.cs. This is the global style sheet. Okay, so what you have to know again, assets contain just github keep file, and you don't need to, you don't have any images. Generally you keep local images here. And there is a app folder. In the app you can see app.css, app.html, app.spec, ts, app module, routing module. We have configured y, right? When you create a project, routing y, so that's where routing module file has come extra. Okay, to understand all these things, first we'll, okay, we just see the flow. I mean, sorry, we just see the folder structure. So now we understand the flow. Okay, so what exactly happening in this? So first let me stop my magnifier. Okay, so we understand the folder structure. Now the very important story is from where does this page is coming from. So to understand this page, you need to understand something called a component based architecture of your project. Okay, so I have opened my PowerPoint, so I'll show you here. So this is what we have. So to understand this, we need to understand something called Angular component architecture. So how, in the broadest perspective, how Angular will be. So your Angular application, right? So the Angular application divided with one root module. So every application comes with a root module. Generally, Angular application divide into certain modules. As I talked about earlier in the component-based development. So module, it's like a user module, admin module, uh, like payment module, orders module, like that. So every application comes with one root level module, that is app module. Okay. So in that there is a root level component. So every module is divided into multiple components. So in the app module, we have one component that is root level component. It's called app component. I'll show you where all these files. Okay. So root level one component. So in the root level component app, you're gonna create a few of any of components. So in future, first of all, what is component? Component represents a small piece of UI. Okay, it represents a small piece of user interface. It can be a card, it can be a alert message, it can be a button, it can be anything. Okay, so all those components resides under app component. So generally initial days of Angular application development, we create all the components under app component, but there is a provision to create your own module as well. So when you start an Angular with a broader perspective, if you want to create a bit large application, then you start creating your own modules as well. And don't worry, coming in the coming examples, we'll see how to create our own module. So you can have your own modules like user module, admin module, like that, and each module contains your own components. Okay, so this is the general architecture. Uh, I mean the structure of Angular components. And what is that each component? So we know, right? So you can divide the whole application into components like navbar component, sidebar component, main contain one component, sidebar two one component, like that. Now, how does this component is made? Generally, when we are talking about component, so component is made of three files majorly. So when you see here, for example, if you want to build a navbar component, so which consists of three files, one HTML, one CSS, and one TypeScript. For example, you want to design a card, a simple card. So card component, we call it as card component. Okay. So card component contains what? Card.html, card.css, card.typescript. Okay. So HTML is for the design, the CSS is for the styles, and the TS is for the logic. Okay. Any dynamic logic if you want to make, you want to bind to the HTML, that source code will be in the TS file. We have one more file that is called spec.ts. That is called a test configuration file. Okay, so now we will see the architecture where are all these files. So first of all, when you go inside SRC folder, in the app, you can see app.module.ts. Okay, there is a file called app.module.ts. So this is the app module file, the root level app module. Okay, in that some configuration is there. In that something called app component, the root level component was configured. So when you go inside, so this is your app component. Okay, so I'll talk about all these things what at all, but this is your app component. Okay, for this app component, this is a TypeScript file. Okay, so in the TypeScript file, one HTML, one CSS. So TypeScript, HTML, CSS, and one selector. Selector is a sense your custom tag. Every component, see, every component is a collection of three files, right? So all together will combine and will give one name called tag name. So every custom component is having one custom tag. So you represent the component with a tag. So for my app component, there is a tag called app root. So this is a tag. So this you have to configure in the HTML wherever you want. Okay. So now we understand the flow. The flow looks like this. Let me open here. Yeah. So what we did in http colon slash slash 127 or localhost colon 4200. Yeah. So whenever you enter this particular URL, when you enter this particular URL, so generally what happens is, see, on the browser whenever you enter a URL. So this will automatically look into the index.html. Okay, generally when you load any website URL, so it generally look for index.html of that particular application, and index.html nothing but the home page of your application. So same way for Angular also, when you enter this particular URL, it look into index.html. So now let's see where is the index.html. When you go inside the src, there is a index.html. So when you open that, yeah, it's a very simple index.html. There is a meta tag configured, title configured. So you can see the title over here is first tab. Okay, and some viewport configured for responsiveness, and there is a favicon was configured, favicon.ico, that is this icon. Okay, and in the body there is something called app root. Do you remember what is this app root? The root level app component I told, right? There is a custom tag defined in the, see, in app component, app root is there. Okay, so this app root tag is configured here. Okay, but how does these two connected, I tell you. Yeah, see, the whole page, this complete application, this complete UI is come from where? The body tag. Okay, from the body tag, but in the body tag nothing is there, there is no code, just app root is there. Okay, so what is this app root is? This is your application specific, sorry, your application specific app component, this one app component. And where is that app component? Here in src folder app you can find app.component.ts. See, this is app root. Okay, for that there is a html and there is a css. So when you go inside a css, there is nothing is there, so it means they have configured everything in html. So in the place of app root, there is something got injected, and what is that is the content of this html file. So when you go inside the html, see, they have they have managed the style sheets and html source code, everything in one file. Actually we are not supposed to do that. Okay, so there's a style tag configured, there's a huge styles, and see, here html started. Okay, see, there is a span welcome, so you can check welcome. Okay, and then there is an Angular logo image, this one, and below that you have some anchor tags. Okay, and below that you have rocket ship. uh, where is rocket ship? I think this one. mm, okay, so it's icon, and then title app is running. So first app is running. So where is this title? Actually in ts file you can check, they declare a variable title first app. Just understand what is happening. Okay, so I'll just come back again in detail for all this. Yeah, title is equal to first app, they declare a variable called first app, and that first app they have bind here. Generally we do document.get element by id, all these things, right? But generally in Angular we use the expression. Okay, title. For example, you change the title to uh, UiBrains app. Okay, so when I save it, so this gets substituted with UiBrains app. Got it? And also one more thing is, your browser will automatically reload it once you do some changes in the file. You don't need to go every time and refresh the browser. Okay, it does automatic. Okay, and there are uh, some more content and all those things which are all here. Okay, so huge content. That's fine. Okay, so we understand this content is coming from app component HTML file. It's coming. App component.html file is coming. Okay, that's fine. But how does this HTML app root as configured and all of a sudden this app component has comes into picture? Simple. There is a whenever you start your Angular application, so there is a main.ts file in that entire story, there is a main.ts file. So from here the flow starts actually. So when you go inside the main.ts file, so here they have import few libraries from Angular core and app module and all. So here you can see whenever you start an Angular application, so it is something called Bootstrap module app module. So it is bootstrapping. It is like startup. Okay, so it is starting the app module. So app module is in the root module of your Angular application. So it is bootstrapping the Angular module, app module. So when you go inside app module, it's very simple in Webstorm to go inside the file. You can just press the control key and hover here. Okay, and just click on it. It'll go directly to the file. Okay, so app.module.ts you can find here in app folder app.module.ts. So this is the root level module of your whole Angular application. So every component which you want to create in an app module, you have to configure here. And there is already one component is configured, that is app component. Okay, root component has configured here and bootstrap here. So when Angular application start, it is bootstrapping Angular module, app module, and that is bootstrapping app component, and that app component is your this one. So when the place where app root was configured in index, so that's got injected by this app root, and what was injected over there is the content of the HTML file. That is the entire story of your application. And even if you want to understand that story, I don't need all this. I want to have my own content. So you can just say Control A and delete. You save it and check, it's gone. Okay, so let's say some h2 tag app component. Okay, see, you got app component. Okay, so that's fine. So now you find where does this content is coming from. Okay, so now you understand the flow. So now it's time to create our own component and configure here. Okay, so let's see that in the where does this content is coming from, that is app component, and we have seen that. Okay, so now it's time to create our own component. So you may write your source code over here, or else you can create your own component. Okay, so before I start creating my own component, I just tell you how to apply your styles. Okay, for example, if you want to give some styling information for this, where did you write that? Okay, so generally we all know one component contains one HTML, CSS, and one Typescript file. And what is this one is a app component. So when you see here on the left hand side, app component.css, HTML, spec, and TypeScript. So this four belongs to the root app component uh, configuration. Okay, your style sheet. So when you see the TS file, see they have imported. So when you want to understand this entire story, so they have imported something called component from Angular core module. Okay, and that component they have given an annotation at component. So this is like a metadata, so which indicates what is that file for. So they have written a class called app component. So there it is not just a simple class, it is a component. So this defines uh, it as a component, and inside the component we have a selector, template URL, styles URL. So selector is nothing but your custom tag. So on your HTML you are using app root, right? So that is your custom tag, and every component having its own custom tag. And template URL. So for this component, what is the HTML source code is this HTML file, and then styles URL. So every component have its own CSS, that is here. So any HTML file, any HTML source code you want to write, you have to keep here. Any TypeScript, any logic you want to write here. Any style sheet will be here. Okay. So when you go inside app component, just click on press the control button and hover here and click on it. It goes here, app component, and that's what has been displayed here. So I want to apply some styles. So you have a lot of options to apply styles. You may write in the style sheet. So when you go inside the app component, So I write here H2 font family, let's say Arial and sans serif. So for this component specific CSS file, I have added a font family. So now see, it is changed with the font family. And when you say something called um, Comic Sans, you get, see, the styles has been applied. Okay. And when you want to apply some color, just say color red. So you get the color red. So for every component, HTML source code you write here and style sheet you write here. And moreover, there are some variables defined. See, there is a something called title UiBrains app has written here. So I want to get this UiBrains app dynamically attached here. So this app component is actually a static, right? So I want to inject this data. So generally in your JavaScript you have a few variables which contain the data, and that data you want to bind on HTML. So what you have to do is there is something called Angular expression, that is double curly braces. Okay, so you must use this in HTML only. Okay, so for example, this title UiBrains app I want to display along with this content. So what, how to bind this thing? We will see the data binding in coming classes. So how to bind this is title. So go to HTML, simply you write double curly braces and just say title. So what is that title you written? UiBrains app. So that's got substituted in the place of here. So now check, you get UiBrains app and app component. Okay, so this is Angular expression. So it's also called as interpolation. So you can write anything. You can write some 10 plus 20, you get some 30, like that. Okay, so plus 500, like anything. Okay, this is like expression, and you can just say title is there now. So you just say title dot to uppercase. You get your title convert to uppercase. Like lot more things you can do. So this is just to bind your data. Okay. So now it's time to understand, do we have to write a styles only in the CSS file or any other place we can write? Of course, you can write the component specific CSS file, but one problem what you face is if you write a CSS file for every component level, that looks good, but when you want to change something, then you have to go to every component and change. Of course, that's also a better idea. But mostly what I prefer is writing the styles in my style.css. So this style.css is a global style sheet where you can reflect for every component. Okay. So instead of writing in component.css file, I'll just cut it. I'll keep it in the global style sheet. Okay. So I have removed it from CSS, but I have added to the global style sheet. But still, you get it. But if you write in global style sheet, wherever, whichever the component you write h2 tag, it affects the same styles. Okay, that way. Okay, fine. So now we understand this styles, and now it's time to create our own component. How to create our own component? Okay. So first of all, so we have this app component. So we don't need to write everything in app. So we supposed to create our own components, and we have to bind it or connect to the app component. So let's see how it will be. So how to create a component is just go to app. So in this I create a folder called components. So in this components I have to create a component. So generally what is the component file contains? For example, app component is a component, right? It's a root component. So when you want to create a component in Angular, so you must have four files: one CSS, one HTML, one spec, and one TS. So you need to create the four files. So altogether, four files is one component. Okay, so we don't need to create each and every file manually. We have the Angular CLI support. So what is that Angular CLI support is? So we have the command called ng. Okay, so you just say ng generate. Okay, ng generate is a command, and here you have to specify uh, the key pillar of Angular. For example, you want to create a component, just say component and the name of the component. So automatically it will generate all the four files. Okay. And if you want to create a service, it's a service. Ng generate service. You want to create a pipe, ng generate pipe. Okay. So anything you want to create interceptor or guard like this. Okay. So we want to create a component. So ng generate component and the name of the component. So either you try this command or else we have a shortcut. What is shortcut is ng g for generate and c for component and the name of your component. So this is a shortcut command when compared to this one. So ng g c and the name of the component. So here I'm going to create a component called card. So what you do, ng g c and card. So these things are lowercase and here you can just take card lowercase as well. Okay, so where you have to create, see here I have created a folder called components. So now I have to create my card component in this folder. So you can just open your terminal in this location. So you can just right click on this folder, open in terminal. Okay, so it opens, see exactly the components location, and now say ng g c and card, enter. See, it is created one HTML. See, created HTML file, spec, TS, CSS, and also it has done some update in app module. Let's see what is that. See here, if you go to components, there is a card in that CSS, HTML, spec, and TS file. And when you go to app module, see it is import the card component from our components folder, and this is added in the declaration. So mostly every component what you create in Angular, so that's supposed to be added as a declaration in the app module. Okay, because it's a part of app module, you have to declare it here. Okay, so now we got a card. So when you see the card.html, so we got the default content, that is card works. So generally when you create a component in Angular, so whatever the name you give, so that name works. So the default HTML can be generated. And when you see the TS file, it will be like this. So it is having a custom tag called app card, and the template is HTML and the CSS. So they won't write anything in CSS. Okay, only HTML you have something. Okay, now the story is I have created a component called card. So this card is having the content card works. Okay. So when I go back to my browser, see on the browser there is nothing has been displayed called something called card works. Okay. So the card works itself is not there. So why it is not there is, of course you create a card component, but this card component has not been configured with a app component. See, my app component does not have any information about your card component. So what you have to do is you have to create a components and also you have to configure them in the app, because this content is coming from the app. Okay, you have to connect. Okay, so now as of now this card is completely independent. Okay, so now I have to connect the card component in the app component. How you connect is simple. Every component is having a selector app card. So this is the tag name for the complete store, I mean complete source code what you write in the HTML. Okay, this is the tag. So what I do is I go to app component, I say app card. So once you write app card, so now check, see card works has come. So if you write app card, the HTML has been substituted in the place of here, and this is reusable. You can write multiple app cards so that multiple times card works is gonna come. Okay, nice. So now we have created a component and we have connected with the app component. Okay, fine. So now what's my plan is, I want I don't need just a normal text like this. I want this to be convert like a nice nav bar. because I have to just understand it looks like a navbar, and here I want to design my own card, okay, using the normal CSS. So later on we'll convert to bootstrap setup. Okay, so first of all, this app component, I just want to convert this like a navbar. How you convert like a navbar is app component. I don't need h2 tag as of now. I'll just write a nav tag. So in this I give the class class called navbar. In this an anchor tag. So let's say slash, and I say here uh, Angular components. Okay, some heading I written. So you got Angular components, but I just wanted to have some more styles. So generally, how you add styles for this? You may write the styles. This is belongs to app component, right? So you may write the styles in a app component.css file, or else you may write the styles globally somewhere in the style.css. So in style.css, what I do is body tag, font family, some Arial and sans serif, and then I just want to add some styles. For example, here navbar is a class name and anchor tag. So what I do is navbar, sorry, it's a class, right? So dot navbar, background color, background color, something dark red, and color, I think not color, just add some padding, some 10 pixels. Okay, but still there is some space left out, that is body margin. Let's say margin 0 for the body is gone. And what about this anchor tag? So anchor tag is a part of my class. So dot navbar space a. So I'm writing the CSS styles. So color is white. So you get color white. If you don't want that underline, just say text to decoration none, gone. So now you got a nice navbar. Okay, so this styles belongs to your app component. Okay, now what my plan is, in the app I have configured something called card. This one, I don't like this normal text. I want to design a card over here. So how you make a card is, you go to app card. In that HTML you may write something called card. In that card body I write some message, let's say h3, something called good morning, and then I write a paragraph. So in Webstorm, if you want to generate some random text, we have a lorem, uh, one plugin we have. So with that you can create, for example, lorem 10 tab. So 10 words will come. If you want some 30 word, just say lorem 30 and don't give a space. Okay, just lowercase lorem and 30 after 30 tab, so that 30 dummy words you get. Okay, that way you can make 300 also, like that. Okay, just 30 for me is done. Okay, now I have got card, and card body is been designed here. So this navbar one component and card is one component is done, but I need to add some styles. It's not looks like a card, right? So you want to convert this like a card, you may write the styles in a card specific CSS file, or else you can choose the global style sheet. As of now I'll use global style sheet. What's that? One class called card. In that some box shadow 00, some 10 pixels and black. Okay, and you can just add some padding some 15 pixels, and let's add some margin some 10 pixels, and let me reduce the width of it. So width, let's say some 300 pixels. Okay, fine. And if you want to have some border radius, let's say some 5 pixels. Okay, so you have made a nice card. You want to add some background color, let's say background linear gradient. I just want to have some combination of colors, so 45 degrees, and some black and green. Okay, something called dark sea green. Okay, and if you want to have some not black, just say some orange. Okay, some orange and green color I made. Okay, so now it looks good. Okay, so in this video what you understand is how to create your own component and how to configure with app component and how to apply the styles for the app component or any other component. Okay, so we have created our own component and we add some content, and for that we have added styles. So you will write the styles either its own CSS, or you can you can write the styles in style.css. Okay, that's what you have learned in this video. And one more thing is, we never use mostly we never use uh, the plain CSS. Okay, this is a core CSS we never use mostly in Angular, because problem will be we must need to focus on a Angular part. Okay, so especially for me, I want to focus on Angular concepts, not on the CSS, because if you want to create a form, you keep writing the full of CSS, and it's completely diverting to CSS. No. So for that reason, what is my plan is, hope you all know about the Bootstrap framework. So let me configure the Bootstrap framework so that automatically the styles gets applied by using the Bootstrap classes. So we just only focus on Angular things. Okay. So in the next video, let's see how to configure Bootstrap. Now I want to apply Bootstrap for my Angular setup. So to configure Bootstrap, first of all, I have to take a backup. Okay, I don't want to use this component, I want to use completely a Bootstrap setup. So how you take a backup is, see, we have changed in very few files, just one components folder and just app component, that's all, right? But we have a huge project structure we have. So if you want to take a backup, what you have to take a backup? For example, if you go to the project location on your desktop, see here, so this is your first app we were looking at. What, man? Okay. uh Array. Fine. See, in the first app, if you see, it is more than 200 MB. 300 MB is there. Okay. So just to have this small example, we have 300 MB source code. Okay. And if you want to take a backup, don't take a backup of all the files. Okay. So what is my plan is, in the entire 300 MB, only that node modules is more space. Okay. See, 360 MB is that only. Okay, so what is my plan is, I want to have one master copy, that is first tab. Okay, one master copy for all the examples is first tab. If you want to take any source code backup, so I'll create a separate folder. For example, we are discussing the Angular core module. So what I do is, I create a separate folder along with my first tab. So what I do is, Angular core module. Okay, so in this so for every example I create a folder. For example, first folder 01 hyphen, just numbering system, angular hyphen css styles. Okay, so Angular with CSS styles, so this is my concept. So we have already done the code. So what I do, I go to first tab, I copy everything except idea and node modules. Idea is just a placeholder file for Webstorm, and node modules is all the libraries. We don't need all the libraries, we just need a source code. So let's copy the remaining things. I go to core module, CSS styles, I'll paste it. So now I have a source code of all this, this CSS styles. Okay, and next time if you want to configure Bootstrap, so you must create a folder called like Angular Bootstrap styles, this way, and you will paste the source code of Bootstrap except node modules. And then, sir, how do I practice? Simple. You want to practice the CSS files, copy all of them and replace in your master copy first tab. So automatically you get the source code. Okay, that way you have to do. And if you want to try the bootstrap styles, just copy the content of it and replace in the first tab and start your server. Okay, so multiple ways you can test it. Okay, so now we have taken a backup to CSS styles. So now we can clear things here. First, let me stop the server. Exit from here. Stop the server is Control C and Y, enter. So it is stopped. Now what I do is first let me delete this components folder. Delete it. Okay, let me revert it back to original setup. Okay, and if I delete it, I go to app component. I remove the card. Okay, so you remove the components folder and you have removed the component from the app. That's fine. And some other place also that card was using. You know what? Module. In app module, it was configured something, right? So just go to app module again. See, card component, it's there, but now we have removed. So you must remove the import statement and you must remove the card from there. Now save it. So now your application back to original. Okay, so there is no component, there is nothing configured in app, and there is nothing in there in the app module. Okay, now let me start my application ng serve. Okay, started. I go back and refresh. So I only have a navbar and nothing else and no error also here. Okay, perfect. So now we are done with this. Okay, so now you understand how to take a backup for your source code, correct? Okay, and now we are going to configure a bootstrap for our application. So to connect bootstrap, so let's go to the official website, bootstrap. So as of today, the current version of bootstrap is bootstrap 5.0.2. So we'll be using the same. And if you want to add a bootstrap, so just go to the download. Here we have, you can download the complete CSS and JavaScript files and manually you can download and connect, or else you can install them using the npm. Okay, so what I do is I'll just install them using npm. So let's copy this npm package, npm install bootstrap. So first you go to your application and make sure you stop the server. Here you have to paste npm install bootstrap and make sure you stop the server. Okay, and enter. So this will download the bootstrap. So this will take a few minutes or few seconds sometimes. So make sure you have a proper internet connection to download this bootstrap library, because it will download a bootstrap library from online and just make the setup in your node modules folder. Okay, okay, so it is done and you get some warning, just ignore. Fine. So we got same bootstrap 5.0.2. Okay, okay, next, sir, where is that bootstrap installed? Simple. If you go to node modules, there you can search for a b c d bootstrap. Okay, so in the bootstrap dist folder css, you have bootstrap.css, and javascript folder you have dist folder. In that, uh, I think not, sorry, not there, here javascript bootstrap bundle.js. So these two required. So for example, see here, we have just downloaded bootstrap. Okay, but if you want to have bootstrap setup to be work in your application, you have to configure the files. For example, see, they have given this way. So you have to connect bootstrap.css for your application and bootstrap.bundle.js you have to configure for your application. So those things are there in my node modules folder. So where should I configure them in your application is, you need to go to Close it. Yeah, you have to go inside angular.json. Okay, so this is the configuration file for Angular application. So inside, uh, there will be something called styles. Yes, exactly line number around 29. You can find the styles and scripts. So already our global style sheet has configured style.css. Before that, you have to configure a bootstrap. Okay, and what is the path I have to give? So you need to give the path node modules. Okay, so node underscore modules. In that, you need to go to bootstrap, see bootstrap folder slash. In that we have a dist folder. In that we have css folder. In that bootstrap.css all lowercase .css. Okay, css has configured, and we need one more bootstrap bundle.js. So where is that is below the css we have js. So bootstrap bundle.js. So I'll just copy up to dist, and where we have to configure js is in the scripts. Okay, so let's paste it dist slash uh, js folder slash bootstrap dot bundle dot js. Okay, exactly the same name you have to specify here. Okay, so you have configured the bootstrap.css, bootstrap.bundle.js. Just save it. Okay, and minimize that. Okay, so once you are done with this, you can start your server and check. So I'll say npm, sorry, it's ng. So I just start the Angular server, and I'll check is that bootstrap is successfully configured for my Angular application or not. We'll see. Simple, you have to install and then configure them in the angular.json file. Okay, it's been started, no issues with the configuration as well. So back here, I refresh. Okay, you get something. Fine. So how to test bootstrap? Simple. So if you know about bootstrap classes and all, you try. Otherwise, you just go to bootstrap docs and you can search for components. In that, you can find something called buttons. Yeah, let me copy this source code of the buttons, and I'll just paste in my close angular.json. Go to app component.html. This is what your navbar, right? Here. So below navbar, I'll paste all my buttons code, and I'll check. See, you have got all the buttons. Okay, so you have not written any single line of css, but due to bootstrap classes you got all the buttons. But only one problem was each button doesn't have enough space between them. So you want to give some customized styles on top of bootstrap, you can refer your style.css. So what I do here is below this body dot btn is a button. It's a bootstrap class. I'll say some margin, some 5 pixels. Okay, so let's check. See, we got a nice margin for all the buttons. So now looks like the buttons which they have displayed. Not only button, you can try anything else. For example, if you want to have a card, okay, so you want to display some card here, but you have to display image as well for card. Okay, or else you may get some navbar. See, you have a nice navbar here. So this is a complete navbar. So can I copy this navbar code? I just replace my nav. Okay, this just for time being. I'll paste it. Okay, something which is there as it is in bootstrap, I paste it. So let's check. See, you got a navbar and you got a drop down, but color was not proper. We need to check, and that's fine. And also some background. Okay, let's say navbar dark, and let's say bg dark. See, you're getting the hint also for colors. So let's check. You got a black color navbar and you got all the buttons. That's it. So successfully you have configured bootstrap for your Angular project. So next class, I mean next video, we'll see how to use those bootstrap concepts in your own components. Okay, so let me take a backup of this code. Simply what you do, where is your source code? Your source code will be on desktop here. So in the first tab, copy everything except these two. Copy. So go inside Angular core module, bootstrap styles. I'll paste it. So now here, angular.json bootstrap configured, and also in my source code, I have a bootstrap story. Okay. So now I have taken a backup of this example so that um, I can remove these things. Okay. So first of all, I go to app.html. I clear everything. Just say h2 app component. Okay. So I got just app component. Okay. So we are back to here. Okay, fine. So that's enough for this video, and the next video we'll see I want to change the Google font. I don't like this font. I want to change to some other font. And also I tell you how to configure the icons. Okay, font awesome icons, how to configure my own font. I don't like this font. So by default, Bootstrap is using some Roboto font. So I want to apply my own font. So how to apply your own Google fonts is you just go to Google, just type for Google fonts, uh, go to the website called font.google.com, and here you can find nice fonts. Okay, for your application you can choose anything of it. So I search for something called Ubuntu font. See this one I have selected. Okay, this is Ubuntu font. Let me select light 300. Select this, and no italic, just 400. Select it, and medium select. Okay, so three I selected: light 300, regular, medium. Okay, so once you select, you get the link tag for that selection. You may copy this link tag, add to your application's wait, add to your application's index.html. You can paste it. That is one thing. Or else you just select the import statement, import option. There you have a import. So you can just copy this import. Where you have to paste this, go inside the style.css. In this before body, just paste it, the global thing. Okay, so after pasting you get URL not registered. Okay, you can just ignore it, just a warning, no problem, you can just ignore. Okay, so you just pasted this import statement over here. Fine. And then next step is you have to specify the CSS rules. It means the font family you have to copy. Just copy this font family, and where we have to give is for my entire body I have to have that font family, Ubuntu font family. So this Ubuntu will refer from this URL of Google font. So let's save it, go check. See, your font has been changed to Google font. Okay, so that's how you can change to the Google font, any of your chosen font. That's fine. And one more configuration I want to tell you in this video is I want to configure for icons. Okay, so you may use Bootstrap 5 icons. So in Bootstrap also they have given from Bootstrap 5 onwards Bootstrap icons also given. But I prefer going to the font awesome icons. So you just say font awesome. There is a website especially made for icons. So you can just select this icon. Okay, so there are a lot of icons are there. Okay, fine. So now if you want to see 7,000 change icons are there. So let me configure these icons system for my applications as well, because in future I'm going to use icons as well. Okay, how to configure is you have to install them using npm. So you just need to type something called font awesome npm you type. Okay, so you get something called here npm js font awesome free. Okay, here some are paid, so you get the free here. Okay, so this is font awesome slash font awesome free npm. See, this is the one. So it is a version now 5.15. Okay, so how to install is, see, this is the command. So you can just copy this, copy that. You just click on it, it will copy. Okay, and then go to your application terminal and you can stop the server. Control C, Y, enter. Stop it. So let's paste the font awesome URL and then enter. So this will download the font awesome from the official website. And once you have downloaded, you have to configure also. Okay, if you just download it, it doesn't affect in your application, so you must need to configure just like your bootstrap. Okay, so it's been downloaded. Okay, and now where can you find that download? Every module or every library you download, it will resides in your node modules folder. Okay, and also it makes an entry in a package.json. See, font awesome has there in a package.json, bootstrap was there in a package.json. So these two has done manually by ourselves. Okay, remaining things are already there, Angular specific. Okay, so where is the actual file you find is node modules. So you go to node modules, there is something called font awesome here only. Okay, so in that font awesome free, in that CSS all.css. So this CSS you have to connect to your application. So let me right click, refactor, rename. Oh, you can't try that. Okay, so you have to give this path and where in your angular.json. So let me just close it, go to angular.json. So where we have configured bootstrap. Yeah, before bootstrap you have to configure this. So go to node modules again, font awesome free, CSS all. So you have to give exactly same thing. So node modules slash at fort font awesome slash font awesome hyphen free slash css slash all dot css. Okay, so you must give exactly the same name which already there here. Okay, and then save it. Done. So once you have done with this, so now your font awesome gets configured for your Angular. So let me start my application back and ng serve. Okay, so started, no issues. Okay, back here I refresh. Uh, yeah, nothing. I mean, no change here because we have not configured any. I mean, we have not added any icons. Okay, so when you back here, in this you can search for some icons. For example, you want to have some Amazon. Okay, you want to have this icon. Just click on that. See, for this icon, there will be some code. For example, yeah, you can find it here. See, I class Amazon something. Let's copy it. Just click on that, copy, and I need this here. So this is part of app component. Just go to app component.html and paste it and save it and go check. See, you got app Amazon icon. You want even bigger, there is something called classes fa minus c 1x 2x 3x 7x 10x like that. So 10x, so very bigger Amazon icon has come. Okay, if you want to have a Facebook, there is something called fe hyphen. See, you get the hint also automatically from our all.css which we have configured in Angular. Fe minus Facebook. See, you get the Facebook icon. Okay, and if you want to have some color, I just add a bootstrap color, something to call text primary. See, it's a Facebook, and you want to have a GitHub. Let's say fa hyphen. There is something called GitHub. Okay, you get the GitHub icon and just make a dark like this. And you want to have a what's called YouTube icon, fa minus YouTube like this. YouTube icon. You want to have a color text danger like this. So nicely you got all the icons. Fine. So we have configured in this video how to add your own font for Angular application and also how to configure the icons for your application. That's fine. And the next video we'll see how to uh, how to start with the Angular concepts. Okay, first we'll start with Bootstrap configuration specific examples, and then we'll see the data binding examples and all. So now let's make an example because we had an example called card example on the regular CSS styles. Okay, so let's make the same card example using Bootstrap. Okay, so for example, I just delete the things here. I save it. It is completely empty now. Okay, and also I go to style.css. So last time we had few styles, navbar and all. We don't need them because we have a bootstrap now. So that will make all the styles. So just keep only body and button. Okay. Now in app, I just want to have a navbar. Generally, most of my examples, I just need to showcase first navbar. So that navbar indicates what is that concept we are discussing here. Okay, that navbar indicates what is the concept we are discussing daily. Okay, so first I just make a simple navbar from Bootstrap configuration. If you're not sure about Bootstrap classes, I have made a tutorial on Bootstrap. So you can go to YouTube and search my name. Okay, this is my name, NAVEEN SAGGAM. You get my channel, and in this, you go to playlist, and where you can find there are Bootstrap videos. Okay, so I made a, a lot more examples on Bootstrap, like how to configure typography, colors, badges, colors, margins, like too many things I have told. I mean, I have to talk about here, like forms, and also we made few websites as well, secret system, carousel, everything, and we made a travel website, hippie mobiles website, dashboard website, and UiBrains website, and ultimate vacation website. Like I have explained, I have explained the many examples. Okay, so nice websites we made, almost 5 websites we made. Okay, so if you want to boost brush up your knowledge on Bootstrap, so you can just go refer this tutorial. Okay, fine. So now back here, I want a navbar. So let's say give the class navbar, and navbar dark and bg danger, because regular I mean Angular color is red color, so I want red color. In this, an anchor tag. So let's say a class navbar brand, and let's say Angular with bootstrap. Okay, so now our concept is Angular with bootstrap cards. So Angular with bootstrap is my heading. Okay, so now here I want to create my own component called card. How to create is simple. uh, in a SASE app, I create a folder called components. In this, I want to generate a component. Okay, so right click, open in terminal. Okay, so how to create a component? Ng gc. Okay, Angular generate component, and what's your component name? Simple, card. Enter. Okay, so you got all the files and also made an update in the app module. That's fine. So now you check in app components, card, and all the files. So for this card, there is a custom tag app card. So I want to configure that in my app component. Let's say uh, app card. Okay. So you get the default message here. Card works. Okay. And that to our own, the what's called our Google font. Okay. Let me close all other tabs. Actually, not required. Yep. So let's make this looks like a nice card. For example, here I'll take. Actually, I want to have some four cards here. Four cards. If you want to have four cards, you can make the grid system of Bootstrap. So I think if you know Bootstrap grid system. If not, so please refer the previous. I mean the tutorial which I made in YouTube for Bootstrap tutorial. Yeah, so let's see. First of all, I just take one section in this. I'll give the class called margin top 3, some space in the above top, and one container. In this one row, in that I need 4 columns. So generally in Bootstrap each row contains 12 columns. So I just say call MD3. So 3 column layout. I mean, yeah, my first 3 columns width, and then like 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. 4 cards, so 12 by 4 is 3. So 3. In that, one card. Okay, you got something. In the card, I need card body. So, see, I got a nice card. You want to have some shadow, you can just say shadow LG. So you get some shadow. Okay. Now, I want to display a nice image here. Okay. So generally you can just go Google and search for any images. For example, some beautiful places you can search. I generally prefer a website called pixels.com, and in this you can find some free stock photos. So here you can search for anything. For example, your visiting places or any like what's called any let's say company you type. Okay, some company images, you get it. Okay, so you can use those images over here. Okay, you can download them for free of cost. You can just click on that and you can do just select the size which you want and download. It downloads to your downloads folder and bring it and keep it in your CSS. So like that I have downloaded a few images. Yeah, these are all my images. So like this card 1 2 3 4 5 6, some 6 images. Copy. Yeah, so in Angular, see, as of now actually we are not connect with the server. Generally in real time, this images come from the backend server. So server is supposed to give the images. Okay, you never deal with the local static images, but at this time we just started Angular. Okay, we are not connected to server as of now, so we'll just make use of local images. Okay, so those images you copy, which you have in your local. Okay, copy them, and where you have to keep it in Angular source code. Simple here. In SRC, there is something called assets folder. Okay, as I talk about the flow structure, so in assets folder, you have to keep the images. So I create a new folder called img. In that, I will paste it. So simple how to paste is select it and paste Control V and OK. So it asks for can I add to GitHub? Okay, don't ask it again and just add it blindly. Okay, so now check in image folder I have all the images. Super. So these images I want to connect in my card. Okay, so how you connect this? About the card body, let's add image tag src assets folder slash control space you do, you get the hint, slash control space again card 1. Okay, you give some alt. Now check, you get the image. Okay, nice. And then you may give an extra class called image fluid. It just fits in the column. Okay, next in the card body I just say p.h3. Okay, I want to have a name of it. It is Paris, so let's say Paris. So I got Paris over there. Okay, and below that I need to have some paragraph, dummy paragraph. So let's say p lorem 20 tab. So you get some dummy 20 words. Okay, super. And below that I need to have a button. So generally how we write a button? Button with the class btn, btn minus danger, and btn minus sm, a small button. Sorry, ssm small button. Okay, danger smaller button, like this. Oh, you didn't add a name for it. Let's say something called book now. Okay, see, you got a button as well. So you got an image, you got a content, and you got a button. See, last time we made the same kind of styles of card using normal css. Okay, so css makes us to write a lot of css code, but now due to bootstrap it is very easy for me to write, and that too it is it's less amount of time uh, and rich look than the css, right? Okay, fine. And I need few more cards, so that is column d4. I just copy the entire column d4. I'll paste it 2 3 4 4 cards. Okay, you can change the images and the text. For example, here let's say card 2, which I have. So I just given the names card 1 card 2, so I just given the same name as it is, card 1 card 2. If you have anything else, you can just do a control space, you get it, you select whatever you want done. And this is card 3, and this is card 4. Okay, let's save it. See, you get the 4 images. Okay, that's fine, but what about this content? It's not Paris. You can change them. For example, it is Bangkok, and this is Indonesia, and this is Singapore or Malaysia. Okay, that's it. See, you got a nice content on Bootstrap. Okay, super. So now you understand how to configure a Bootstrap for your application and how to make use of Bootstrap. Okay, super then. So that's fine. And next example, we'll make a complete website using Bootstrap. Okay, and then we'll see the data binding concepts. So now I have taken a backup of this code. Okay, so I just taken a backup and I kept into the Bootstrap cards folder. So don't worry, I'll give a link in the description below to download the source code. Okay, for every example. Okay, now it's been done. So now I have cleared everything of it. So I cleared the components folder and I cleared it from here, and I clear it from app module as well. Okay, import statement, declaration I removed. Okay, and I have started. It's been like this. Okay, now we need to understand a new concept of Angular. So what is the concept is data binding. Okay, so what is data binding? So data binding is just like your DOM manipulation concept in regular where you use HTML and JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript will have a data, and that data you bind using the document object model. Okay, so document.get element by id, you interact with the HTML, and document.query selector dot text content like inner HTML, you just append your data to the HTML. So that binding you do like between JavaScript and HTML. A same story we have to do here. Okay, but we never use a document object because we are using a framework. So framework does a lot more things for us. Okay, we don't need to do everything from manually. Okay, no document object can be used here. Okay, we just use the Angular features. So that's where data binding concept comes. Okay, so now here, see, in the last example we create a card, right? In here we create a card, and everything was like everything is a hardcore data, like Paris we written, the image we written, everything is hardcore data. Generally you never hardcore data like that. So the data generally come from the typescript file. Okay, so I'll just explain you practically. So but in data binding, first we'll see what is this concepts available. In data binding there are three ways you can bind your data. Okay, so one is interpolation. Interpolation is also called as Angular expression. Okay, so data binding, first data binding concept is interpolation or Angular expression. And what is that is this double curly brace. In Angular you can bind your data like this. I hope you remember in the initial days of our Angular course, we have bind some data, we declare some title is equal to something, and that was binded here, title, right? Same like that. Okay, so this will take any variable or it can take any expression like that. Okay, it is expression. And the second one is property binding. Property binding. So it is like this. Okay. This is to bind your properties of your HTML. Okay. I mean attributes of HTML. And the third one is events binding. Okay. Events binding is like this. Okay, something new notations. This is interpolation or angular expression. This is property binding, and this is for events binding. Okay, let's have a look practically what actually these things means. Okay, so for that I am going to create a component. So in app I create one directory called components. In this I create one component. So right click, open in terminal. So I create nggc card again, enter. So it creates a card component. Okay. Now I just append my card here, app card in my, we always say don't ask. Okay. So I have configured app card with my navbar. So I got here. So one thing I change is it's not the concept of Angular with Bootstrap, it is data binding concept. So let's change it Angular with data binding. Okay, so looks good. It's a data binding concept. Okay, fine. So now I have a card. Okay, let's make a card and then we understand data binding. Okay, how you make a card? Simply same like last example. I have a section with the class margin top 3 and one container, one row, single call md 3 and one card body. I'm using shortcut keys. It's like dot card hyphen body tab. Just press the tab button. Automatically you get division. You want some other class. This is p dot h3 tab paragraph tag. So you given p dot h3. That's why paragraph tag. If you don't give anything, by default div will come. That way shortcut. Fine. I got up to card body. Fine here. Okay. Now first we understand data binding, interpolation or angular expression. Okay, so what does this means is in my card body I will write an expression like this. Expression, I said 10 plus 20. Generally if you write 10 plus 20, what happen? It is a hardcode data. Okay, it's a static data, so you get 10 plus 20 as it is. Okay, but what I do is I will add surrounded with my expression, surround with angular expression. So now what happened? It will become 30. So this is evaluates to it. Okay, so I say something called 100 uh, into 250 something. So to 25,000 has come. So that is expression. Not just to have a expression like this, you can also bind a data. For example, who is the data provider? So HTML is just for design. CSS is for styles. And who is the data provider as of now is component. Generally, in real time, your data provider was service. So from service only you receive the data. You will bind to uh, the local component specific data and then you bind here. So as of now, we don't have a service. Okay, so let's take them hardcode data in my component. So slowly we will go level by level for the components and services, pipes, directives and all. Okay, so first we start with this part. Now I want to have a data. Generally data comes from server, but we don't have server connection. Now I'll say um, some data. You may give public as a class, right? Okay, public. Let's say tour name of type string is equal to, I'll give Paris. Okay, so tour name of type string Paris. Okay, assume this data come from server or service you have. This Paris, this Paris tour name, I want to bind on my card here. How to bind is this variable. If you want to bind between the tags is like this. You can use the expression, just say tour name, the same variable which you have given here, same variable you give here, so that you get Paris. Got it? Okay. So whatever variable you declare here, you automatically bind it here. And one important story is not only just a name like this, you can use some functions on it. For example, it is of what type? It is string. So you can apply some string functions on it. For example, dot to uppercase is a string function, right? So what expression will convert is it will change to say capital Paris. So, or example, you say to lowercase. What happened? Everything convert to lowercase. It was capital Paris, now change to all lowercase. Or else, um, you want to print the length of it. Just say Paris length. Just say length. If I say length, just 5. So Paris having 5 characters that way. So it does not only bind your variable, it also applies the functions on it. Okay. And moreover, not only this thing, you can also make uh, some more thing. For example, I need to have, suppose I want to print date. Okay. So for example, I just don't need to just display like this. I display like p.h3 in that double curly brace tour name. Okay, with a h3 tag. So you got Paris. Okay. Below Paris, I want to display the date, today's date. So can I write a paragraph tag expression new date? So you got a problem. What is this? It says unresolved function or method date. So it says that I don't know what is this date. Because I'll tell you, this date is a part of JavaScript story. Okay, it's a JavaScript library part. But what is this thing? It's a pure HTML. So HTML doesn't know about the JavaScript library here. Sir, then can't we display date over there? You can display date, but not just like a date here. So if you want to display anything of JavaScript specific objects, if you want to use, what you have to do is, oh, I think you can't make empty also. You can make empty curly brace also. Yep. So if you want to have a date, so what you have to do is you can create a method here. For example, public get date. Okay. So returns of type string. Yeah. So get date is a method. So what I do here, so any JavaScript functionality you can use here, any JavaScript library you can use here. So let return new date like this. Okay, fine. So this is a method which returns me the date. Now here no error. But how to call this method? So if we call this method, it returns a string that I bind here. So how to call this? This call the method expression. You can not only variable, you can call the methods as well. Okay, you get, I guess you can only get date. Come on, it's supposed to call, right? Okay, let's see what is the problem. Console error. Actually, as per my knowledge, it's correct only. We can call it, but why it is failing? Wait. So when you see the console log here, return new date. Oh, problem was the problem is there in the component only 18. So what is that? Type date is not assignable to string. Oh, super. Actually, we made return type is string, but its date is not a string. It's a date object. So you can say dot to locale date string. So it's a pure string now. Okay. So you can check the logs in the here. See now there is no error. It was cleared here. Successful. Now check. Yeah, super. You got it. today's date. Okay, that's fine. And then what I do is I want to print the time, current time. So how to print the time? You just say public get time. Okay, so this is also of type string. You say return new date dot to locale time string. Okay, so you just call the time below the here. I write a paragraph expression get time so that you get the current time. Okay, so that's how we can print it. Yeah, so you understand now what is data binding. Okay, and then there is something called extra property binding. See, data binding means you want to bind something between the tag. See, between the paragraph tag, between the paragraph tag, between the paragraph tag. Okay. Now, what is property binding is if you want to bind something dynamic, that is the attribute, the class you want to bind dynamically. Okay. Or for example, you have image tag, image src. Generally, we give an assets slash image slash card1.jpg. So we give like this hardcode data, so we get the image, right? But now I don't want to hardcode like this. I want to substitute some dynamic data. So to substitute any dynamic data for attributes, for this attributes, so you go with the concept called property binding. So how did you do this is simple. So let me take like this. Here I'll take public tour image of type string is equal to, let me grab the address. For example, I go to Google, I in the pixels I'll say Paris. Oh, you get a lot of images. Yeah, this is Paris. Okay, I just need this. So I just right click, copy the image address. So I'll paste it here. Okay, so I got a image address now. Now this image, for example, if I say paragraph expression tour image, what happened? The complete image string will display. Correct? I don't want the string, I want the image. So what you do is I want to write some image tag here. src, I want to bind. You can't write tour image. Okay, nothing happens here. Okay, no image. So what you supposed to do is for src you bind it like this way. So src has been, the src data has been binded dynamically from this variable. So src is an attribute. So src you substitute with, you surround with the square brackets so that your tour image gets substituted for src dynamically. Now you get the image, dynamic image. Okay, that looks good. You may give some alt and all. Fine. So that's called attribute binding or, or property binding. Okay, you can just say attribute binding or property binding is this. So simple. If you want to bind something between the tags, go with these double curly braces. You want to bind something for attributes, you go with this a square brackets with a name. Okay, so that's the concept. uh, Fine. I want something else here. What is that? See the time is fixed, no? It's not changing. Okay, I want to change the time. How to change the time? Let's see. If you want to keep change the time, you will write some set interval for 1 second and keep updating. That way you can try. So what I do is to update this time, let me display this time a slide bigger. For example, I say okay, I'll just make this as some h3. Okay, a big time. So this time to be updated for every second. So for this what I do is First of all, I say public time of type string is equal to new date dot to locale time string. Okay, so time variable is new time string. Okay, so now what I do is in the get time function, it's not get time function. I will delete as of now. It's not get time function. Let's say something called update time. Okay, so here what I do is um, I'll say set interval. This is the JavaScript specific one function, set interval with one function comma for every 1000 milliseconds. Okay, so in that I'm gonna update this time. How you access the time? See, you want to access the time here is time directly, but you want to access the property of a class here. This dot time is equal to new date dot to locale time string, this way. Okay, so it was declared in the variable is some time, and for every second I'm updating with a new time. But when do you call this? You may call this in the constructor. Let's say something called update time, this dot update time. So when constructor get executed, it's a simple TypeScript story. Okay, object oriented programming story. So when the class object is created, by the time constructor is executed, so by that time it happens only once, right? So I'm just calling update time. So once you call update time, it's keep it just hook up with the interval. So it's keep updating your time for every second. Okay. So you had a local variable and you call a function, I mean method. Let's keep updating it. And what is updating time? But I have to showcase the time. What is the value of it? So let's go here. I'll say h3 and let's print the time. So let's check again the problem. Okay, let's check something goes wrong. Maybe wait, this function, right? This function does not return anything. Just make void. Maybe that's the reason. Yes, perfect. It's a void. Okay, because there is a return type, no? Here return string, so string, so no return type is void. Okay, don't forget. Yeah, now check. See, your time is getting updated for every second. Okay, and one last thing, I just want to card some shadow. Okay, so now at this time you have understand the data binding, interpolation, and attributes binding, and also you understand how to display some dynamic data over here. Okay, looks good. So now we miss events binding. So let's talk about the events binding. So first of all, I have actually um, remove the existing content, like I remove the components folder, and I remove that configuration from Navbar, and I removed it from app module. So I just made it back to original setup, and I have started the server. So I got this. Okay, so now the concept will be, let's change this. It is events binding. Okay, so events binding, we will start with a very basic example, and slowly we will go to the different other examples. Okay, so let's start with events binding. So first example goes to be some counter. Okay, I want to make some counter example. Just increment the counter and decrement the counter. So I create a component on directory. In that I create open in terminal. So what I do is here nggc counter. Okay, so it creates a counter component. Enter. Okay, so it's created HTML spec TS and CSS and also made some updation for app module. Now let's connect here app counter. Okay, so we got the counter works. Okay, so let me design this. So I go to HTML, I just make some a simple setup, one section with the class margin top 3, one container, one row, single column, or else you just say call md4 in that card 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 header and the card body. Okay, so let's have in the card header, let's say bg success and text white and some bootstrap configuration. So I'll add some heading, so p.h4, let's say counter. Okay, so our concept is counter, so counter. And below this in the card body I will take a number, so let's say some p.h2, let's say counter number. Okay, let's say count number. Okay, so below that I have two buttons. One is success button, a small button. This is for increment. Increment is one button, and I need one more, that is decrement is a button. So let's say btn minus just say danger, and you can change this color, I guess pg secondary. Okay, fine. So I have a count, increment and decrement. So what my plan is, when I click on this button, I want to increment this number. So I just need to have some number, I want to increment it. So first of all, what is dynamic here? Here it should be a number. When I keep clicking on this button, it should be incremented. So that data should be dynamic. So how data binding concept works is, I'll tell you. Let me get this. For example, I say, so you just need to know the flow, and you can make anything by yourself. So edit, copy. So I'll paste this. Yeah. So first of all, you need to have something dynamic here. So what you have to do is, in your TypeScript file, assume this is your TypeScript file. Okay. So in TypeScript file, you have to create a variable called um, you have to create a variable called count. Okay, not uppercase, so count with a 0. So you just declare a variable called count, and that count to be bind here. Okay, so 0 will be binded here, and if you change this to some number called 1, so this will display as 1. Okay, it's been binded. That is first step. Second step, I want to increment this number, so this been binded from here. So when I click on this button, you need to update this value, so automatically it's been binded here, so it will update. So story is, you have to get the data from TypeScript and display here. For every button click you do, I want to update in the state, so automatically that updates here. So let's see this practically. First of all, I want to bind something in the place of count. I just need some 0. So what I do is, in my TypeScript, let's say public count of type number is equal to 0. So count number 0, and this count I want to bind dynamically here. So and that too, binding you can use events bind. I mean you can use a property binding. You can use interpolation. So I want the text between the tags. So double curly brace count. Okay. So you get 0. So the data which you have declared, it's been bind here. For example, you change this to manually 50. What happened automatically? It updates 50 because this particular variable has been bind over here. That's first step. And the second step, when I click on the button, I want to increment this number. First I keep this back to 0. Yeah. When I click on this button, so click on the button, how can you make that logic is like this using this thing. So generally how you make the function call is, for example, I create a function public increment counter. Okay, so it is just of type void. Okay, and here I write some alert. I am from increment counter. So I have a method increment counter. So I have to call this when I click on the button. So how you bind is simple. Here generally we write on click, right? But here we have a click in the brackets is equal to increment counter. That's all. It's supposed to be here, correct? Yeah, increment button click event. So events binding you write like this. Click is the event and it is binded with this curly brace. Okay, parenthesis, and then you have increment counter function method. So now let's check. When you click on this, it's called this method, and that says an alert. So now check when I click on the button, you got an alert. Okay, but my plan is not just to get an alert. I want to just increment the number. So simply what you do, you can access this variable here. How? This dot count is equal to, I say 5. What happened when I click on the button? It increments the number to 5. Let's check. When I click on the button, it's become 5. When I click again multiple times, it's not incrementing because you made a fixed value 5. No, I want keep incrementing with existing value. How we access existing value? This dot count and then plus 1. That's all. So the current the new value of this count is equal to existing value plus 1. That's all. So now check. So how many times you click on, keep incrementing it and assign to same variable. So now back here, I just increment. See, your number is incrementing. That's all. And you want to decrement. Same story. So let's have another function. Decrement counter is a function. Return type is void. Let's say this dot count is equal to this dot count minus 1. Okay, you just decrement the number and I have to call it. From where you have to call when I click on the second button. So let's say click event. Let's say decrement counter function. Okay, so when I click on this, it's called, and this is simply decrementing the same variable, and the same variable has been bind here. It affects. So now check back here. You refresh to reflect the changes. Increment is working. Decrement is working. Okay, but problem is if you keep decrementing, now it's go to minus values also. I don't want minus value. I just want to, you know, stop at 0. Incrementing okay, but decrementing should stop at 0. You should not go for minus. So you can actually make some condition. If it is greater than 0, then this dot count minus 1, otherwise 0. So if it is more than 0, just decrement it. Otherwise, just make yourself 0. Some condition for you. So now check. You just increment it, incrementing and decrement will stop at 0. I'm trying to click, but it's not. See, it's not decrementing. Perfect. Okay. So this is how you make a events handling in Angular, and going forward we'll see more examples on events handling. So let's start with another example in events binding concept of Angular. So I create one more. Okay, I create one directory. So I clear the things which we made in the last video components. So let's create one component nggc something greet greet message something. Okay, or I'll just say wish message. Okay, so I have one component now, wish message. So let's connect in the app wish message. So we get sorry, so we get here wish message works. Let me design this. HTML, the same kind of card and header and all. So let's have it quickly. Magenta pre one container, one row, call md4, one card, and the card header and the card body. Okay, so let's say bg warning, or let's say bg secondary, text white, b.h4 wish message. Okay, and here I have a message, so p.h4, let's say hello. Okay, along with this I need to have three buttons. So last time two buttons, now three buttons. Button with the class called btn minus success and btn minus sm. Okay, let's say something called good morning. So like we have two other buttons. This is btn warning, and this is btn danger. This is for good afternoon, and this is for good evening. Okay, so here I have three buttons and one text. So hello and good morning. It's not fit here. You do one thing, call md6 you take. Okay, now looks good. Okay, so my plan here is simple. Now hello is there. When I click on good morning, I show up good morning. When I say good afternoon, I show up here good afternoon, and good evening, I show up good evening here. So how you do? Very simple. So very first thing is this supposed to be dynamic. So this supposed to be there in the state. So I declare a variable public some message of type string is equal to hello. Okay, so this message I want to bind in my HTML in the place of static hello message. So message I given the value hello, so it's been bind here hello, and you get a hello only. Okay, if you change something else, you get that. Okay, we confirm it's been binded. Okay, so next step is what? When I click on this button, you have to call a method, and that should change the variable called message. So it affects here. So very simple. So I create so three buttons, so three messages you can create. For example, public something called say good morning. Say good morning is a function which returns void. And how to update? Simple. This dot message is equal to good morning, like this. Okay, I have a function, so that will update the message to static good morning, and I have to call this method from when I click on this button. So let's say click is equal to say good morning. That's all. So it will change the message to good morning. So now check, when I click on the button, it says to good morning. Okay, looks good. And the next thing, when I click on this, I have to change to good afternoon. Okay, and this one I have to change to good evening. So generally what you do is you will create three separate methods, like this, like this, and here good afternoon, good afternoon, good evening, and you just call. That is a regular story, right? Now I tell you, I want to manage all the three things with one function. Okay, so what I do is simply, instead of hard coding good morning here, I slightly change this function. Just say for example, I just call a function update message. Okay, this is one function, and here I have a value msg of type string. Okay, so I have a function update message with a, it will take a message of type string. So whatever message you're going to provide, and that message I'm going to update to this local message. The parameter data I'm assigning to the local variable called message. So now this function is looking for a parameter. So how to call? Simple. So just say here update update message, and it's looking for a parameter message. So what is that you want to update? So let's take single quotes because outside is already double quotes. So let's say good morning. So update message good morning I pass. So now check, it is hello, it's become good morning. Okay, So and same story, you can also write for all, and let's say here good afternoon, and this is good evening. Okay, so we made slight optimization because we don't need to create three different functions. Of course you can create, but here I just want to update a data. So I just pass the different values, and that's get update to the local message, and that's going to be in bind here, so it will change. So now check, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, that's all. So the importance of this example is how to call a function with parameter. So last time we didn't pass a parameter, so now we pass the parameter. Oh, got it? Okay, fine, that's it. So that's it for this example, and let's take, we'll do one more example, that is something called the product item. It means generally you have a cart items where you just increment on the quantity and decrement on the quantity, right? So as of now, we just taken a very simple variable and we just incremented. It was a number and it was a string we change, right? Now it's time to take a full-fledged object and how you update the properties of an object using the event. So let's see that. Okay. So first of all, I create a component. So I right click new components. Okay, so in this I will create open with terminal. So let's say nggc product hyphen item. Okay, so product item is my component name, and once it is created, I'll just append, I just connect it to app component so that I have started a server already. So you check product item works. So what my plan here is not just a variable. I want that variable to be an object. Okay. So generally how you create object is some interfaces. For example, I say interface, interface, capital, product, capital, product. Okay. So this defines my object type. So in this I have a serial number of type string and name of the product string, and image of the product is string, and some quantity is number, and price is number. Okay, so I need to create an object which contains these properties. Okay, so how to initialize that? Simple. Just say public product of type capital product is equal to an object. So in this you must specify the serial number and all. So let's say serial number some AA101, and the name something called MI watch. Okay, and then image. So I'll just get some image from Google, and quantity is two items, and the price, for example, some 1500 rupees. Okay, so now I have a product with this data, and I need to have image. So I just go Google and search for some smart watch. So you get some images. So I just search for one watch, this one. So I'll just copy the image address. So I'll just keep. You may download or keep it like this. This address, image URL, and just keep here. Okay. So now I have a product. So this particular product, what is my plan is, I want to display a nice table format. I have to frame a table and then display the content with the increment and decrement buttons for the quantity. So what I do is I go to HTML. Let's make a proper setup. It looks like a product item cart. Okay. So I say the regular section with a class called margin top 3, one container, spelling wrong, and one row, and then a single column p.h3, and let's say something called product items. Okay, you want, you can just change that text to danger. reddish color. Okay, and then P lorem 30 tab. Okay, product items. Fine. Below this, I need to have a nice table. So you can use the bootstrap table. So I'll just take another section. Let's give the class margin top 3, one container, one row, single column. Let's say a table, and let's give the class call table and table hover and text center and table striped. Okay, so T head table row th star 6 tab. You get some 6th serial number, and then I need a image, and then the name, and quantity. You write like this: price and the quantity and total. Okay, now check how it is. I just need to have a background. So let's say bg secondary and text white. Okay, looks good. And below this I need to have a table data. So that is there in my product dot serial number, product dot name, like that. So what I do is t body table row. We just have only one item, so we can just write as it is. TD first one is serial number. So I use interpolation or Angular expression product dot serial number. So let's check. You got the serial number. Next, image. If I say product dot image, so you get the image whole address, but I want the real image. So simply you do is a property binding for image. So we have seen the right src property binding product dot image, and just say alt empty. So now check, you got the image, but the image was quite bigger. You may write like this: width 50 and the height 50. So you get a small image. Okay, next another td. Let's say product dot what's that, price, oh sorry, name, product dot name, and then product dot price, and then product dot quantity. Okay, like this. So name, price, quantity. What about total? Total means price into quantity. So can we write an expression like this: product dot price into product dot qty. So the quantity into price is total. See, 3000. Fine. So now you made a proper structure. Now my next step is, for quantity I need to have two buttons, two icons. So one is plus symbol, one is minus symbol. So when I click on the plus symbol, just increment the a quantity, and minus symbol to decrement the quantity. So we have configured already the a font or some icons. So for quantity, let's take in the next line. Yeah, here I'll take an I tag with the class fa plus square. See, you get the plus symbol, and this side I copy this, paste it. Let's say fa minus circle or square. Okay, looks good. Now when I click on the plus symbol, just increment the quantity of an object, minus symbol to decrement the quantity of an object. So what you do is, you have to create two functions, two methods. So public increment quantity, return type is just void. Yeah, so what you do, just quantity you increment, but this is the whole object, right? So how you do this: dot product is equal to I'll just take an object. In that, I'll substitute all the properties as it is. For that, I use the spread operator of the ES6 JavaScript. This dot product. So all the properties which are there. So without disturbing the structure of the object, you have to change. So these existing values as it is, comma, the only quantity I update with the this dot product dot quantity plus 1. So the existing product quantity plus 1 for the quantity property of an object. That's it. Okay. So let's call this function when I click on the button. So what do you do on the icon? This icon when I click on. Okay. So for this click event, let's say increment quantity. Okay. So this will update your product, and based on that it updates here. So you wanna see, refresh and check. See, it is incrementing. Got it? Yeah, it is incrementing. Fine. And decrementer, same story. So I need to have another function. So let's say decrement quantity, just take -1. Okay, and let's call it on minus. So click is equal to decrement quantity. That's all. So now check back here. I refresh. See, plus is working, minus is working. Okay, but minus is working, but the problem is, see, 1 0 minus. I should not go less than 1. So minimum 1 product should be there. So it should not go less than 1. Okay, it's not looks good, right? So for that you can just add a condition, for example greater than 0, then this dot product dot quantity -1, otherwise just 1 is a minimum value. Last time we given 0 as a minimum value, so here 1 as a minimum value. So if you give this condition, so automatically what happens, so even you click on the minus multiple times, does not go less than 1. Okay, so this is some real example for your cart incrementation. Okay, simple, very very simple. Okay, so fine. So uh, so please practice on this. We'll see another example, something next level of this. What is my plan is, it is just one object, correct? Yeah, and that too just one row. But I need multiple rows. Generally, cart is a sense you have multiple rows. So for that, when I click on increment, only that particular item to be incremented, even though multiple items are there. Okay, so try that. We'll see that example. So last example, we have understand about the product item and to increment and decrement. So in this video, we'll see a few more products. Okay, so let's have the real cart. Okay, which contains a collection of items. Okay, so what I do is, this is existing setup. I just keep it as it is because I have to reuse the same design. So in components, I want to create another component. So right click, open in terminal. So let's say nggc something called shopping cart. Okay, press enter. Okay, so I got the shopping cart component created. So now what I do is go to app component. First I comment this control shift /. Okay, if you comment nothing gets display. Let's connect app shopping cart. Okay, so I get the save it, you refresh. Yeah, shopping cart works. Okay, and here I just want to make a regular section where you display the content. Let us bring it from product item. Let's copy the first section for introduction. So I'll make here. This only thing is, this is shopping cart. Okay, you get the shopping cart. So below this I need to have a table and all. So before we proceed with the table, let's have multiple items. Okay, so I just need to use the same kind of product object here. So what is that? Interface product. Okay, so here I say I need to have a serial number of type string, and name string, image string, um, price number, and quantity is a number. Okay, so object type is ready. Now what I do is, so public products of type capital product array is equal to my own array. Okay, now earlier it was object, now it's an array of products. So each product should have serial number and the name, like that. So serial number I say AA101, and the name, let's say MI watch, and the image, let's take it empty as of now. Price I say some 1500, and the quantity goes to be uh, 2. Okay, let's grab an image, this one, image address, and paste it here. So we have one item, so let's have multiple items. So what I do, I'll copy this, paste it. So let's say 2, let's say some Apple watch, some 1800 rupees, and quantity 2. And image, I'll bring this image. Okay, so let's have this image. Next, one more item, so let's copy, paste it. So let's say 3, and something called Samsung, or let's say Redmi watch, let's say something called 1400. I need to have an image, copy the image address, and I'll keep it here. Okay, and what else? Let's take one last one. I copy, paste it. Let's say it's extra comma, I say it's 4, and I'll say it is something called Oppo watch, and let's grab one image. Let's have this. Okay, so right click, copy image address, and then I substitute here. Okay, so we got a products, an array of products we have. So all these products you have to display in a tabular format. So previously how you display tabular format, like this. So can I copy this entire section, copy, and then I'll go here below the section, I'll paste it. Okay, only thing is I remove this table row. Okay, fine. Now check, you got the table. Okay, so first of all, here if I write table row and td, okay, let's say like this, td and expression. So you write a products of 0 dot serial number, so you get the first item serial number. So like that you have to write how many items are there, 1 2 3 4. So 4 items you have to write 0 1 2 3, like that. Instead, thanks to Angular, you have something called directive. Okay, anyway, we'll discuss about the directives in a separate class, but yeah, it's time to discuss the directives now itself. What is directive is, just forget about this table. See here, I write a UL, okay, li. In this, I want to display each product name. So when I say expression products of 0 dot name, what happened? The first item name has come, but I want to display all the names. So generally what you do, so of 1, of 2, of 3, right? You get like this. Instead you have a shortcut. What is that is, there is a ng for, generally we write a for loop, right? So we have a ng for directive, ng4 directive. So you just specify here, let an item, let element of array. Okay, the syntax will be like this, star. So whatever the element you want to repeat, so you just use the syntax ng for let element of array, just like your for loop. So I need to repeat my list item for every element of an array. So you specify here star ng for let product of products. Okay, and that product you use here. Just say product dot name, the single product which you loop, write it. So for this line, what happens? See, you get all items. You just write in only one, but still you got all the items. So the syntax goes to be ng for let item of array. Same story, I want to use it for my array. So for table row, I need to be repeated a number of times. So star ng for let product of products. Okay. So if you write ng for, automatically you get the 4. Okay. Okay, 4 items has come. But all are same 111 because I hard code of 0. So don't say just the product which element which you loop dot serial number. See, now you got. And same thing you can quickly do it for all. So I just write image tag, src will be dynamic attribute binding, product dot image, and then alt nothing. Let's say you got multiple products, but all are different heights. You will say width some 50 and the height 50. So you get the 4 different images. Okay, and you want names, td expression, just single product dot name and product dot price, product dot quantity. See, you got all the products, the names and quantity. And then I need a quantity into product dot price. So you get the price as well. Okay, looks good. Now I need to have a plus symbol for quantity, just like previous. So let's have the plus symbol here. I tag with the class fa and fa minus plus square, and one more copy paste it. This is fa minus square. So let's check. Wow, you got a things for everyone. Okay, just because of ng4. Okay, now when I click on a plus symbol, I want to increment the quantity, and that too only this quantity, not the any other. So how to get the quantity of a particular item? Depend on id. So when I click on the plus symbol, you pass the id. So I'll filter all the items with id and I increment the quantity of that particular item based on id. So click on plus symbol. So what I do is I create a function or method increment quantity. This returns void. Yeah. So you must give a product id or serial number of type string because it was declared as a serial number string. Okay. So depend on id, you just loop it and print it. So how we write a logic? So it's an array in that whose id is match that quantity increment and remaining data as it is. So I'll do like this. This dot products is equal to this dot products. I use a map function. In that I have a callback function. So it will give you each product. Okay. So my condition I write if the product dot serial number is equal to the product id which you have provided is match. If it is match, return the product with incremented quantity. Okay, if it is match, that product quantity increment na product dot quantity plus 1. Otherwise return the product as it is. That's all. Okay, so now you have to call this method on increment button. Let's say click is equal to increment quantity, but how you get the product? Let's say product dot serial number. That's your ID. So now check. See, I'm passing. Earlier it was not passed because we have only one object. Now we have multiple, so you must have to pass an ID. So now check, refresh. So see, only that particular item is incrementing. Okay, perfect. Let's make minus. So simple. Copy this, paste it. Let's say decrement quantity, and let's say -1. But one problem is it go for minus values. So condition was like this: product dot quantity -1, otherwise just 1. Okay, condition. So now I have to call this when I click on the button. So here I'll say click decrement quantity of product dot the serial number. That's all. Okay, it affects here. You wanna check? Just see. So plus of the item minus of the single item. So plus minus plus minus plus and minus. Okay. One more thing you can do. I want to display a grand total of all these items. You can display here. So for that, what I do, uh, this is one row, but this is the repetition for all items. But I just want another row. Okay, another row. In this, what my plan is, how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 columns. Okay, so TD, let's say some call span of 4, and then TD, let's say the grand total. Yes, exactly below this grand total. So you give a call span of 4, this guy. Grand total, and this side you need a total. So let's say TD. So here total should be there. But how you get total? Each item only you have. But how you get total? You may create another method for calculation of total. Let's say calculate total. I just say calc grand total. Okay, it returns a number. Yeah, what it does is let total is equal to total of type number is equal to 0, and let's say for let uh, product of this dot products you loop through, and then total plus is equal to the each product dot quantity into the product dot price. That's all, and you just keep on adding up to the total. I use a plus symbol, plus equal to, and return the total. Okay, so fine, simple JavaScript logic. Fine, I have to call this function where I want. You know how to call a function, right? Calculate grand total. That's all. Now check, it'll be like this. Okay, so now when I click on increment, so only that row increments, and also here it increments. Correct? Yeah, perfect. Here also, here also, here also. And one more thing. In Angular, we have something called a pipes. So we'll discuss the pipes concepts in the coming videos. But this time I want to make this price is there, na? So this price is just 1500. I want rupee symbol with .00 number. So for that there is something called currency pipe. So how you use this like this. For price it's just a raw data. So for this I write a pipe. It's like the symbol space currency. So currency pipe. Okay. So this number will be converted like a currency. See, you got a currency 1500.00. Okay. It's came, but I don't need dollar. I want the Indian rupees. So you can specify the rupees as well. The rupee, I mean the country code, so currency code, INR colon a string INR. So now check. See, rupee 1500 looks good, right? And same story. I want to copy, give it for the grand total as well. Okay, and also for total. So wherever the price you want to display, so everywhere. So now check, this is a rupee symbol, and here and here. Okay, looks good. Okay, so fine, this is the perfect example. Okay, so we are done with the events binding, and the next example, let's start with forms binding. So in forms, how you make data binding, and how what is exactly concept of two-way data binding, we'll see. Okay, so that's it. So last example we have seen um, the events handling. Okay, so that is for a shopping cart application. So now we are going to start another concept that's called forms binding. Okay, so form binding is also a part of events handling, but it's a complete different story. So now let's start with forms binding. Okay, so form binding is a sense how you bind your form data to the component specific state. Okay, that's a form binding, and here itself you get the concept called two-way data binding. Okay, so as of now, what we have done in the events handling is you have a UI, and on that you click on a button. So when you click on the button, the data which you are updating from UI to component, right? Just one way we have tried. So now let's say two-way. Two-way is a sense from component to HTML and HTML to component. So I'll tell you a simple example here. So first of all, I will to understand this two-way binding in Angular. So you can actually make this two-way binding in two ways. You can do a manual process or automatic process of two-way binding. Okay, let's see what is the manual, and then we'll see the automatic process. Okay, so first of all, I just take an example. I have one text box. So in text box, whatever I am typing, the same data which I type as it is, I have to display below. Okay, so if I remove one character, it should remove one character. So it is two-way binding example. So generally we can actually do this in regular JavaScript also, but in Angular does in a different way. Okay, so how you make this process? When you change something, you update. Simple story. You have to create a state, one variable, and that variable you have to bind here, and also value property. Okay, so just create a variable called username, and you need to bind here as well as here. It's value property of text box and the curly brace which you want to have here. Okay, after that, so what happened if you bind like this? For example, if I change this name something called Rajan, so automatically it updates here, and its value also it updates. That's the first step. That is one way binding. So from your TypeScript to HTML. I need something else. What is that is when I'm typing in text box. See, along with this, if I'm typing something, I want to update that here. What is this one? It is coming from state. So when you start typing, it's supposed to update automatically in the TS file as well. So it means you're performing an event on the HTML. So for that HTML event, I want to update the data on your state. So how this can happen is generally we will apply the on change event, or we say input event. When the input event occurs, so then you take the value of a text box, and then you're gonna update it back to the state. So automatically the two-way binding will happen. This is actually a manual process. So you can do automate process using, there is a directive in Angular, that is ng model directive. Okay, so before we go with the automate process, let's see with this. And one more important story is whenever forms concept is involved in Angular, so you must need to add a special module that is called a forms module. Okay, you just need to add a forms module because every data binding will happen with this one. So as of now, what we have used is Angular's core module. Okay, so that was for interpolation and other story, but when especially forms involved, you have to add this module, and where you need to add is in the app module. Okay, I show you that first. So because we are jumping into forms concept now. So I guess I already added, but I'll show it now. So this was it is. I'll remove it. Yeah, it will be like this for you. So you just need to add a forms module. So just say import something forms module. This is coming from Angular forms especially. Okay, and this module to be added to the imports array. So this module will be added to the imports array so that you can start using the form concepts in Angular. Okay, so to understand the two-way binding manual process, so I just create a new directory called, I clear the previous examples components, and here I create one component. Let's say open in terminal. Let's say nggc something called um, change a username. Change username. Okay, this input field, and let me connect that here. Change username, and I have to change this as a forms binding because we are discussing a forms binding. Let me start my server. Oh, I already started. So let's check back here. See, forms binding, change username works. So before I start with the like Bootstrap design and all, I'll just make a dummy setup and then I'll convert to Bootstrap. Okay, first you should know the flow, and then we'll make a Bootstrap setup. So first of all, I need to have a same example. Okay, same text box and the data to be bind here. So first, what I do is I create public username of type string is equal to empty string. So I have taken a username with a value string. You should take something in a state and you need to bind here and value property of text box. So what I do is, for example, time being, I give my name because I should know what is being bind. If empty data, you can't see what is bind, right? So I just take my name and I go to HTML. So here I say some input type is equal to text and with the class forms control something, and then below h3 I write username. Okay, so if I bind username in h3, so you got display here, but I want to bind inside text box also because I want to have this connection to input also. So you will write here value. So value is an attribute. So attribute you have to go with what? Attribute binding as a property binding username. So that's the first step. Value, username, and here username. So what happened? Naveen has been displayed in both the places, here and here. Okay, that is one way. Okay, you have a data in the TS file, and that's what being bind to the HTML is one way. TS to HTML is one way. Next, another way. What is another way is when I do some changes on the HTML, I need to update this state. Where is this state? Is the TS. So from TS to HTML is done. And when you do something in HTML also, you have to bind back to TS file. So you are typing something is like an event. That's called input event. So how manually you can perform is you will write input event. Let's call one function update input a function, and you can pass dollar event. That's a event, the current event. You can pass it to the function. So this function you have to create in the TS file. So what I do is update input is a function that will take an event of test type any. Okay, and just returns a void, doesn't return anything. Okay, so what you have to do is when the change occurs, when input event occurs, I'm calling a function. What that function does is this event. So from this event you can catch the value of a text box. Okay, so I want to update my state data. How you update? This dot username dot username is a string only is equal to event dot target dot value. Okay, so this dot username is equal to the event which you have occurred dot target. Target is a sense on which element the input has occurred is input element. So dot value means this input specific value. So what you type that becomes value. So this is the manual process. So you can check now It is by default my name because I have given my name. So when I remove it, see it is removing there. So when I'm typing it, it's working. So this is two-way binding but manual. Okay. But first of all, when I page the loads, by default Naveed is coming. I don't want anything. You can just clear it as empty. Generally, any form field you take, you just take a form field with empty data. Okay. And then when you start typing, you get data. Got it? This way. Okay, fine. So it's done. Okay, so we have done with a manual process. First, I'll convert this like a proper bootstrap setup, and then the next video I'll tell you how to make automate process for this. Uh, I mean this binding. Okay, so you wanna convert this like a proper UI. For example, what I do is let's cut this. You can start with a section class called margin top 3. One content, just look and feel. Okay, one column D4, one card header, and one card body. If you know bootstrap, is very easy process. Yeah, I'll just take a form and this thing and just take this h2 guy outside. Okay, and for header I'll say bg secondary and text white. Let's give some heading for understanding. p.h4, let's say change username. Okay, and it's manual. Okay, so fine, manually. So whatever I'm typing has been displayed. That's fine. So last example we have seen a manual process. So I'll take exactly the same example, but I need automate process. So automate process sense, you don't need to write a value, you don't need to write input, and you don't need to write a function to update. So everything does automatic by a one directive that's called ng model. Okay, let's see how. For example, I will create another component. So without disturbing this, I create new let's say open in terminal. Let's say nggc so just say input hyphen auto. Okay, let's say input auto, or you can just take in a better way, same change username example na? Change username auto, but its name becomes bigger, so quite lengthy. Yeah, that's fine. So we got component. So my plan is instead of this guy I'll comment. So I'll configure what app change username auto. So once you configure, you get this auto works, and here you just need to have a design first, right? So where was the design? I just copy everything from here. I go to change username auto HTML and replace. So one thing we should do is we don't need this. We don't need this. Okay, simple. Now check change username. It's auto. Okay, so we have just taken a design, nothing else. So first thing what you do is, yeah, in automate process, very easy. What you do is you need to go to the TS file. You create a variable. Just say public username of type string is equal to empty string. Just take one variable, okay, username, and this you want to bind two-way. Very easy. What you do here is you have to use this. First, you have to give a name, most important, some name, username. So name should be required when you want to bind two-way, and then you have to write. See, for value you have used this. Uh, see last example when you see value you have used this brackets, and for event you have used this brackets. Okay, so from component to HTML binding is this, and from HTML to component the TS binding is this. So you want to make both together. So what you have to do is something different. Ng model, this one username. So this is both. Okay, username can be bind two way. One is from TS file to HTML, and then this one HTML to TS back. Okay, and we use ng model here. So we just written a one line, and you want to see that value, just make username here. That's all. Simple. No event, no function, nothing. Just create a variable and bind with ng model and display wherever you want. So now check the magic. See, it's been working. So simple, right? Okay, this is called automatic. Okay, fine. So now you understand how to bind automatic thing. But here, one important thing is whenever you need to have a forms module binding, you must first add a forms module to the app module import statement so that it supports a forms binding. And then if you want to make two-way, just create a variable and bind it with ng model and make sure you write a name. Without name, it won't work. Okay, so I show you. If you don't write a name, if you don't write a name, I refresh. See, nothing is working. And also when you go and inspect to the console window, see you get the error. So what is the error? If ng model is used within a form tag, either the name attribute must be set or the form control must be defined as standalone. Okay, it cannot be modified. Okay, so you must set the name attribute. Okay, so what I do is back is name, some unique name, username. It's not exactly same thing. You can give ABCD also, but for convenient, I'll give username. So once it is done, now error is gone. You can check it's working and there is no error. Okay, so that's it. Now it's finished. So now let's see another example. So last example we have seen automatic form binding. Now I have another example called SMS app. So generally you might have seen in olden days we have something called SMS app. So it means you have one text area, so where you'll be typing some text and it just keep counting the number of characters and showing about there, right? So let's make that mimic of that example a UI part in Angular. Okay, so for that I create one more component. So open in terminal. So let's say nggc sms hyphen app. Okay, so I have sms app created. Now I'll just connect with app component. It was already there one. I commented. I'll just add SMS app. So if you connect, so you can see that SMS app works. Okay. So let's have a design and then we'll start with example. Okay. So let's start with a section with the class margin top 3 and one container, one row, single column d6, one card header. Actually, we should take a backup of this structure, right? Because multiple times we are using it. Card body. Okay, so let's say bg secondary text white and let's say p.h4 app. Okay, so I'll take a backup of this because I'll be using the same kind of structure multiple times. I don't want to waste your time, so let me take it here. Okay, so we can use this for another structure. Okay, fine. Now in the card body, actually what has come? Yeah, SMS app has come, and here I'll give some bg light, and here I need one text area. So let's take a form, one text area with some rows, some 4 rows, and the class form control. Okay, and as a placeholder you can check. So placeholder, just say your text here. Okay, your text here. Okay, fine. And below that I'll just take you may take in the card body or card footer you take. Okay, here p.h4, let's say the characters remaining, I use a span tag. Let's give the class called font weight bold. Let's give some 0/200 like this. Okay, so characters remaining 0 to 100. So you can just when you enter one character, I want this to be 1. Okay, uh, let's say one more character, so 2. Like once it is counted for 200, I want to stop it. Okay, so first of all, when you start counting it, I need to bind this data with a state. So how you do? First you go here. First you go to SMS app. I create public. So text what you written. Okay, or I'll just say message of type string is empty. Okay, and this message I want to bind two-way. So what I do here for text area, I'll write a name, must required name. Okay, name message, some name, and ng model is message. So whatever you have taken a variable, and same thing I have bind it over here. So if you bind, you can check it, is it really bind or not. Just use expression message. Okay, this for testing purpose. So let's check. When I'm typing, is updating. Okay, data has been binded. That is first step. Okay, we confirm data binded, so I remove it. Next step. Next step, when I'm typing, I want to update this number. Correct? So this number is a sense. What is this number then? See, if I write one character, it should be 1. If I write two character, it should be 2. Correct? So can we have, this is string, no? Two characters is a sense length. So length of that string you can print here better. So what you do is, in place of 0, I'll make message dot length. So message is a string, I print the length of it. So it's been bind already, so you get the length of it. So now check, when I type one character is 1. So like whatever you're typing is keep incrementing the number because of length. Okay, so but thing is, you can go exceeds 200. So how to stop it? How to stop is, there is a in text area there is something called max length attribute is there. If I say max length 200, if I say max length 200, so it stops. For example, if I say max length 20, so it stops exactly at 20. And if I'm typing also, it's not updating it. It's not allowing it. Okay. So like max length, you can take max length 20 or 200 because we need a 200. You can hard code value like this, or here also you hard coded, here also hard coded. Instead, you can take a variable also. Let's say public max length. Okay, max length, or you can just say max character count of type number is equal to 200. I'll take. Okay, maximum character count is 200. So this one I want to bind dynamically for this attribute. This is what attribute binding. So you do with this braces, and here max character count, and here also you want to replace, okay, this 200 also, but this is not attribute, it's a text. So just use expression max count. Okay, so now it's become dynamic. So what happened, it'll become dynamic. So when you start typing, so it should stop it. It stop at 200. I'm typing, it's not allowing. Got it? That's all. Okay, so simple example. And also for from the backend I change this to 100. What happened? See, everywhere 100, and it also stops at 100 because we dynamically bind that variable over there. Correct? So how much you want you can make. Okay, so let's take back to 200. Okay, fine. So that's all enough for this. I guess you understand slight more about a form binding. Okay, so next video we'll see one more example. We will start with another example, that is show password. Okay, I just tell you what is the example is show password. Okay, generally you have a password box, okay, and you also have some show password link, right? Or some icons also will be there. So when you select the show password, so password will be visible, and when I deselect, so it will be convert to password, right? So let's make that example now with Angular. Okay, so first let me comment this SMS app, so it's removed. So go to components, open terminal, let's say nggc show password. We got the component and configure here show password. So you get the show password works. So let's have a design. So last example we have taken a design, right? For example this one. Okay, let's copy the same design for the card and everything. So I just change this to show password. Okay, so I got like this. Okay, and I just need not this much. Let's say column D4. Okay, fine. So here I need to have a form. So let's take a form. In this, let's take input type is equal to text, not text, it's a password box, password, and class form control. Okay, you got a form control. You want to have a placeholder, you can write a placeholder also password. Okay, you got it. And below that I create one checkbox. Okay, you can make icon also, but we are not discuss how conditionally you display the icon, so better you take a checkbox. So input type is equal to checkbox, and class is for checkbox is different class. Input check, sorry, form check input, and let's say show password. Okay, so now we got a password box, and also we have show password. So my plan is when I check the checkbox, display the password. When I uncheck, I don't want to show the password. Okay, this thing. So how to do? First of all, tell me how can you show the password? There is no secret to show the password. The thing is depend on our input type. Okay, we can't convert password box to text box. Only thing we do is type we change. Okay, for example, see here type I given password. So what happen is become password box. When I say password to text I change manually, so it's become text box. So it means if it is password it's hidden, if it is text it is shown. So I have to change this particular type value automatically or dynamically depend on the check. Correct? Okay. But how to bind this data? If it is static text, it will be always static text only. But how to bind this dynamic? So you know the property binding, right? So let's create a variable here. Public input type of type string is equal to password I have taken. Okay. So input type password I have taken, and this input type I wanna bind here. So how you bind? You take the brackets, and then here it will be input type. So what happened? Input type is password, so dynamically it binds password value here. So now the total input will become a password box. Okay, and if it is binded, I can change this to text. What happened automatically? It change to text box. If I change this to date, it will become a date selection. If I change this to range, it will become a range selection. Understood? Okay, so we just need a password by default. Okay, so this input field I want to change, not manually like this. I want to update automatically when you check, depend on this guy. And moreover, when you check the checkbox, when I deselect the checkbox, it is actually a change event on the checkbox, change event. So what I do is on the checkbox change event, let's say update input a function. So it will take a dollar event. Okay, the current event of it. So let's copy. Not update input. You can create any proper name. Just say show password. You take. Okay, looks good. Show password function, and I create. You can create anywhere. So for our understanding, I just create here public. This one. Yeah. So this is taking an event of type any, and this returns nothing is void. Okay. So what is my plan is when you check display, uncheck don't display. So it means when you check, make it password, uncheck, make it text. So how you know that is checked? Simple. You write if condition even dot target dot checked. There is something called checked property. So let's take an alert. You verify. It say checked. Okay. So when you check, you get the alert checked. Now see when I select check, see I got checked. Okay, nice. But if I deselect, nothing comes because nothing is there for deselect. Okay, super. So now if it is checked, I want to update this guy to text. How you do this dot input type is equal to the say text. Correct? Okay, and one more thing. If I deselect, that is else if it is not checked, make this dot input type is equal to back to password. Okay, if it is checked, convert to text. If not checked, convert to password type. So if this is the case, now back here, I type something. When I select, display something. When I deselect, it's gone. Got it? That way. For example, you type some password, some like this. Select, display, otherwise gone. Okay, looks good. You can even simplify this statement. If this, else this, or you can use the ternary operator like even dot target dot checked. Then if that is the case, you can use the statement, otherwise another statement that is password. Okay, and you don't need this much story, just one line is enough. Okay, if it is checked, update to text, otherwise password. Now test, you refresh and something. Okay, perfect. This how you can make things in Angular. So last example we have seen the show password example, and so now we'll see another example again from binding. I have an idea which is mostly in EMI calculator you can see some range selection, right? When you drag it and it updates the value. For example, something like HDFC EMI calculator. So when you go for the EMI calculator, so generally you have I think it's not showing. Maybe the personal loan calculator. Somewhere I saw that. So we'll make it. I think it's a bit slow. Come on. Come on. It's very slow. Uh, I'll tell you what happens is when you have a you have a range selection. When you drag it, it updates the value. Okay. So first I just make, yeah, this one exactly. So you have amount need some number. So when you drag it, see it updating the number exactly, right? So same thing we're gonna make it, and for years interest rate like that. Just one we can make, and you can make it for all the same story. Okay, this will do now. Okay, so for this I create a new component. So open in terminal. Let's say nggc amount
hyphen range. So you get the range selector. I go to app, I comment this example, let's say amount range. So you get the we don't need this, we don't need this. Oh, oh, that is required, dude. That is the first step. 4200. Yeah, amount range works. So let's have a design and then we'll talk about it. Simple. You just need to take the same design which we have made for SMS app and call MD 4, I guess, and just say amount range. So you get like this. And here in the card body, I'll just take a form. I'll just take a label. Let's say amount, and then let's take an input. Input type is equal to range and a class, something called custom range. No, I think from Bootstrap 5 they have changed the class, it seems. One second, if you have some doubt you can actually, oh, you got it, no? Oh, that's fine, I guess. Okay, I can anything called form check kind of, form range kind of. Yo, you have form range as a class. Okay, okay. So that, yes, you got a form range as a class. Okay, so it was custom range in Bootstrap 4. Bootstrap 5 they changed to form range. Okay, so now when I change it, I want to update. So what you do is you can take some minimum value. So minimum 5000 and maximum I'll take some 5 lakhs. Okay, and you want to bind this data here. You just take a variable. So here let's say public amount of type number is equal to empty. Oh, if it's a number you can't take it empty, right? Can you take a string then? Okay, string empty. Okay, and let's bind it to here. So how to bind? Simply name you have to write, that is amount, and ng model is amount. Okay, and you want to see that amount below the form somewhere. I write p tag. Let's say the amount. That's all simple. It's very simple, right? Okay. So you drag it. See, it's 5,000, 5 lakhs. So anything which between you can drag it. And moreover, if you want to use any pipes concepts here for this, I think we have used in the last session somewhere currency. So it'll become in a currency. So $5,000, $5 lakh, like anything you can range the selection. Okay, or else you want Indian rupees, just say INR, this one. So currency code you specify, so automatically it will become here. Okay, but it was just starting in the center. I want to keep it somewhere here. So you may take the default value 5000 I'll take. So what happens? Still here only. Okay, so we can't change it seems. Yeah, so we don't need this. So anyway it works. So keep it here 5000 and keep it somewhere here 5 lakhs in between thing. Okay, so that's fine. So last example we have seen the amount range. So in this example let's take another example, that is a theme selection. For example, I think you might have seen for some website you have a theme change, that like you have a switch. Okay, if you select the dark theme, you get the whole page to be dark, and when you deselect, when you switch off, so it'll become white color theme. Okay, so let's see how to change the theme. Okay, so as of now we just change the theme for one card. We just take one card and that card's theme will change with the input select. Okay, so how you do is, let's create a component now. Let's say open in terminal nggc theme. Okay, so go here and just connect theme, app theme. You get app theme works. So let's have a UI design for this.
How to do this is, I have it, I think somewhere. Yeah, this one. Let's paste it. Let's say column D4. Okay. Some design is not SMS app. It's actually a theme selector. Okay, like this. Fine. And here I just need to have a theme selector, or in text box also you make. Can we say BG light? This I have to, and text by default dark. Okay, so I just need to have a switch, and then I want to update the card. So in the card you can take something, for example, BG white, by default white only, no? So let's say one image src asset slash image slash card1.jpg, and just give some alt nothing. You get the image and slide bigger. You give a class called sorry, you give the class called image fluid. Okay, so it fits in that. And let's say below that I'll take a paragraph p.h3, let's say Paris, and then I have a paragraph, just say lorem 30 tab. Okay, like this, some content. Okay, so now what my plan is, let's take one more card, let's add some shadow. Okay, looks good. So here you guys give some margin top to, it was okay. So in theme selection I need to have a switch. So what I do is, let's take an input type is equal to, if you're not sure about the switch how to write in Bootstrap, so I have a Bootstrap official website. Go to docs, you can search for switch, so you get the switches. Yeah, here is the switches. I need this for switch, so let's copy and I'll update here. Okay, let's check. Yeah, you get the selector. Okay, so what I do is, let's say something called uh, dark theme. Okay, when you select the card body should become dark. Okay, when I don't select, it become by default white. Okay, but before you perform it, what to do is, you need to bind this, right? This variable you have to bind. So it is just switch on off. It's like true or false. It's a boolean. What I do is public theme. Okay, let's say like this, dark theme of type boolean is equal to false. I have taken false by default. It is deselected first of all. So I want to bind it to my uh, checkbox. This here is the checkbox. So let's say the name dark theme and ng model two-way dark theme. Okay, and you want to see that it's been binded, you can print it, for example dark theme. Okay, so you see it's false. When I check, it's on off. Okay, so fine, it is true false is working. But depend on this true condition, I have to update this color. Generally, how to update the color of a card body? You have classes like this, bg dark, so everything become dark. Okay, or if you say bg white, by default is white only, you want to make it dark. But my plan is not just add bg dark as it is. Okay, I want to have this dark can be added dynamically, depend on this condition. This class to be added here dynamically based on the condition. So how you do is, you go with property binding. So I want card body as it is. Card body should be there and only depend on this extra color. So you write like this, a property binding class dot bg dark is equal to dark theme. Okay, something new for you is class dot bg dark. So it means for this classes, the bgdar can be added dynamically if this condition is success. If this is true. So let's check. If it is true, add it, back, remove. Okay, perfect. But what about the content is gone, right? So I want content to be text white. So I just add one more class like the same, like this. You can add a number of class dot text white for dark theme. So background dark and text white for dark theme condition. So now check if you switch this dark and white. Now it looks good. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, and you want to add the same story for your card header as well. This part also you can do it. You can just simply copy this entire story and you go with card header. There is something called bg light. You can actually remove it. Just add it. So now what happens is like this. It's become completely dark. Now white. Okay. Now this looks good. Okay, and I don't need to display this true false. Actually not looks good. This is we already tested is binding, so we can remove it. Now we can see the final example. You on, you get it black, you switch on like this. Okay, so this is another example of forms binding in Angular. Okay, super. So you are doing great with Angular examples. So last example we have seen about a theme selector. So in this video we're going to understand a registration form. Okay, so as of now we just taken just um, all independent and all different input element, but we have to first understand how to bind the complete form. Okay, and how we submit the form data. We'll see. Okay, so let's start with a registration form here. So first of all, I will uh, comment this theme selector. So you get it's empty. Okay, so I create one component. So go to components folder, open in terminal. So let's say nggc, let's say user hyphen register. Okay, the user registration form, and let me connect here user register. Okay, so once you connect in the app, you can see that here. Okay, first let me design this and then we'll understand the binding concept. Okay, so first of all, the regular section and all, I think I have the code of it, or else we'll start from scratch. Margin top 3 and one container, one row, and call md4 and one card body, and let's also take the card header. Okay, and let's say bg warning and text white p.h4 register. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And below that, I think text dark is also looks good. Okay, so let's take a bg light color, and here you just take a registration form. So let's take a form. I write margin bottom to one input field. So first let's take an input field of type text, and the class is regular form control, and so placeholder it's name. So name of the person who is trying to register. Okay, along with that, let's take name, email, password, and some select box and some text area and some checkbox and then one button. Okay, so let's say email, and this is email, and password, and this is password. Okay, and then I need to have a select box here. So let's take a select box. In this, let's take class form control, and let's take an option. Let's say select designation. Okay, and let's take few more options. Let's take this is software engineer, and value and as well as the display thing will be software engineer. Okay, so like multiple things we just take, and one is senior software engineer and display senior software engineer, and this is tech lead, and here tech lead, and let's take project manager. Okay, so these options is fine. Okay, and then we don't need this input then. Okay, let's check how it is. Name, email, password, and designation, and I need a text area. So let's take a text area with some rows, 4 rows. Class and all same. Let's copy this. Keep here. And the placeholder, you just say something called biography. Okay, so tell about yourself, biography. And the last one, I need to have a checkbox. So input type equal checkbox, and the class is form check input, no placeholder. So let's say something called accept terms. Okay, looks good. And lastly, I need to have a submit button. This is submit, and the class is btn minus warning, and btn minus sm, a small button. Let's take a value to be register. Okay, so we have design. I can take this as column d3, little narrow. Okay, so we have taken a registration form with all the things here. So now what I have to do is I have to bind each and every field with um, Typescript, the two-way binding, and then once you click on register, a form submit, the data has to send to server. So as of now, we have not understand how to connect with server. So at this time, we just make a console log to understand what is that data is got is trying to send to server. Okay, so what I do is first of all, I can take, see, you have multiple options. You may take in each individual fields, for example username one field, email one field, password one field, so all separate fields you take. But what I recommend is so all belongs to one user's data, correct? So why can't you take a user object and to represent all the values? So I do like this. I say interface user. Okay, so in this I represent all the types. So name string, email string, password string, designation is come on string, and biography is string. What else? Accept terms. So let's say terms, let's take boolean, it can be just true or false values. Okay, so I have taken all these types, so let me declare a variable. So let's say public user of type capital user is equal to an empty object where name is empty, and email, let's take it empty, and password is empty. Let's take the biography, no, first designation. Order doesn't matter, but I just want to make the same order, and terms will be false. Okay, so you have taken a data, and let's bind each and every field with the individual property. So how you bind? Before I bind, I just want to see uh, the state here. I just want to see the state data here. So you can actually print like this. For example, somewhere here you write a pre-tag expression, just say user. So you get object. Oh, user data is an object. Okay, but if it is an object you can't really see its data. For time being, you can use one pipe, that is pipe symbol JSON. So remember always, whenever you want to visualize the any object data, because then generally from server you receive a raw data, JSON data. Okay, so that data if you want to visualize on the screen before you render, so you can use this JSON filter. Okay, so that you can see that in a proper structured manner. Okay, and that too, but because of pre-tag, instead of pre-tag you give some regular tag called p, so it just give in this way. Both are possible, but if you have some huge data, then with this you can't really understand, so better you take a pre-tag, so it will properly format your nested objects also, so it is very easy to understand what's that field. Okay, fine, so we have data, so once you bind it I'll remove it. So when I'm typing, it should update in the name. So for this, I use the ng model. So first of all, I say name. So name must be required for ng model. So name is name only. Ng model user dot name, because it's an object. So user object dot name property. So now see, name is getting updated in the state. Okay. So let's make a same story for all. This is email and name also email. And for password, this is password and this is also password. And here this is designation, and here also designation. And for text area, this is bio, and here bio. And then for checkbox, let's say some terms, and here also terms. Okay, so now let's check. It's like name is binding, email is binding, password is binding, um, software engineer, senior software engineer, so whatever you select is getting updated, and this is working. So true false is also working. Super. So now you have bind the data. So once you confirm that you have bind data, and then you can comment this. Okay, so it just for debug purpose. Yeah, so once it is done, you need to submit the form. So to submit the form, what I do is, first form I'll say submit event. Okay, submit event, let's say submit register is a function. Okay, submit register is a function. Copy. So I go here, I will create uh, you write like this, public submit register is a function or method, its return type is void. Yeah, so what it does is simply I'll make console dot log of so what is that data you want to send to server, the local data which is binded already, this dot user, so this user data I'm going to send to server. Okay, so let's verify. So inspect console, so I'll type something, my name and Naveen at gmail.com, and the password something like password some characters, tech lead, I am a developer, accept terms and register. So you never see a page refresh even though you submit the form data, but still you can see the entire form data here. Okay, so that's it. So this is how you bind any form in Angular mostly. And there is another way, instead of ng model, you can also use uh, the form component names, form control names, that is using reactive form. So we'll see that in the form validation concepts. Okay, so as of now, this is most popular for two-way data binding. So last example we have seen about a registration form, and so that's end of forms module. Okay, and we'll see the form validations and all in the coming classes, and we get a few more forms concepts in coming classes. Now I have cleared those components from my source code and I have taken a backup. and I cleared everything. Like I removed from the components folder, and I removed from the app component. I cleared them from the import statements and declarations from app module. So now my source code is back to original. Okay, so without any component now. So I have started the server and I can see this. Okay, so now here we are, you know, jumping into another concept that's called uh, structural directives. Okay, so what is the meaning of structural directives is? So as of now we have see, so earlier we understand about one directive, that is ng model, right? Ng model. So ng model is for a two-way data binding. Along with that, we have few other directives like ngIf directive. So ngIf is for conditionally rendering. Okay, generally you have some data on the UI and you want to render some different data based on certain conditions. Okay, so as of now we just display data as it is. Okay, so but I want to display that data conditionally on the page. So how conditionally you display data is ngIf. And we also have it just like your if condition in the regular JavaScript language. And we also have ng switch. So ng switch is like your switch case. So you have multiple cases, and when the case match, and only that particular the UI snippet is going to display. Okay, and we also have ng for we have seen this already, ng for in um, the product item, as well as I think in the shopping cart example of events binding we have seen that. Okay, so ng4, so these are like structural directives concept of Angular. So how conditionally you display the content and how to loop through the certain items and display the data. Okay, so we will just understand these things with few examples, so you get a more clarity on how to use these structural directives with Angular components. Okay, so first we'll start with ngIf. So here I create first of all new directory called components. In this, let me create a component. So open with terminal nggc, let's say something called card card authentication card, or just say um, authentication user. You take authentication user, not complete authentication functionality, just a mimic. Okay, so component created, let's add here, but before that let's say structural directives. So let's add authentication user. So what happened, you get that content here. Okay, um, so let's take I go to HTML. I'll take a regular setup, let's say a section with some margin top 3 and one container, one row, single column. Let's take a card and card body. Okay, no card header, just body. Okay, fine, and just take call md8. Okay, a small card. Okay, just take some shadow. Yeah, you got a simple card. Here, to understand the story, I'll tell you. For example, you have some h1 tag, welcome, let's say welcome user. Okay, it will display as it is. And I have another h1, let's say welcome Naveen, something like this. So both has been displayed. So whatever you write as it is, you will get it. Okay, I want to display either this or this depending on condition. So what you have to do is you will write like this: ng if true. So if true, it will display by default true only. So if I say false, what happen? This guy will not display. Only welcome Naveen has been displayed. For example, if you want to display that conditionally, you say like it's true. ngf true, it's false. So false will not display, only true will display. So if I make this true and I make this false, so that will display and this will hidden. So like that. So how conditionally you will, and you don't need to hard code like this. Depend on a variable, you have to display them. So I have an example. What my plan is, just take some mimic of login functionality. Okay. So public is logged in of type boolean is equal to false. So I'm just taking logged in false. So you have not logged in. So if you log in, I'll display one content. If not log in, I'll display some content. So how? So what I do is, first of all, I'll say some h2 tag. So star ngf is logged in. If login, let's say welcome Naveen. Okay, if login, welcome Naveen. And if it is not logged in, you get the not symbol. If not login, just say thank you. Okay, fine. So now check, it is not logged in. So you will get not logged in. You just get only thank you. Okay, when I change this to login becomes true, then you get welcome Naveen that way. But I don't want to change this manually. For better user experience, I'll take two buttons here. Okay, so for example, I'll take a button with the class btn minus success and btn minus sm. Let's say login is one button, and I have another button called log out. Okay, let's take btn warning. Yeah, so you have two buttons, login and logout. Okay, so now what is my plan is, when I click on login, I want to make that variable to true, and once I click on logout, I want to make it false. So for this, let's create two methods. So public login void. So what it does is, this dot is logged in is equal to true. It just makes the value to true, and another function or method, let's say logout. So it makes the value to false. Okay, so login true and login false. Now I have to call these two functions from the button. So here what I do is, let's say click events login for login, and for click events it's logout. Okay, so now check, I refresh, I click on login, you get welcome user. I click on logout, you get thank you. So depend on a condition, it is able to display the content. Okay, so working as expected, but one thing is, generally any website you never see a login logout both the links together. Okay, either you log in, either you log out. Okay, so I want to apply the condition not just for the text, I want to apply condition for the buttons as well. If already log in, then why display login button? If already you log out, then don't display logout button, just log in that way. So what I do is, I'll make a condition star ngf. If it is not logged in, then you display login button to login. Okay, and if it is logged in, then display only logout link. So you can do conditionally for the buttons as well. So now check, see, it's not been logged in, so you get just thank you logout. So once I click on login, you get welcome Naveen, and you have seen the button called logout. If you log out, thank you, or login like this. Okay, so this is how you render conditionally on the UI. You have few more examples, but this is the clear idea for you to understand how conditionally render your content. Okay, so that's it, enough for this video, and next video we'll see a few other examples. The looping concept like ng4. Okay, so we already discussed the looping concept of for shopping cart. So same data I'll take, and which I will convert to a cards format. Okay, so for example, so what is the example which we already discussed is, yeah. See in our, I think not here. Okay, core module. We have yeah, this one, shopping cart. So shopping cart example, what we discuss is we display the data in a tabular format. So here I tell you how to display the data in a cards format. Okay, so let me open that. Yeah, so you had a data, and this data I will take it again. So let's create a component now. So right click, open terminal. I already opened that in terminal. Yeah, here nggc shopping cart. Okay, enter. So it's been created. Now back here I'll comment out this and I'll add shopping cart so that you get shopping cart. Okay, so for this I'll add some UI. Let's take a section, class margin top 3, one container, on row, column p.h3, let's say shopping cart. You wish you can say text danger, and then p lorem 30 tab, just for visibility. Yeah, below this I want to display the 4 cards. So generally how you do is let's just take another section. Okay, with the class margin top 3, and in that I'll just take one container, one row, single column, not the column tag, column. I just take call md 3. Okay, so 4 cards, so 4 into 3 is 12 each row. In that one card and one card body. Okay, so what my plan is, I'll just take a data. For data, you had taken an interface, right? So what was the interface we have taken is product. Copy, keep this product interface. We have a data, serial number, name, image, price, and all. Okay, and then I have a data. So as of now we have a local data. Later we understand how to get this data from server. So I'll just have my own data. Okay, now I have the products. Data has resides here, and this data, this array of products, I have to loop through and display. So generally if you want to write the names, so what you do, you will have to write like expression products of 0 dot name. So you get just one product name, but I have to loop through. So looping syntax like this, so I have to loop which one? I have to loop the column multiple times. So you write here star ng for let product of products. It's like a for of loop, looping through each product, and the name for each element which was looping here is, every iteration is product, and you can use that. So for example I use product dot name. So what happened, so 4 cards has come because it's 4 items are there, so column d3 has repeated 4 times, and that's why you got a 4 this thing. So first of all I need here in the card header, I just take an image, this to be dynamic binding for src. Let's take property binding product dot image, so you get the images. Okay, and can we have like this one card header you take, in that you paste, and it's all are different sizes. I'll tell you how to fix it. Let's say the class form, not form, image fluid, it fits in the card properly. Okay, that's fine. And what about here, I can take a ul li. Let's take a class list group, and here let's group item. I'll take the name of the product name. So what's the name? Product dot name. See, you get the name over here, and select that. I'll copy and name price. Let's say the price. For price, you want to display in a currency format. So you go with what? Pipe currency, and that too with INR. Okay, Indian currency you get. Okay, right. And below that, if you want to display the quantity, so all are just two quantity, just say QTY, the quantity. Okay, that's good. So this is how you can loop through the content. And finally, I just want to have some shadow. Okay, looks good. So now earlier we have displayed the content in a table format, and now we have displayed the data in a cards format. So this is how you will loop using ng-for. See, you written the what only one column and it's been looped n number of. If you have 100 products are there, and all 100 products will be looped and displayed in a cards format. Okay, so this is all about a for loop ng-for directive of Angular. And a new concept, that is a nested component. Okay, nested components. So what is nested component? Is a component inside another component. So as of now we have taken all independent components, right? So there is no connection between each component. Okay, so I want to have a nested component. So for example, last class we have discussed the shopping cart example, right? So shopping cart, one component you have created. Okay, so in the shopping cart I have taken 4 products. So here is 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so this complete thing is one component and you render everything in one component. But I want to take a little optimize this example. So how to optimize this? You can take this outer one as one component, that is shopping cart. Okay, and I want this one. I want the each cart to be one component. For example, when you see our shopping cart HTML, see here, this is heading for here, and then this each card is there, no? So each card code is this much. So what my plan is, instead of writing this code here, if you write a code like card and everything, and this code only works, this cannot be reusable, because which only which is written in a uh, shopping cart, but I have to use the same snippet in multiple other places if I required the same kind of card to be displayed in the components. So what my plan is, I have to take this particular card to one component and I have to pass on the data. So what my plan is, the each card I want to take the product one component, so all are just product component only. So if that is the case, how can you display? First of all, how you configure is, in shopping cart you can connect the product, but one problem what you face is, in shopping cart actually we have a data, right? The data was there in a shopping cart component, correct? But how can you pass this data to its child? How can you pass this particular data to its child? Is there is an annotation we use it, that is something called at input annotation. At input, so you declare at input in the product with a variable, and that variable receives data from the shopping cart to here. Okay, and as a parameter, and that you can read it and display. Okay, so let's see that example practically. So what my plan is, I will create another component. Let's right click, open in terminal. So let's say nggc uh, product. Okay, I have a product. Now in this product ts file, so I will be receiving So this indicates the each single product. Okay, and that product interface I want. Let me copy that interface. Go to product component. I'll have it here. Okay, now here I'll say at input. At input you declare a space product of type product, or it can be undefined if you don't pass. And let me import this is from Angular's core module. Okay, so why I have declared this input product is this particular product object can be received from the parent. Okay, so that's why. Okay, and for time being in HTML what I do is I write a pre-tag expression the product of type JSON. So it won't display because I have not configured anywhere. Okay, so now let's configure my app product in the place of this entire card. So for example, I cut this entire card. I'll say the app product. Okay, I'll save it. If I say app product, nothing has been displayed because nothing has provided. Okay, so if you declare a product as a input, and how can this will get data as here you say product, your attribute which you have declared there is equal to my product. The product which I am looped through, that is this one, and the product which is able to receive in the app component is this one. So you will transfer this data to its child component here. So now check, see, 1 2 3 4, you receive the data, correct? And why does this 4 cards come? Simple, you're looping it, right? So that's why the same component has repeated, and everywhere is having its own data. That's fine. And I don't need just a raw data everywhere. I want a proper structure. So what you do is once you receive the product in app product, this is filled. So what I do is in the HTML I replace this with our existing card code. This was there in shopping cart, right? Too many lines. So I just replace with my own component nested. Okay. So in that I kept it. So now what happens? It says failed to compile. I tell you the problem because you declared it as product or undefined. So if it is like undefined, you can't read the data from there. You may write a condition star ngf product. If the product object is received, then you can loop it and display. So we know how conditionally you render, right? Like that. So now check. See, you got data. So simple, right? So now check. And now this shopping cart is pretty clear. And I have replaced that entire card code with my own component and how to transfer data from parent. This is the parent. From there, I'm transferring to the child. And how you transfer is you need to declare a property and what type of data you are going to receive. You declare it as an int input, and so that it will pass through the parameter. So this left hand side value is the property which you declared as input in the child, and the right hand side will be the data which you're transferring to the child, the loop, every element which you are looping, and that's transferring here. Okay, and once you receive that product, and you can display however you want. Okay, so this is all about nested components.
So last example we have understand about nested components with interaction. So now we are going to discuss another concepts of Angular that is called Angular pipes. Okay, so first of all, what is pipe? So pipe is to transform, is to format your raw data. Generally from server, you will be receiving raw data. Okay, it can be just number, it can be just string, and it can be a JSON object like that. So that data, according to your convenient, you can transform it. For example, you got a string from server, you will convert to uppercase or lowercase. Okay, or you may convert to number also.
okay, and some object is there. So object you can convert into JSON format, or you have a date and you're gonna convert your own date format, okay, and you get some number, and that number I am gonna convert to currency. Like the pipes user here is to convert the raw data into a proper formatted data as per the user's choice. Okay, so let's have an example so you get the more idea on Angular pipes. Okay, so here I create a component. So new directory components. In this, I create one component that's called nggc uh, pipes. Okay, and then let's connect here pipes. It's app pipes, and I'm gonna change this Angular with uh, pipes. Okay, so once you connect here, so you can see the default message for pipes. Okay, now what my plan is, let's take a data and then I'll convert into my own format. Okay, so data is a sense you have to define the type first. So let's take an interface, employee. Employee contains, let's take a serial number of type string, name of type string, age of type number, and designation of type string, and what else? DOJ, date of joining is a date. Okay, and then what do you have? Salary is a number. Okay, so you have a this data. Generally, this the data come from server, but we have not connected to server as of now. So let's take a local data. The local state. So public employee of type employee is equal to an object. So let's assign values for this type. So let's take a serial number, something AA101, and name it's like John, and then age age 35, and designation something tech lead. Next date of joining. Let's take today's date now. I just say new date. Okay, date objects, and then salary. Let's take some 45,000, a number. Okay, so now I have an object, and this object you can display as it is, or you can transform using the Angular pipes. So here, can we have a design? So let's take a section. We just take a card and then we'll print all the things. One container, one row, single call MD of 4, one card. You may write some shadow, and then uh, card body. In that, I just take a UL and LI. So this display in each list items. So UL with the class list group, and this is with the class list group item. Okay, fine. So first of all, I want to print the serial number or ID. Okay, so ID how you print, like employee dot the serial number. So if you print serial number, so it's come as it is, the lowercase serial number AA101, but I want to transform it to uppercase. So you have to use a pipe. So this is raw data which you receive from server, but to display in a different way you have to use the pipes. So pipes will be like this. You have to use this symbol for pipe, and you can do control space. You get a lot of pipes out there. Okay, and let's say here I want uppercase, so just say uppercase pipe. Okay, so this is predefined in Angular. So uppercase. So what happened? This will be converted to uppercase. So this is one pipe. Okay, so let's take another one. here I want to print a name. Okay, so let's take the name. So name, if you don't write anything, it was like this, just John, correct? Let me copy once. Yeah, so John, lowercase. You may write uppercase, it'll become uppercase, or you say lowercase. Of course, it's already lowercase. There is something called title case. So only first name, first character is capital and remaining all lowercase. So this is perfectly set, right? For example, see, if you have a name, it's like everything lowercase. I want only just J caps. So you use title case. So automatically it's John. Okay, this is one format. Next, name and we have what? Age. Okay, let's take the age. So if I say age, what happened? 35 has come. Generally, this number you can also convert into some perfect format also, like 2 digits dot 3 digits. Like you can convert them using a number filter. For example, I write here number is a filter. Of course, if I say number, just I mean no change as it is. For this number, you can specify the digits information. It means 2.3 means before dot we need 2 digits, and after dot we need 3 digits. So you get, see, 2 digits dot 3 digits. Okay. If I say 2.2, so 35 dot dot has come. For example, if I say 3 here, so what happened? But my number is just 2 digits. So for 3 means it adds a 0 in front of it. This way. So you can format however you want. Okay, and if it is more than this bigger number after points, like 3 digits, it will be round off to 2 digits that way. But I this not looks good for age, so I just say 2 and it's 1. Okay, 35.0. And if you want something like years, see, in my data we just have a number 35, but I want to display 35 years. So for that, actually we don't have anything called filter. You just write like this, years, static, that way. Okay, and then let's take another one, that is designation. So let's say designation. Let's say designation. So designation is like this, is proper, right? Or if you want to convert to uppercase, so let's say uppercase again, you get uppercase that way. Okay, and it's already title case, you can keep it. Okay, if it is lowercase also, you can convert to type title case like John. Okay, another one, you have a date of joining. Yeah, so for date of joining, I say date of joining doj. So by default has what has come, doj. See, is by default has come a quite bigger number, right? Today and date and everything has come. So instead of this, I want to print a proper date. So you will use a pipe, date pipe. So for that, see, it's convert to a date. Okay, fine. And if you want to have any other format, you may write like this. For example, there are something like a short date. So the short date with the time and come. Okay, or they say medium date. So you get the medium date, you get the month name and this thing, including the seconds and minutes, everything has come. And then you have long date, that is like this, even the GMT plus hours. Okay, so this way, or else if you don't specify anything, you get, sorry, you get a date like this. But I want a date in a some slash or hyphen like that. So you, for that also you can make it. For example, let's say dd slash mm slash yyyy. So you get this is date and month and the year. So if we just say 2y, it's just 21. Okay, just like that. And also this 07 I want July. So let's say m extra, like that. And remember, only month is caps and these two are lowercase. Okay, or you want to have an hyphen, let's take a hyphen. Okay, so this way you can make it. And next one we have salary. Okay, so for salary, so salary, if you just print as it is, so you just get a number, but I have to specify in a currency format. So you will write a pipe, currency pipe. So for that, see, you get the currency by default is the dollars currency. Okay, and if you want to convert to any specific uh, currency, you can specify something called INR. So you get the Indian rupees currency, or there is something called GBP, Great Britain pound. So you get the pounds. Okay, that way. So USD by default is US dollars. Okay, that way. So let's take INR. You just need to specify the currency code. Okay, fine. Yeah, this way. And one more is there, that is a JSON format. JSON is a sense I have, just say employee as it is. I don't want to specify one by one. For example, what happens once you receive a data, so you just cross check, is that really received at the client level or not before you properly printing on them. Okay, so you can just print a raw data as it is. So it is like this. See, if I just specify employee, you got object as it is. Okay, I don't want this. I want to see all the properties of it. So how you see the properties of it is, you have another filter called JSON. This is the very useful filter, especially for objects. Okay, so you say filter JSON, so you get the complete object in a proper format. You get the complete details of an object printed. But thing is, this is not properly readable because it's like inline everything, and I need to print as it is like this. Okay, line by line. So for that, you will make it as a pre-tag and then print it. So pre-tag is a pre-formatted text, so it will convert your data into like this. Okay, so here you can verify is that my data has received properly or not. Okay, so it will convert an object to a JSON format. Okay, so like in Angular, any raw data you have, you can easily convert it to the your own uh, the required format. Okay, using the best use of Angular pipes. Okay, so last example we understand about Angular pipes. So now something new we're gonna learn here. The first thing here is, see, uh, of course you have taken a data and you printed, that's fine. But here, um, what is this? This is represents the object type. Okay. Generally in real time, what happens? You never supposed to write, or you never supposed to declare the object type in a component. Because simple, if you write an interface and employee inside a component, so you can use that employee object only in that particular component, but I have to use it in a different places also. I want to reuse the same uh, object type in a different components as well. So for that reason, what we should do is, whatever and whenever you wanna create an object type, so better you declare that outside with a different file name. So what my plan is, in the components, I create another folder called pipes, or else you can create a separate folder directly, models. Okay, models is a sense, so which indicates the UI model. UI model is a sense the object type which you are going to use it on the UI. Okay, so in the models, I'll be creating one TypeScript file, not a component, just normal TypeScript file. So let's say employee. Okay, capital employee. So what I do is I'll just cut this and I'll keep it in the here. Okay, and I want to use this in a different other files as well. So you may use it export. Okay, if I say export interface employee, so that you can use it outside of any other files. Okay, so now in my pipes.ts, so it doesn't know what is employee. So you can import employee from the models folder. Okay, so now it's happily works. And also you can use this employee for any other purpose. Okay, I mean for any other file, just import and use it. Okay, that is one thing, models. And the next thing is called service. So till now we are using only Angular component. This is component. Okay, so what is exactly meaning of component? So component indicates a small piece of user interface which represents the user interface perspective. Okay, to display some data on a UI and to make some data binding with the user interface, we use the component. Okay, but here we are having data, we are maintaining the data. Generally in real time what happens is, see, when I go to the paint I explain. So in real time what happens is you will have a component. Okay, for example, you have one component and this component is in connection with, there is something called Angular service, and that service is connected with the server. So this will be your component and this will be your Angular service and this will be your server. Okay, so generally what happens is uh, uh, what is this component then? So component represents just only user interface perspective, like data binding, events, form handling, and only that story. Okay, and who is this service? Is the name itself indicates that it's a service provider, it's a data provider. Okay, and server, of course, it will take a request from the client and it operates the request and it gives you the response. So it's like request response configuration here. So generally what happens is if you want to display something on a component, so first your component has to send a request to the service and service send a request to server and server receives server sends the response back to service and from service only you will be getting data. Okay, so till now what we have understand is we don't have a service earlier, so that's why we are creating our own objects in the component only, that is like this. You create a component in you create an object in the component only and that object I'm using in my UI for binding. Okay, so now let's make it something next level. What I do is forget about server we'll see in the next video. So I will create a service. So let's have this particular object not in the component. I'll keep it in the service because it's a service provider as well as data provider. Okay, so I'm assuming that this data has brought from the server. Okay, of course server is not there for this example, but uh, I have my own data, but I keep it in service. So now this component has to read that data from the service and display here. Okay, so let's see how. And also, how can you create a service? Tell me how you create a component, that is ng gc and the component name, right? A same story for service is like this: ng g s stands for service and the name of the service. Okay, so let's create one service for our component and keep the data out there. So first of all, what my plan is, along with the components folder, I create another folder called services. Okay, you have component, model, and service. So let's create a service. You can right click, open in terminal. Yeah, here let's say nggs. What service? Let's say pipe You just give the name called pipe because I just want to use it for my this component. So just say pipe. Um, but not looks good, na? Pipe is a sense. It's not a pipe data. It's just employee data. Okay, let's take like this. Employee. Okay, so NGGS, S stands for service and employee. So press enter. So it will create two files. One is the spec, is a sense test case specific, and this is the actual service file. Okay, so now when you go and check in this, and this is you ignore as of now, it's a test case file, and actual file is service. So service is having a different architecture than your component. So generally component you have with the it component. Okay, by seeing this you understand. If you have it component and that is indicates it's a component. Yeah, both are TypeScript files only, but it component indicates it is a pure component of Angular. For service, it's like injectable. A service can be injected to the components to use. So you can see injectable and a class name and some constructor. Okay. Now what my plan is, now I have to take this object in service and bring it from service to the component. So what I do is here, instead of declaring it here, I will copy. I'll keep here. Okay, and it's not public. Let's take it as private. Okay, you can only access inside of it. Directly you can't access this variable. Okay, and I'll create another function or method. Let's say public get employee. Okay, so what it does is it returns employee. So return this dot employee. Okay, I did just declare. Generally this data is supposed to come from server. I'll talk about server in the next video. So I have a data, assuming that it's getting from server. So this data, I create a method and that method returns me this data. Okay, so now this service, how can I use it here? And also please see, this method is a instance method. Instance method is a sense you have to create an object of a service and then you have to call a this method. So here, where did you call it? For example, let's take this as an empty object as employee. Okay, I have just taken an employee object as of now. So I have to create an object of it. So you are not supposed to create an object in Angular. So what Angular does is Angular supports uh, a design pattern. So that is dependency injection. Okay. So dependency injection design pattern it uses. You can have a Google search about it. Mostly the Java Spring framework and all uses a dependency injection. So what is the dependency injection concept is? My component, see, this component is required of this data. But how can I access this data is I need to create an object of it. So now the component has been is dependent on the service to receive the data. So if you are dependent on the service and you are looking for an object of creation of object of the service, you don't need to create just like that. What you have to do is you just have to declare the dependency in your constructor. What I'm saying is just declare private employee service. This is your dependency, right? So just say employee service. Okay, that's it. So once you declare the dependency in your constructor, so what happens? Angular automatically, right? Constructor sense what? The creation of a component. So when you declare like this, as per dependency injection principle, so Angular will automatically create by the time its component is created, it automatically creates the object of this one and inject to this component with this variable. Okay, so you don't need to create a variable. I mean, you don't need to create a object separately. You just need to declare it. So Angular will inject that automatically for your component. Okay, so you feel like it is an object created. and I have to call it to receive my data. So what I do here, and also I think if we don't have data, right, as of now we didn't get data, right? So for example, say you get all empty, correct? All are empty because you don't have a data was there in service. So what I do is in the ng on init, so this dot employee service dot get employee. Okay, and I'll say this dot employee is equal to. Okay, so what I did here is, so this dot employee, my current employee object, will be assigned with employee service dot get employee. So you will receive this data. Okay, and now check your data has back. Okay, fine. So this is how you call. But if service is involved with, if service, see this service is having as a local data as of now. If this service is involved with connection to the server using the HTTP calls, then the way how you call a service is different. There's something called subscribe you have to do. I'll talk about that flow in the next video. Okay, so now what you have learned in this video is you must have to create a separate model whenever you have an object type, so that it can be used by any other components as well. Otherwise you have to declare it every component level. Okay, so we have taken that employee object separately, and then you never have to maintain data in a local component. You must get it from either server to service to the component. So you just declare an empty, and then I brought it from the service and which have a local data its own. Okay, fine. So now you have three things here. You have a component, you have a model, and you have a service. Okay, so this is the proper development. So we go level by level. Okay, slowly to the server level. Okay, and then routing and all we'll see, and modules we'll see. Okay, so I think, yeah, that's it about service and injection. Let's take another example. So last example we have understand about employee service. Okay, so how employee service is going to fetch data and connect to the pipes component and binding there. Okay, so today in this video we will see another concept that is very important part of Angular, that is called observable. So what is observable? Okay, easy to understand. I tell you, this is what observe. So it's observing, right? It's kind of like that. Observable is a sense as it's like uh, the asynchronous data. So your service will be observing the server to fetch data. It's like asynchronous streamed data. Okay, it's like continuously streaming. It's like a like packet by packet, it's reading the data from server. So to understand in a better way, for example, I will take another diagram. So let's take, this is your component. Okay, and this will be your service, and this will be your server and database as well. Okay, so let's take this guy as component, and this is service, Angular service, and the come on, Angular service, and this is the server. Okay, or you can take DB, server and DB both here. Okay, so now as of now we are maintaining the data from local, right? Till now when the start of our Angular codes, we are having a data of our own local. So generally what happens, you must receive data from server. Okay, if you have, until unless you have a local data, it will be always fixed, you can't change it. Okay, it's like a static data. So in real time generally you receive data from server, it's like a dynamic data. So how can you receive data from the server? In Angular, you remember, for form handling we have a separate module called forms module, right? Same like that in Angular, if you want to fetch data from any server, so we need to have one separate module, that is HTTP client module. Okay, so if you want to fetch data from the server, we have to depend on a HTTP client module. So first you declare this client module in an app module. That's the first step. Okay. What is this importance of this client HTTP client module is to receive data from server or to send data to server. So any server interaction with your Angular application. So this will be your Angular application and this will be the backend server. Okay. So your Angular application is in connection is you if your Angular application want to connect with any backend server, you need to have this HTTP client module. Okay, and then using this client module we can send. You remember Angular is a single page application. So what a single page application is, uh, any transaction you happen, any kind of request and response happen between the client and server, your application with the backend server, you never see a page refresh. So why can't you see a page refresh is happening is internally Ajax calls. Okay, from your Angular application to the server, it's happening Ajax calls. But we don't directly do the Ajax calls by ourselves like a regular HTTP, XML HTTP request or a fetch API or Axios. Uh, we can't use that because Angular has given a separate module, the dedicated library in the form of HTTP client module, and we can only send the Ajax request through this one. Okay, so how the flow works is simple. My if you want to get data from server, first service, okay, you write logic in service to fetch data. Okay, so this service will send a request. Let me take a different color. Okay, server will send a request to server. And what type of request? For example, get request. We have a different HTTP methods like get to, post to, put to, delete and all. So if you want to fetch data from server is a get request. You want to add something to server is post. You want to update is put, and you want to delete something at server side is delete. So get request sent to server. And once a get request sent to server, server will be responding with data. Okay. So for example, you get the response back from the server. And how does the service will receive the response from server is in the form of observable. Observable is like streaming of data. It's like continuous data which keep coming from the server. Okay, it's keep observing the data from the server. Observable. So now the service is send a request and is observing the data from server. For example, if you have some updated server side data, so automatically service detects, okay, what update happened. For example, you add a new row in database and in your server detects that, right? So any update happens as server side, if new record come, service will detect it automatically because it is keeps observing the server URL for data. Okay, this is server story with server. Then how come the component can receive the data from service? Now if it is observing data, service will have data, but I need that data to be displayed in my component's UI. So how the component will receive data from services? The component should have to subscribe to subscribe to your service. Subscribe to service. Same story. For example, if you want to get some new notifications from my YouTube channel, so I'll be keep doing some videos. Okay, it's like I'm keep generating some content. And if you want to get the notification when updates happen, okay, so how you notify? You need to subscribe to my channel. Same story. Your component has to subscribe to the service to keep receiving the updated data. Is keep receiving the updated data from server? No. So that data you want to keep it updated for the component as well. So this guy has to subscribe. So until unless you subscribe, you can't receive a data from the service. So that way. So the story complete behind this Angular app and server connection is you need to add a HTTP client module. Okay, and using this client module, uh, you can send a HTTP get request or any request to server. Server responds with a raw data or it's like a streamed data, asynchronous stream data. So that is called observable. and service will receive data from server is a part is type of observable. And how the component will receive data from services, you must need to subscribe to the service to receive data. And once you receive data, we know how to bind the data to the HTML and the UI part template. Okay, that we'll see. So let's take an example. So how uh, can we fetch data from the service to the component, and how can you display that on the UI? So we'll take that part.
So last example, we have understand about Angular services, and also we have understand about the observable. Okay, so let's have an example on it. So practical example, so that you get the clear idea to how an Angular application is gonna fetch data from the server. Okay, so let's have an example. So for this, I have a plan. So there is a website called jsonplaceholder.com, and this is a fake REST API website. So in this, you have a lot of URLs, and for that different kind of data. So when I click on this users, see here. So here I have a URL. Okay, it's a server URL, and for this URL I'll be getting some data. So what my plan is, I want to create an Angular component and Angular service, so that is able to fetch data from this server location, and I want to bind it to my component. So let's have it now. So first of all, for this, and this is of type users data. So this is users data. So you need to create. So if it is users data, you have to create one user list, one component you have to create component, and one users service you create, and then from this URL you have to get the data. Okay, fine. And what about the model? Okay, so you need to have a model, that is capital user model. Okay, the object type. But thing is, one important story I tell you. So this is your data, right? So for this, you have to create a model. So it means you have to create an interface which contains the ID, name, username, and all. So there is some online tools which will gives you automatic interface for this type of data. So for example, you can have a search for interface JSON. Okay, the search for interface JSON. You get a website. This one, some gvleak.com. Yep, here. So this is a website where you can substitute your data and you can get a proper interfaces. Okay, the object types. Okay, I mean your model. So what my plan is, I'll copy everything from here. Okay, I'll go to this website, and here in this left hand side, you just replace this code with your code, and you can give a name. So whose data it is? It's a user's data. Just a capital user, because my model is what? User. So as a user here, and then you just click on a generate. So what happens on the right hand side? See, you got an interface user, and we get everything, and internally you have address, geo, and company, some nested objects as well. Okay, looks good. So copy this code. Okay, so now what I do is, in app I create new directory called models. In this I create a file, a TypeScript, just a capital user, and in that I'll paste it. Okay, so which contains user object, and which also contains some few nested objects as well. Okay, fine. So now you're done with the model. Now let's create a component and service. So how to create a component? First I create a folder, components, and one more folder for services. Okay, for components, I right click, open in terminal. So how to create a component? Nggc and just say user hyphen list. This is my component. Just press enter. So you get the user list component ready. And then services. I have to create a service for fetching data from server. So right click on this, open in terminal, just say nggs, S stands for service, just say user. So directly dot service will come automatic and never give dot service. Okay, just give user and enter. See, you get user dot service. Okay, so now component is ready and service is ready. And okay, what's the next step? So can we connect the component over here? Let's say app user list. Okay, so that you get an empty user list. It works. And what about this heading? It's not pipes. It's a server connection, server with HTTP. Okay, so now Angular is connected to server. Okay, so up to here is fine. So now we have to see when your Angular application want to connect to the server, so it's uses the HTTP library. Okay, so Angular comes with its own HTTP library that is in HTTP client module. So for forms, we have user forms module. So like that, for HTTP, we have to import and configure the HTTP client module. And where you have to do that is, first thing is you have to go inside app module. In this, see same like our forms module. Let's say import HTTP client module. Okay, HTTP client module, and this you need to add in the imports array. Okay, so with this module, you'll be able to connect to the server for fetching or any kind of server operation. Okay, so this is the first step. And after that, you just focus on a service. Just go to the service. Yeah, so now this is the service, is a mediator between your server and your component. Okay, so this is the actual data provider. So your service is gonna connect to this particular URL and fetching the data from there. So how is going to fetch data is, let's um, this user service has to use the HTTP library. So now user service depends on a HTTP library. So how you get the HTTP library object is again dependency injection. So you just have to declare private HTTP client of type HTTP client. It's not module, just client is a class. See, it is coming from Angular common and HTTP library. So using this object, you will be fetching data from the server. Okay, and if you declare a variable in the constructor, so Angular automatically inject this object to you, so you can start using it. Okay, as per the dependency injection rule. Now I create a method for fetching data from the server, and what type of method? I'll be fetching all users. So let's say get users. I write like this. Let me public get users is a method. So in this I have to get data. So let's say let data URL of type string is equal to, let's paste it. Okay, so from which server URL you're gonna fetch data? This is the URL. It's a public URL. So I'll tell you how to fetch data from private URLs also. Yeah. So data URL, and then what you have to do is return this dot HTTP client dot get. So what is this get is? It's a HTTP method. It's a HTTP method because we are going to fetch data from server. Okay, it's get. If you want to do a form submission, it is like a post. Okay, and we want to update something at server side is a put request. We want to delete something at server side is delete request. So I just want to get data from server is a get request. Okay, so here you have to provide a data URL. Okay, fine, you will done. And then here, and what type of data you receive from here? It is a raw data that is called observable, and that is user array.
Okay, and for get also you specify the user array. Okay, that's fine. So now you understand what is this observable. So your services keep observing for your data, right? So streaming data and just keep keep getting the synchronous data, right? So and once you get that raw data, say this is raw data, right? Just keep getting this raw data, and this raw data we know exactly what type of data it is because we have taken a model. So we have to typecast to our own type user array because it's an array of user objects. Okay, fine. So now you have a method for fetching data from the server. Now using this service, I have to uh, call this method in my component and get the data. So let's see. And also as I told in the last, as I explained in the last video, how a component will receive data from a service if you subscribe to the service. Let's see how. So I go to user list component. Let me inject service because I am dependent on service. This is a user service of type user service. Okay, and here I'll declare an empty variable. Let's say public users of type user array is equal to, let's say, an empty array as user array. Okay, you just declare an empty array. So if you want to see that, let me go to HTML. As of now, I'll write some pre-tag expression. Just say users with JSON pipe. So as of now, I declared just empty array. So you get here an empty array. Okay, so now my uh, component contains an empty array. Fine. Now I have to fetch data from a service. So how you do is like this. This dot. You must write in ng on init function for fetching data from server. Okay, it is a lifecycle method. We'll see the lifecycle methods in the coming classes. You have two things: ng on init and destroy. So this executes when component is fully loaded, and destroy is for when the component is removed from the DOM. Okay, so this dot user service dot get users dot subscribe. Okay, you must subscribe to that. So if you subscribe, in that there is a callback function, so that will receive a data. Okay, and that data is of type user array. You don't give user array, it will come automatic, just give data. Okay, and that data I want to assign to my users. So what I do is this dot users is equal to the data. That's all. So now check. See, you got data. Super. See, very simple. When you want to get data from server, first you have to import the HTTP client module, and then you configure in the imports array because of this module only we can able to fetch data from server. Next, the next step, you create a service using the HTTP client, and that is gonna fetch data, and that observable you can typecast to the required type. And once you have done with this, you can inject this service to the component here, and using that service, and after subscribing, I'll get data, and that data I assign to local variable, and that local variable's data you can see here. But this is just a raw data. Um, I want to have a proper table format. Yes, of course you can do that. You have raw data, you can convert to table. So let's do that. So I just write a section with some class margin top 3 and one container, one row, and then single column. Let's say p.h3. Let's say user list, and let's say paragraph lorem 30 tab. Okay, and you want a different color, so let's say text danger. Okay, fine. And below that I just take another section. So here let's take another one
margin top 3, and one container, one row, single column, and let's say a table. So this table, let's give some classes. So table and table hover and text center, okay, and table stripe. Okay, so t head, table row, and th star 6 tab. You get some 6 columns. So what do you want? I want a serial number, name of the person. What else are there? You check here. Name of the person, email, phone, or just say email, website, company. Okay, let's say name, email, website, or let's say city and zip code. Whatever you want, you can print. City and zip code. Okay, so let's check. I got my table, and let's have some BG. Let's give BG danger and the text what. Like you got a table. Why I use mostly reddish color is Angular theme. Okay, if you don't want, you can just say BG secondary like that. Okay, so in this, I need to have a data. So let's say T body table row. Yeah, now here very important story. There are how many elements? There are 10 records are there totally, right? So each row one object. So do we have to write multiple tr? No required. We have a ng4 directive, so which we have understand in the previous classes. So let's use that. Let's say star ng4 let user of users. Okay, and let's say td expression, but you don't have a serial number, right? I just give one to just for timing. Let's check. So you got all one. Okay, let's keep this aside. I'll tell you. I'll come back and just fill out this remaining field because why I given one, there is no ID. Oh, sorry, I have an ID. Okay, okay, got it. Just say user dot ID is there. Okay, you can print ID. So you get ID. Okay, nice. Name. So how you get the name? So td. This is name. You get the name and email. Just say email. You get an email and then website. You get a website and city. So if I say city, see there is no city. There is something called location. No, I think address dot city. Okay. If you have any question, you can just refer your component, your model. So where is our model? Yes, here it is. So ID, username, email, address. Address contains city, address dot city. Okay, that way. And the last one is zip code. I guess it is address dot zip code. So you check, you got it. Okay, super. See, we got data from server. Okay, and that's fine. I can say some shadow for a table. Okay, this looks good. Okay, so now what happened when this component is loaded? I send a request to server and I can able to fetch data from the server and print it. Okay, you may do this way, or else you can have a button. When I click on the button, I want to get data. So that way also you can try. Okay, for example, when you want to have a button, let's say like this. Let's have a button with the class btn minus success and btn minus sm. Let's say get users. Okay, I have a button. So I don't need just data as it is. Generally, you get data when the component is loaded. But when you want particularly for button click, I want to get data. Okay, so for that reason, I'd say the click events. Let's say get users data. Okay, is my method. Copy. go to the component ts file. Yeah, let's create public this guy. Yeah, so what it does is, so instead of calling it here, you make it here. Okay, and let's check. There is no data. Correct, there is no data. When I click on this button, you got data. And also please check, why I made a button, I tell you. So please check, this is what a server URL. If you want to get a data, see the the tab got refresh, right? When you want to fetch data from server, the tab got refresh. But here, see, this is Angular application. It comes under single page application. It means it is sending Ajax request to server. So you see, when I click on get data, there is no page refresh at all, even though you're fetching data from the server. That's the part of a single page application. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so enough for this video, and let's see another concepts we have understand about how to fetch data from the server using Angular. Okay, and so in this video we're going to understand how to handle the errors in Angular. Okay, for example, um, if you see the source code, we are actually fetching data from service. Yep. See, when you go to service, yes. So I'm gonna fetch data from this particular URL, and when you send a request for this particular URL, and you will be getting this data and printed is on the screen here. That's fine. But what if the server is down? Okay, or what if you made a wrong request? Okay, so we can't make this server down because it's not our server. Okay, so I'll just make an extra s here, some extra character. So this will become a wrong URL, correct? So for example, if you copy this, I paste it. So this is the proper URL. You got the data. But when you make some wrong URL and enter, you won't get anything. Generally, you're supposed to get the error, correct? Okay. So the same way, I have changed the URL and I'm trying to send a request from my client. So the moment when I click on this button, nothing has come. There is no data has come. But when I go and inspect the console, see you get the 404 error in the console window. Got it? Okay, so we are unable to get the the server data, and we are get 404 because the URL which you have requested, which is not existed in this server. Okay, so these type of URLs and how to handle, and we don't need them in a console log, and we want to print them on the UI because your customer will not go and check the console window. They are not that technical persons, right? The end user is not that technical person to understand this error message. Okay, so we have to print them on the screen itself. Okay, so how to handle the errors in Angular? So see here, we return a service, right? So along with the service, you have to create another method, and that will handle the errors from which HTTP client is getting. Okay. For that, you have a code of it. So you can search in Google Angular HTTP error handling. Okay, just search for Angular HTTP error handling, and you will be getting this URL communicating with backend services with HTTP. So when you go there, see communicating with backend services using HTTP. This is what we are actually doing. So in this, you can find server. You can find somewhere right side handling error requests. Yes. So handling request errors from HTTP client, that is, yes, exactly this function. Okay, so they have written a function that will take the error which is receiving from the server. Okay, HTTP error response, and based on that they have categorized it. It can be a client side error, it can be a server side error. So they have categorized it.
So this is the function or method you have to write. So just copy this and I go to my user service and I'll paste it. Okay, so private error handler, and there is a it takes a parameter error of type HTTP error response, and this will import automatically Angular common HTTP, this class. If not, you have to import manually. And then okay, so you got this error.status is equal to, there is a console.log, else there is a console.log, return throw the error as this one. Okay, now um, what happened to how to call it? See, how to call this method is, see here. So once you have done the get request, there is a function called pipe. In that you have to call catch error and this one. So what he's saying is dot pipe, in that catch error of this dot error handler. That's all. Okay. So this is the way you need to handle the error. Okay, handle error. Let's receive. Okay. Sir, how can we catch this error then? Yeah, we are calling it, but how can we catch it? You can catch it in your component. Okay, so let's move on to the component, user list component. Yeah, in this user list component, see here, once you have subscribed to the service, you receive the successful data. So the data is a sense, a successful data from the server. And we also attach an extra thing called error, right? So this will throw you an error which something goes wrong. So how did you catch this type of error message is, um, see in the subscribe method, there is a callback, right? So first callback is for successful data. There is another callback, the second callback, comma, in the subscribe method only, another callback. So in this, see error. So you will receive the error and you may make console.log of error. So let's see what can be. You know what this error belongs to? So this will be the final error which is throwing from this function called handle error. What is that? Something bad happened. Please try again later. So this will get printed in the console.log. You want to see that? Go check. Back here, I refresh. When you see the console, nothing is there. And when I click on get users button, when I click on it, you didn't get the data. But if you go back here, see, you got the message, something bad happened, please try again later. Okay, and you also got a 404 from the backend and you receive empty body, right? So this backend return the code 404, body was empty. It's all coming from your this thing. See, backend return the code 404 and body was the empty error, empty data, right? These all the things is coming. Yeah. So I need to print this particular message on the screen. So you want to print something on the screen, it must be there in a state, right? You can bind the state data to the HTML, the user interface. So what I do is, I will be receiving this error. So this error, I'll take another variable, public error message of type string is equal to empty string as of now. Okay. Now what I do is, this particular error, I'll set it. Instead of console.log, I say this dot error message is equal to the error. So whatever the error you receive, I am setting into my local variable called error message. And this error message I want to display. Okay. Initially you can take like it can be string or undefined. You can just initialize with undefined. So this can be no error when initially. When I click on the button, you may get the errors and this will get filled. Okay. So fine. Now, based on the condition, if error message is there, I want to print it. So where you want to print after the button, before the table or anywhere. So let's go to HTML. See, this is the code for displaying a table, right? And below, I mean above that, I'll take another section
with the class, sorry, not dynamic, margin top 3, one container, one row, and one single column, and just say p.h4, let's say text danger. Can I print the message call error message? Okay, so you check. Of course, you won't get anything because it was by default is undefined. You can also have conditions over here. I write like this star ng if error message. If error message is populate with some data, then print it. And here, what about this successful data to be printed in the table? You will write this is one condition, and error message is not there. So there is no error message. Okay. So if error message is there, you print the error message. If no error message and the length is greater than 0, and then you print this. Okay. So now check, it is just completely empty. And when I click on get users, see, you get the error message, something bad happened. Please try again later. Okay, something bad happened. Please try again later. So this is your customized message, correct? And where is this coming from? Your service, this thing. So instead, you want to print this type of error messages also. You may write something like this. Let's take uh, error message of type string is equal to an empty string you take, and you if you want to add up all these things, you can add. So let's say error message plus is equal to backtick, or else you can do like this, just is equal to an error occurred. Okay, if it is a client side error, you get this error occurred, and then you just say error dot error. Okay, just instead of console.log, I will take up that into the variable called error message, and here also error message is equal to, I'll just take up the complete thing, no comma, let's take error dot error. Okay, so you may comment this console.log if not required. I think I should comment the whole thing. Okay, so error message, I have taken that to here, and then you can keep the console.log keep on, and finally you have to throw the error, right? So I say here error message plus is equal to, just add up an extra thing, call this one. Okay, add it. So now your error message contains either client error or server error along with this information. And finally, instead of throwing this empty message, I say error message. Okay, so I just add up the categorized message, error message, and along with my own information, and I have made this. Okay, fine. And now if you wish, we can make some slash n. It will display in the next line. Okay, done. So now when nothing to change because you already done the component for fetching data. So just refresh and click on get user. See, you got something like this. Backend returns the code 404 and body was empty objects, and something bad happened. Please try again later. So the detailed error message has received over here. And if you want to make a smaller text instead of a bigger text like this, you can make that. For example, you write a small tag. Okay, instead of p tag, you write a small tag, and there is no class called h4. Okay, a small error message gonna print like this. Okay, so this is how you're gonna handle the errors. And if I go and change the URL back to the proper one, okay, then you just click on it. So you got data. Okay, and if something server down or you made some wrong URL request, then you will be getting the error response. So this is how you will handle the errors in Angular with HTTP requests. So this is how you handle it. Okay, So that's all enough for this error handling, and let's see another concepts in the next video.
So we have discussed about Angular services and also observables and how to handle the errors when you fetching data from the server, right? So we understand that part, and so based on the concept which we have understand so far, so in this video we are going to develop a new application. The application name is called a contact app. So the design of the application is like this. So contact app, so here we have a two parts. There are actually three components: contact app, contact list, and contact card. So in this, the main components are this one and this one. So this particular data tabular format, which is actually getting from the server using services, and that concept we already discussed, right? So we will fetch this data from the server and we'll keep here. And the next part is whenever you click on a particular row, so that particular selected row or the selected person is going to display on the right side in the contact card. So this contact card is a dynamic one which will display the data based on the selection which you have made in the table. Okay, so whatever the row you selected, just that particular row specific data with image is going to display here. And the most important part in this application is we also understand the interaction between the components because see, this contact card and contact list both are two different components, and so we understand how to transfer a data between two components. It's like from child to parent and parent to child. How can you transfer the data as well? Okay, so including the existing server connection with services, and also one more concept is how you can transfer a data between a parent to child and child to parent in Angular. Okay, so let's start with this application. So I have a setup of existing Angular application where I have removed the components and services and models from here. So it's an empty application, and I have started the server. So when you go to the browser, sorry, I have, I think here. Okay, so when you go to the browser, it's empty. It's empty completely. Yep. So now let's start with this application. Okay, so when you see this application, so here there are multiple components. One is contact app, contact list, and contact card. So what are the things we required is first we need a components. So what components required is contact app, contact list, and contact card. So three components required, and we need services as well because we have to fetch data from the server. So that is one contact service required, and models. So we need a model to hold this type of data. Uh, so we need a model that's a contact model, capital contact model. Okay, so let's create the component services and models. So back here in app, I create a folder called components, and I create another folder called services, and one more folder I create that is models. Okay, so in components we need three components. You know how to create a component, right? NGGC. Okay, so let's right click on this components and open in terminal. So let's say NGGC and contact app. Okay, the first component. Okay, next NGGC contact list. Next NGGC contact card. Okay, so let's check in components folder. We have three components ready, and let's exit from here. Next, we want services. Right click on this, open in terminal. So let's say NGGS, S stands for service, and contact. Okay, you got the service. And then let's create a model. Model will be I'll create a TypeScript file, just say contact. Okay, fine. So first of all, we need to have data, correct? So where I have a data is I in my I'll go to my GitHub account. I have some sample data. So let's go to the GitHub. I guess I can go to GitHub Guess. Yeah, in my GitHub Guest location, I have a data. So don't worry, I'll give this URL in the description below so that you can use that. Copy. So this is my data. Okay, the same data which we have used, I guess. No. This is first time we are using, I guess. Yeah. So this link I'll share it in the description. So this data I have to showcase. So for this data, we want to have a model. So how you create a model? There is this type interface JSON online, and you get a website which will convert your data into a TypeScript interface. So let's copy the whole data and back here and I'll paste it. So I'll change the name to the contact and then generate. So I got the contact interface, copy that and paste it in the contact model. See, you got the data type. It's a huge data which contains a lot of nested objects, and it looks like this. Okay, done. And then so model ready, components ready, services ready. So first let's configure the root level contact app with app component. Let's say the contact app. Okay, so you just check contact app works. So let's have some design for that. So let's go to the HTML of it and let's add some bootstrap code. I'll say dot container with some margin top 3 and one container row, one row single column. Let's say p dot h3, something called contact app with some color. I say text danger. Okay, some reddish color contact app. Below that, I have a paragraph of lorem 30 tab, some 30 dummy words, and below that, yeah, this contact app, and then below this, you have a left side contact list and right side you have contact card. So this is again a grid system. I have a 9 column layout here and 3 column layout here. So what I do is I'll make another container in this one row. First 9 column layout, just say column D9 in the medium screen, column D3. Okay, 9 plus 3 is 12. Okay, so in row 12 columns as per Bootstrap. In this, I need to have what this component to be displayed, and here this component. So how you display this component? I'll say the contact app list. Okay, contact list. And this side in the column D3 you have contact card. Okay, let's save it. So go check. Yes, contact list works and contact card works. That's fine. Now let's make use of the contact list. So I have to work on a contact list. Before you display something in contact list, I mean you need to get this data, right? So this list need to get data from the server. So how it able to get data from server is it is having connection with service. So let's focus on a service part, and then we'll come back here. So go to service. So I have a contact service. So this service has to fetch data from the server. The link which we listed is here. From this URL, I have to get data. So what I do is first I will inject HTTP client, HTTP client, that is HTTP client. So we already I hope you know this part, right? So before you start using HTTP client in Angular, you must import that module in app module. So that configuration we already done because we are doing the existing setup of our application. So when you go to app module, you can see the HTTP client module has been added. If you're doing it first time, make sure you add this to the little import statements of imports array of app module. Okay, so we already done that. So HTTP client and this will inject. So let's have a function or method get all contacts. Okay, is a function. So this will return observable. For me, it's a contact array. Okay, so this returns me an observable. So return this dot http client dot get request to the URL. So where is the URL? So let's data URL of type string is equal to backtick. I'll paste the URL. So from this particular URL, I have to get data. So let's say the data URL dot pipe. Okay, and this also you have to typecast to the contact array. Okay, and the last example we understand how to handle the errors, right? So let me quickly grab that error handling code from the previous example. I think I have here core module http error handling src app services user service. Yes, this one, right? Copy that. Last example, I mean the last video we have seen this, and let's also have the import statements from Angular. Okay, from RxJS. Okay, so how you do that is catch error of this dot handle error. That's all. Okay, so now our service is ready for fetching the contacts information from the this server location. Okay, so now what I have to do is from my contact list component, call the service and get the data and display here. So what I do is go to contact app, not contact app, where contact list. So go to contact list. Okay, in the contact list, yeah, I'll inject. So private contact service of type contact service. Okay, I injected the contact service. So let's have few variables to hold the data from the server. So let's say public. So contacts of type contact array is equal to an empty array as contact array. And let's also have error message. Error message of type string or undefined is equal to undefined, or just keep it undefined. Okay, that's fine. And what you do? Yeah, when the page loads, I have to get data from the service and attach to this particular variable. How we call this dot contact service dot get all contacts dot subscribe. You must subscribe to it in this. So once you subscribe, it is able to push you the data, and that data is of type contact array as per our service declaration. So that data I need to attach to my contacts. So this dot contacts is equal to the data. Okay, and in between, if some error happens, okay, you get the error. So that particular error, I'll say this dot error message is equal to the error. Right. Okay, done. So now we have a contacts variable got filled. You want to confirm that. Go to your HTML of contact list. So this is the contact list works. So I'll replace it with a pre-tag where the expression of Angular contacts with JSON pipe. So you will display the data in a JSON format. Now check. Yes, I got the data from the server.
Okay, the huge data I got from the server. Okay, the next part is I have to convert this data into a proper tabular format and then transfer to this card. Okay, we got this raw data and let's convert this to a table format. Okay, so what type of table we want is this one: name, serial number, email and phone and location. So I'll go to this file and um, yep. So I delete this. I just directly write a table with the class called table and table striped and table hover and text center, and here t heads in this table row, t heads star 5 tab, serial number, name. Okay, what else you want? Email, phone and location. So let's say the email and the phone and location. Okay, that's fine. And let's make this background color. So let's say for t head, give the class called bg dark and the text to white. Okay, and below that we need to have a data. So let's say the t body table row. This row I need to loop through. So let's say star ng for let contact of contacts. Okay, so you get a row repeated as per the contacts. So let's say first table data, I need a serial number. So you have actually a contact dot login dot UUID. That's one unique number. Yes, I got all the unique numbers, but I just need last few digits of it. So I'll just say substring of contact dot login dot UUID dot length minus 5. Okay, last but 5 characters. So name, I'll say td expression the contact dot name. So name actually an object. So you get object over there. So you want to have data name dot first. You get only the first name. You want to have a last name. Let's have another expression. Contact dot name dot last. You get the last name. And let's have email ID. Let's say contact dot email. You get the email ID. And then we have contact dot phone number. You get the phone number. And we also have a location. Let's say td. Let's say contact dot location. I think location is an object. Location dot let's say city. Okay, fine. So you got this data. Fine. Now the important concept starts now. Because till now we understand how to fetch data from server using services and all we already understand. The important part is when I click on a particular row, so that row specific data with image has to be displayed on the right side. So how you can display? Because this component is different and this component is different. So how can you transfer this data to this component to have it? Okay, so when I see when you see the diagram, when some event occurs on this particular component, I want to have this data to this component. So these two are actually siblings and these two are children of this parent component. So the process is whenever you click on a row, so this particular data you have to transfer to the contact list, and from there you have to transfer to the contact card. So it means you have to transfer this data to the parent, from there to the child. Okay, so let's see how to transfer data to the parent and from there to child. So here we have to use to have interaction between the components. We have to use two annotations. One is at input and one more is at output. Okay, so at input is to receive data from parent to child, and this is from child to parent. Okay, the very first part, when I click on this row, I need to transfer this data to parent because these two are not in connection. So you have to transfer to parent, from there to child. Okay, so let's click on this row. How would I click on the row? Here is my row. So let's say click events. So when the click event happens, let's say select contact is a function. I'll be passing my contact objects. The contact object which I'm looping, that I'm passing to this function. So let's create this method in the ts file, public select contact. So here I'm passing what? The contact object of type contact. Okay, we have a type. Let's have an alert. So just to confirm, is that dot name, just name I'll printing in the alert. Okay, just to confirm. So when I click on Caspian, I actually got an object because name is also objects. Let's say name dot first. Okay, this first name. Yeah, when I click on Caspian, see I got Caspian. So when I click on Yuna, I got Yuna. When I click on Victor, I got Victor. Okay, so click event is working, and this particular data I want to transfer to the parent. So how we transfer this data to the parent is, first you have to declare a variable. First you have to declare a variable with at output. You're sending to parent. Okay, so let's say send contact is equal to new event emitter. So it's like the way how you send data to from data, I mean data from child to parent is by emitting certain event. Okay, so I just taken a variable is equal to new event emitter. Event emitter is a part of Angular core module. Okay, so you must declare with it output. So with this indication that this is a variable responsible to send your data to the its parent. Who is the parent? So contact list parent. Who is the contact list parent? Contact app. Okay, so just declare a variable, and you must have to emit it. How do I emit is this variable, right? Send contact. So I'll say this dot send contact, and I'll be providing my I think, yeah, dot emit contact. Okay, so this particular children is able to send the received contact object to the parent. This is receiving, I mean this is sending to the parent. So now the parent should receive it, and so that transfer to next child. So how parent will receive it is, go to the parent level, that's a contact app ts file. So I'll declare a variable to hold it. So let's say public, I guess give selected contact of type contact. Okay, is equal to an empty object as contact object. Okay, so I declared a variable, okay, in the parents. So this is holding the data which is receiving from the child. So how you can configure both is in the parent level. Here you can configure. So how you can configure is with an event send contact is equal to selected contact dollar event. This is the way. Okay, so what is the meaning of this line? This line indicates two parts, the left side part and the right side part. The left side part indicates this is a part of child, and this variable is a part of parent. Okay, so it means this child is emitting some data. Okay, so that data will be where is that, will be receiving with this variable parent level. Okay, when you send it, right, you emitted here na. See, you emitted the contact, so that will be received by this guy. And where is this guy? In the parent level. So now this holds the data from the child. Okay, so now what we have done, we have transferred this data to parent. Now parent is having data. You want to see that parent is having data, this variable you print it. Okay, this variable is only I have configured, right? So you want to print it. So let's say about that, let's say some pre-tag expression, just say selected contact dot name dot first. See now, see some issue because maybe okay, object may be empty, that's why we have not selected, and that's where the problem. One second, I go to inspect. Yeah, you got an issue. Cannot read property of undefined. Yeah, it was undefined and you can't read the first. I understood. Because it is first time it is declared as what? Empty. Or else I'll say just empty object of type JSON. Okay, don't read the value, just display the name of object. See now, see it is empty because no row selected, that's why it is empty. This is the parent level. Okay. When I click on the Caspian, see Caspian data, only Caspian data, right? So when I select someone else, see data getting changed. So whatever the row I select in the child component, it is getting updated in the parent component because this data from parent component. Okay, I select Una and Una is there. Okay, so now I confirm data received in the parent, but I don't want to display data in the parent. I want to display the data on the, sorry, I have to display data on the contact card component this side. How you transfer? Now from parent to child you have to transfer. So how you transfer data from parent to child is, so child should be declared with at input and that should be configured in the parent. It means who is the child? First of all, I clear this out, not required. Yeah, who is the child? Contact card. So contact card should declare a variable to receive data from child. I mean, to receive data from parent. How we receive data from parent? Let's say input at input. Okay, selected contact of type contact object is equal to an empty object as contact object. Okay, at input you have to import from again Angular core module. So what is at input is this is able to receive data from the parent. Okay, it is able to receive, but how we configure is go to here. So this is a variable receiving from the child, right? So same variable I configure for this guy. So this how you transfer is selected contact, selected contact. So this is like this. So this indication is left side is child specific data, right side is the parent specific data. The parent received data I'm transferring to child using the property binding. Okay. So when I click on this is going to child, and this data I want to display on my child component. See, contact card was there. Instead, I want to display a child data. So let's say the pre-tag. Um, in this, I'll say the expression, the say selected contact object of type JSON. Okay. Now check it is empty. So child specific data is empty. When I click on it, data. Yes, data has been receiving in the child. Now I don't want this data in normal text format. I want to have a card format. Yes, of course you can do that. Simply let's have a card and card body. Okay, and here else you can also write some condition star ng if selected contact object is there. Uh, Not just object. I have to check object is empty or not. So let's say like this is empty is a function. Okay, so return how to check the object is empty or not. Object dot keys of this dot the object dot length is greater than 0. Okay, this is to check the object is empty or not. So let's say is not empty because the not condition. Go here is say is not empty, then you can print it. Okay, let's say image tag src I want to have a property binding, let's say select contact dot picture dot large. So let's check no image. When I select, see, whatever the data I'm selecting, I can able to get that picture on the right side. Okay, but only problem is it was not sticking on the top, so that we can't see actually the data. So I can say something called sticky top, and let's say some shadow for the card. Yeah, looks good. So whatever you select, you can able to see is it is stick there. So you can check. Fine. And what about the data? So data is simple. You have to make some a UL tag with data. So let's quickly do that. So let's have a UL li. I'll say list group, and here is a class called list group item. Okay, let's have a name. I guess name is name. Name how you get filter contact dot name dot first, and also filter contact dot name dot last. So let's check. Yes, name is getting, and also let's quickly make it for all. Email, age, city, state. Okay, email as it is. I think email name was not there, just email is there. Just say email, and age. Age like this, dob dot age. You can check the data structure of it. Age and what is this? City and state. City and state. Okay, so city will be, I think, location dot city, and this is location dot state. So we don't need this. We don't need this. I guess done. Now check. Not there here. See, no row selected. Nothing has been displayed. So when I select the Caspian, you get a Caspian data. So whatever the row you select, that particular data has been displayed. So to summarize this application, what we have understand is how can you able to get data from the server. So using services and HTTP client module, and also how can you transfer data from child to parent and parent to child, because it's a regular scenario where you can generally transfer data from parent to child, like interaction will happen between the components. So that's also we have discussed in this example. Okay, hope that's clear. And
So now we will be switching to a new concept, that is Angular routing. Okay, so as of now, if you closely observe about the example which we have discussed, mostly one component was there hardly, right? In the app component, we have configured just one component, and using that, we have configured various other children components. But thing is, we have not understand about routing concept. Okay, so we are going to start the routing and how the navigation happens, static routing and dynamic routing in Angular, we'll see. So before I start with this video, so please, if you like my content, so please do like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Okay, so let's begin. So what is the plan I have was, let me create a page. So I want to have an application looks like this. Here I need to have a navbar. So in this particular navbar, I wanna have a few links. First of all, you have a home page, okay, and there is something called countries page, and we also have about page, like that. So we must have
multiple links on a navbar, and whatever the link I click on the screen, so then that particular component will be loaded here. So let's see how exactly you configure the routing part in Angular. Okay, so for this we need to have multiple components. One is home component, countries component, and about component. So we need three components, and we need a services and models as well. Okay, so first of all, let's clear out the existing application which we have discussed. So first, let me once again. I guess I need to take a backup. Okay, so HTTP is done. I'm not taking a backup of this. So 15 hyphen Angular contact app. Okay, so what are the things we are taking backup except node modules folder? Okay, so let's go to first tab, copy everything except these two guys. Copy. I go to core module contact tab and I'll paste it. Okay, done. So I've taken a backup of our existing contact tab. So now let's start. So back here, I have not started the server. Okay, fine. So let me go to app. I clear this components, models, and services of existing application. And in app component also, I clear this tag. And in the app module also, we have one to be removed. Contact card list app not required. This thing not required. Okay, that's fine. So we cleared everything. So now let's start. So first of all, let me go to Notepad. So what are the components required for us? So we need one home page component, one about page component, one navbar component, one countries, let's say country list component, so list of countries, and country details component to talk about dynamic routing. Okay, and services. When you take about services here, these all the three are static, which doesn't have any services required. But this country details, we will get actually countries data from some external server. So we want service for this. So I just take one country service, and lastly a models. So as I said, those remaining are static, and only country is having a model. Okay, so let's make this setup, and then we will have a routing configuration. Okay, so first of all, in app, I create new directory for components, and one more directory for services, and one more directory for models. Okay, so for components, I need these components. So right click, open in terminal. So let's say nggc home page component. Come on. Okay, one more home, about, and navbar, and country list, and country details. Okay, good. Next, see, we have all, and then for services, let's right click on terminal. Let's say nggs only one service, that is country. Okay, done. Exit. That's fine. And what about model? So I create new TypeScript, that is country model. Okay, for country we want to have data, and what is that country data you're gonna deal with? Um, will you write this country first, or let's write a configuration of routing first? Okay, before I proceed with the country, we will focus on a country a bit later. So first let's make a routing part, and then we'll focus on each component later. Okay. So first let me start the server. Npm start. Okay. So server started. One thing you have to understand is when you go to app component, so we usually write a nav tag, right? Every time we usually write a nav tag here. But I don't want that. I want to have a component for that. Okay, so navbar component. Okay, so what I do is I don't write this nav tag. I'll cut it. So instead I write navbar tag. Okay, so for navbar also one component navbar tag. So let's check navbar works. That's fine. And let's go inside of it, and the HTML, let's frame the one which like this. So now we got a navbar again. Simple. An app component, instead of writing navbar code, I have configured a tag. If you go inside of it, then you have a code. Okay, but I don't want this as a heading. Let's say Angular Angular router. That's my heading. Okay, so actually I wanna make something like one container, paste it below this one collapse, and navbar collapse, because we need few more links. So ul li and anchor tag. So ul with a class called sorry, navbar nav. You can refer the bootstrap documentation for this navbar nav and nav item, and this anchor tag goes to be the nav link. Okay, so let's say here is the home. No home. Problem is, okay, navbar dark, and there is something called navbar expand sm. Okay, you got a home. Okay, so this is the class for expansion. This regarding the responsiveness. Okay, and copy this. We have few more home, countries, and about section. So you have multiple links. So what my plan is, when I click on a homepage component to be displayed. When I click on countries, so countries to be displayed. When I click on about to be displayed. So how would you configure that? Is you have to configure a path. So how the paths will be configured? Generally, how paths will be configured is like an empty slash. If you make some empty request URL, for example, http colon slash slash localhost colon 4200 slash, this empty slash, right? So for that one I want to load a home page, and then slash country, let's say countries. Okay, I want to load a country list page, and when I say slash about, I have to load the about page. Simple. So for this path, load this component, this path, this component, this path, this component. So where did you configure this? Is one new file which we have in a source code, which we are not using till now. That is something called inside the app, the last one, app routing module. Okay, so this file gets generated automatically when you give the routing option as S by the time you create a Angular application. Okay, so if you go inside of this, see routes. Okay, you have to configure all the routes over here like an object. Let's say path empty, and the component is home page component. Okay, so path you must not give a slash here. Okay, in Angular you never give a slash. Empty is nothing but slash only. And let's say for countries, comma, one more countries, never give a slash over here. Okay, countries, and this is country list component, and one more about. So let's say about component. Okay, so I have configured empty is home, countries is this, about is this. Okay, that's the configuration. Uh, Now, if you want to confirm it, you go here. See, let's say slash and enter. Not working. Okay, let's say slash countries. Okay. Yeah, I tell you why it's not working when I say empty or slash countries is, I'll tell you. Generally, every component, right, where will you configure? In app component. So what is configured in app component? Only app navbar. So navbar was display, that's fine. But I want to load either homepage or countries or about depend on a path. So for that, not only just configuring the routes here, and you must specify the router specific tag. So the tag is router outlet. Okay, this is the predefined tag which will load dynamically the required components for a specific paths has made in the browser. Okay, so to load all dynamic components of it, so you must configure a router outlet tag. So now let's see the magic. See, by default home works because if you make an empty slash or just empty, you get a home. When I say slash countries, see you get the country list works. Okay, when I say slash about, you get the about works. Correct? Fine. But thing is, I don't want to type the URL on the browser. My plan is when I click on these guys, it should work. So when I click on a home, home. When I click on countries, also home. When I click on about, also home. Why the problem is here? Because this is the navbar. But when you click on a link, what was the path it is looking for? When you go to navbar, see here. For home page, what is a path? It's just empty slash. Okay. And for countries, what should be the path as per our configuration? Slash countries. Okay. And for about is slash about. So you must configure this way. We were typing in the browser manually, right? So that send a request with this path when you click on this link. Okay. So now check. I refresh. Okay. Home. Click on I zoom it. Click on countries. You got countries. Click on about. You got about. So whatever the link you click, it is working. Okay. Fine. But one important thing you have to understand is what is Angular? Angular, React, and Vue.js. This all comes under what? A single page application. So single page application means in an entire web page, you never ever see a page refresh. Okay, that's called actually single page application. Correct. So when you closely observe, when I click on a home, see page got refresh. Click on countries, page refresh. Click on about, page refresh. So to avoid this, um, generally in regular static websites for anchor tag it is href, but to avoid that page refresh in Angular and most part of Angular routing concept, It's not a href. It is something called router link. Okay, router link. Copy that. Here is router link. Here is router link. Here is router link. Okay, always remember it's not an anchor tag. I mean, it's anchor tag only, but instead of href, we have to give a router link. So that's where you can see the magic. You never see a page refresh now. Just go back here. I refresh just to detect my changes. Now you see, click on home. Any change happen? No. Click on countries, about. See, you never ever see a page refresh. Got it? Okay, super. So we are done with routing configuration in Angular. So now let's focus on each component, because this is not the only example which I want to show you, because I want to make a full-fledged example. I just want to make a full-fledged application. So enough for this video, and next video we'll see how to design the things and look and feel like a proper application. So let's focus on now homepage design. So I just want to have a full screen landing page for homepage. For this, what I do is I just need to have an image in the background. So let's go to Google. Generally, if you want to have any good images on your web page, you can search for pexels. .com. There is a website where you can find a free stock photos, and you can search for red background, something like that, because I have I mean Angular with a red color background. I need maybe. Okay. Oh, there are a lot of images. I just needs to pick up a quickly one. Yeah, this one, something like this. Okay, so I just need to download it. So large image. Okay, free download. So just store it on my desktop. Okay, so fine. I have it. So let's say background image. So let's copy this image back to our application. So what I do is here. mm, okay, I'll go to assets, images. So I'll keep that image here. Okay, so background dot jpg. So we got the background image. That's fine. Now what is my plan is I go to home page, go to components, home, HTML. Yep, here I will take one, mm, let's say landing hyphen page, my own class name, and then one wrapper. In that, one more division. In that p.h phi, let's say Angular routing, and then let's say paragraph lorem 40 tab. Okay, let's have some setup like landing page and wrapper, because wrapper is a sense I want to give some dark background for the image. Okay, I mean some layer on image. So let's check. Yeah, you have this, but this name should be slight bigger. I guess it will be h phi with the class display 4. Okay, that's fine, and display 2. Okay, that's fine, and let's have a background image for this. landing page wrapper. So where you do apply the styles. I can apply the styles in my styles.css. Yup, here for landing page. Let me give some background shortcut. Background white, and the URL will be my assets folder, assets slash image slash background.jpg. So no repeat, scroll, center. Okay, nice. You got image and background size cover. Okay, and I want to have a height. So let's say height 100 VH, the visual height. Okay, looks good. And what about the text? Text you say, I say the color, something like antique white. Okay, that's fine. And the background I want to grayed out. So let's say dot wrapper background color RGBA is a transparent color. So 000.6. Okay, slight darken, and then height to be 100 percentage. Okay, looks good. So I have darkened the image, and let's keep this guy at the center. That you can actually manage with Bootstrap classes. D flex, display flex, and flex. I want to have a flex column. What else? Justify content center, align items also center, and text also center, and height 100 percentage. Yes, so you got it at the center of your page. Okay, so that's fine. We have a home page now. Next, when I click on countries, home page is like this. And when I click on countries, I need to have all the countries list. Before I proceed with countries, let's also make some static page about, because home and about is static content. So let's make something for about page as well. So go to about HTML. Let's have one container and with some margin top 3, one row, single column, let's say p.h3 about us, and we also have text danger and a paragraph, let's say lorem 30 tab. Okay, about us, and below I need to have some kind of list group. So let's say another container with again margin top 3, and in that one row single column, or just say column d h, one ul, one list group. So here I say um, application name of the application, let's say a small tag, let's say Angular routing. Okay, and I need to have a classes, list group, and list group item. Okay, and this to be slight bold, let's say class name font weight bold. Okay, or you can just take a paragraph tag. Oh, I can just take span tag. Yep, okay. Next, one more, paste it. Let's say the version is some version, your own application. Okay, one last thing is anything you can make, that is author. I write my name. Okay, you write your name. Okay, that's fine. That's it about your about page. So we are done with home page, about page, and best part is you never see a page refresh. Both are working. That's fine. Okay, both are the simple one, so that's fine. And let's focus now on a countries. So here I have to load a countries from server, and there is a one REST API for getting the realistic data. I mean the actual countries data and display. So we'll see this part in. So we finished with home page and about page. So now let's talk about countries. Yeah. So for displaying of countries, I have one REST API for this. So you can just go to Google and search for countries REST API. Okay. So there is a online REST API for getting all the countries. So this is the one restcountries.eu. Connection is not private. You can go to advanced and proceed. Okay. Oh, they have changed it. Mm, okay. So here I think you can go over documentation. Okay. So here, yeah, to get all the countries, so you need to have this URL. I guess the base URL I can copy and I can paste it over here to get all the countries. You're missing access key. Okay, okay. So it was actually given as a public URL. So now they attach with the API key. I think I need to get the API key. So this will be the URL and you must provide the access key. Copy that. So can I paste it? Okay. So let me get the API key. Get free API key. You have to sign up. Oh, okay, okay. So you must have to sign up for all this details. You have to fill in so that you get the API key. So let me stop this video and then I'll fill in and I'll just get the API key. Okay. So I actually got the API key when you go to the dashboard once you have login. I got the API key, but only problem is actually I have in mind that I can explain the country's details, but only problem is they have made it as a paid one. Okay, when you go to the payment section or API usage, no, I guess somewhere in account. No, 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 subscription plan. Yep. So when you see the subscription, so they made actually a paid one. Okay. So for free, they're only giving a limited support and limited number of searches and limited data as well. Because when I search with this particular URL, when I copy, because I have to make it clear. So when I search with this particular URL, I got data, but thing is not full data, only the few amount of data and which does not contains any countries, the currency and flag and all not they're not there, only just a basic level of information is there because we don't have subscription, we do not have a paid subscription for that. Okay, only few amount of data. And also when I make this as https, so they are not allowing https URL. Okay, subscription does not supports. Okay, so you need to subscribe and you have to pay the amount for that. So I don't wanted to do that simply because of this example. So I will take out back here. Anyway, we have a country instead of countries, we have a contact tab as last example, right? So why can't you take the contact tab uh, details only? The only one change here is it's not country details, it's a contact details. Country list will have a contact list. Okay, that's my plan. So let me refactor everything to contact list. Okay, and this will be, but inside you have country only. Uh, One thing is you can delete them and you can create a new one. Anyway, we are not written anything, right? Okay, delete. So I go to components. I create. I'm very sorry for this. Yep. So nggc contactless instead of country list is contactless. Next one more contact details. Okay, fine. And what about the service? Service also you delete these two. Go to services. Open in terminal. Let's say nggs contact for contact service. Okay, done. Anything else? For model, I'll say rename as contact. Okay, back to original, and one thing which is there the navbar, it's not countries, it's contacts, and this is also contacts. Okay, and what about the home page component? I mean the routing, I'll say contacts, contact list component, and we don't have anything called country list component. Done. And go to app module and remove the existing country kind of country list, country details we don't have now. Okay, these two are not there. Okay, it's back to original. Now you don't have any problem, I guess. So for safe side, I'll restart, or let's check now itself. Okay, looks good. The contact list, yeah. Homepage is there, contacts and about. Fine. So now let's focus on a contacts to display all the contacts. And when I click on a particular contact, so that contact to be displayed on next page. Okay, let's focus on this now. So first of all, you need to have contacts services, right? So this should be getting the contacts details. But this we already done, right? In the last example. So why you have to worry about creation and all? So let me get it from the previous example because the last example we made it. So let's go to app models, the contact model. I'll copy. Go to contact. I'll paste it. This is the contact model which we discuss, and then um, back here services. Yeah, we discussed the contact service. Let's copy as it is everything, and our contact service replace here. Okay, so to getting all the contacts. Okay, that's fine. Now, okay, so service ready and model is ready. So let's move on to contactless HTML. So let's make something here. So container, one row, single column. So let's say some margin top 3. I say p.h3 contactless. You say something called text danger. Let's say a paragraph lorem 30 tab. Now check. You get a contact list. So home page, contact list, about page. That's fine. So contact list, I need to have all the list of contacts. There is no partition here, just all the list of contacts in a table format here. Okay, so let's quickly make a table format of it. So one more container. Okay, so let's say margin top 3. Mm, let's say one row, single column, and let's take a table. Okay, I need to have a table with a class table, table hover, table striped, and text center, t head, t table row, th star 6 tab, serial number, name, name of the person, age of the person, and email of the person, location of the person, and also I need to have a photo of the person. Okay, so you can cut this, you keep it before. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I need to have for t head and the class called bg dark and text white. Okay, and to have all the details. So let's say here t body. I need to have a data. But where do we have a data? Is you go to contact list component, and here you have to get data from the service. So let's create a variable first. So let's say public contacts of type contact array is equal to an empty array as contact array, and public error message of type string or undefined. That's enough. So let's inject my service to private contact service of type contact service. So here I'll say this dot contact service dot get all contacts dot subscribe. Here you have a data of all the contacts. So let's say this dot contacts is equal to sorry, it's data. Okay, comma another function for error. So let's have error. So this dot error message is equal to error. Okay, done. So now you got all the contacts. So let's loop through all the contacts and display on my HTML here. So let's say table row loop through. So star ng for let contact of contacts. Okay, so let's say table data. I just write contact dot login dot uuid. So you get all the uuids, but I need a substring uh, contact dot login dot uuid dot length minus 5. So last 5 characters. Okay, photo. You can display a photo using an image tag. Let's write src property binding, that is contact dot picture dot large, and let's give the class no nothing alternate text empty. You got images. Okay, and what else? 3D. Let's make a small image, I guess, width some 50 and the height also 50. Okay, that's fine. And name is so name right? Contact dot name dot first, and also contact dot name dot last. Okay, you got a name. Then you need to have contact dot dob dot h and some years. Okay, and email. Email is contact dot email directly. Okay, and lastly the location. Let's say td contact dot location actually object dot city. Okay, that's fine. Now see home page, contacts page, about page. Got it? Fine. Now this is fine. What is my plan is when I click on a particular person, so that particular data I wanted to send to another page and where I have to display that. Okay. So for example, one REST API, right? I'll show you. There is something called fake REST API. Mm, there is one mocking, yeah, JSON placeholder. Yeah, in JSON placeholder website, you can go with user. See here. slash users, you get all the users, right? So when I say users slash one, you get one person data. So when I say slash two, second person data, correct? If you don't make anything, just say all users, you get all the users. Same way here. If I say slash contacts, all the contacts has come. And when I say slash a particular ID, so only that particular person data should come. Okay. So how you make that and how you configure the ID. Okay. So till now we have configured where we configured in the routing module. So we have configured just static routes. Okay. These are all just static. So I want to make some ID as dynamic because each person will have a unique ID. Okay. And you can't configure all IDs here. Okay. You have to make something dynamic. Okay. So let's see how to handle the dynamic routing. We have discussed about this part to display all the list of contacts. So now when I click on a particular contact, so that contact will be displayed on the next page. So how you configure a dynamic routing here is, so I need, see, for list of all the contacts, you have one contact list component, and to display a particular person data, I need to have one more. So you configure like this slash colon ID. So remember always whenever you have a colon, okay, for any routing, you have a colon is a sense, it's a dynamic one. Okay, here we have an ID is dynamic. Okay, sometimes you have name is dynamic and sometimes you have some unique employee number as dynamic like that. Okay, so here ID is unique. So this is dynamic and you made a colon. And what component to be loaded is contact details component. Okay, we already created this, so we have. So now how you can understand this, see here, if I go to contacts, all the contacts, right? So when I say slash 123, see, you got contact details works. So I have not hard code 123 here, I just give an ID, but whatever the unique number you provided, you get only this page. Okay, so this is how you make dynamic routing configuration. But my plan is when I click on this person, only this person data to be displayed over there, right? So how you can make a connection for that is on this page, just go to contact list page here, the name, right? So when I click on a name, okay, let's make this name as a link. So how you make name as a link? So let's cut this, an anchor tag. It's not href, it must be a router link, something slash, and you paste it. Okay, so now I made name as a link, and you can also take class name text danger, some reddish color. Okay, you can feel this is a link now. Okay, and when I click on this, where should it go? It should navigate to, so it should navigate to my contact slash ID. This is the routing. So what I do is here, here slash contacts slash ID must be unique. Where is the ID? Contacts. This is the ID, right? Okay. So I have configured for the name some link URL I have provided. So slash contact slash the ID. Okay, dynamic ID. So when you provide this path, so this will look into the router configuration, and for that this component will get loaded. So let's check. When I refresh and click on this Caspian, see A08, right? Now click on this. See, it's went to contact details as per our router configuration, and you got A08. Okay, and now, yeah, of course, it's gone. Anything you search for is going to the same component with a different ID. That's fine. But my plan is now I don't want just display a static text like this. I want to display the particular person data. So how you get a particular person data is based on a ID. First part is you have to read this ID from the URL, and based on ID you have to get a particular contact object. Okay, so how you read this URL in the component? Okay, how to read this URL data in a component is, let's go to the contact details component. Let me read that URL. To read that URL, we have a special class that is activated root. Okay, activated root is a special class. So using that, you can get it. So let me store it also. So public contact ID, okay, of type normal string, empty string I'll take. Okay, so how you get that contact ID is, so this dot activate root dot param map dot subscribe. Okay, so param of, yeah, subscribe, you have a function for fetching it of type param map. So you get like this param dot get of what, you get of what is configured over there, ID. If you have configured ID, you have to give here ID. Okay, or some people will give like emp ID, something like that. So if you give that way, and that emp ID only you have to give here. Okay, and this is giving you the contact ID, and how I can store is, this dot contact ID is equal to this ID, and oh, it says it can be null sometime. Okay, so I'll do like, if it is there, then this dot contact ID is equal to this one. Sorry, no. Okay, I'll take this can be either null, then no check. Okay, contact ID, and you want to see the contact ID to display. See here, let's write some h3 tag expression the contact ID. So now check, so you got the ID. See, contacts Caspian, right? So A08, when I click on Caspian, A08, I got A08. So I can able to retrieve the ID from the URL, correct? I search for someone else. See B8A, B8A. Yeah, that's fine. Now I got ID. Now based on ID, I want to get a particular contact object. So how you get a particular contact object for ID? So you must have to again have a using service, you have to get it, right, based on ID. But when you go to my service, I have only one function that will fetching all the contacts, but there is no a particular function which will fetch only one contact object, correct? So you can create one separate function for fetching it, or else you can make use of the same function for fetching single data as well. So how I'll tell you, go to contact list, no contact, come on, contact details component. Yeah, here I also inject our service. So private contact service of type contact service. Okay, I'll create a variable for hold contact data contact. This contact is equal to an empty object as contact. Okay, and if you want to have error message, okay, so now I have to get particular contact, but I have only one function that is fetching all the contacts. So what I do is this dot contact service dot get all contacts dot subscribe. Okay, so here it is giving you data, right? So this data is nothing but all the contacts. Contact array is equal to data. Yes, you got all the contacts, but I want only one contact to add up based on my contact ID. So what I do, I can iterate. So contacts dot find in this. mm, you have to provide a, you get a each contact where you return contact dot login dot uuid is equal to my this dot contact id. Okay, so this will give you a particular contact. So that particular contact I'll add up to this dot contact. Hmm, this can be undefined. Okay, so I'll write like this: let selected contact. Okay, so if selected contact is there, then this dot select this dot contact is equal to my selected contact. Okay, happy. So I got the contact object. Now this particular contact object I want to display for here. So contact JSON. Now check Mr. Carl something. Yeah, you see now if I click on Caspian, see I got a Caspian data, right? When I click on Carl, I got Carl data, correct? So when I search for someone else, Sophia, I got Sophia data. That's all. Based on ID, you got it, and that too without refresh. Fine. So we can able to get the raw data of a particular person. So let's convert this like a proper table format. Okay. So let's see that part. So let's convert this to a proper card format. Okay. So what I do is I'll just take one container, one row, single column. I'll say some margin top 3 to p dot h3. I want to display the person data, but how you display? Can I have a function for non-empty object? Okay, so public is not empty function. So return object dot keys of this dot contact dot length is greater than 0. Okay, if object is not empty, I'll say star ngf is not empty because I have to read that person data. So um, contact dot name dot first and uh, contact dot name dot last details. So let's check. Yeah, Caspian's details. That's how I want it. Text danger, and let's make some dummy text. Okay, so for example, you search for Una details. Okay, you search for Carl details like that. Okay, so whoever you search for, that person details will come. And here I need to have a nice card kind of with photo and all. So let's say one container, one one row, one call mdh, one card body in that have a card, is it? Okay, so in the card body I'll say one row call md3, call md9. So I just display the image and also make sure you write if condition is not empty because I want to retrieve the data from object. So image tag src, let's have a property binding contact dot picture dot large, yes, person picture, and for card I'll say some shadow. Okay, and right side I need to have details of it. Let's say ULLI, name again, contact dot name dot first and contact dot name dot last. You want, you can display title as well. Age, contact dot dob dot age. You can display as much information as you want. I forgot to give the classes. Let's group item. Okay, let's say email, contact dot email. Okay, that looks good. And below that I need to have a back button, right? So can I have this is a card body, right? So let's say card footer. Let's have an anchor tag, router link, to slash contacts. Okay, and let's give a class called btn minus a danger button and btn minus sm a small button. Let's say back button. So when I click on back button, redirect to contacts link. When I click on back here. So Caspian, you read Caspian data back, Yuna, and this guy, Pasty James, Hardy, like whatever the person you wanted visit, you can go back and check. Okay, so this is all about Angular routing. Hope you get things clear. Okay, so only the contacts is actually a dynamic page where we understand the previous concepts as well, right? We understand routing configuration, we understand a dynamic routing configuration based on ID and how to read this using activated um, root class name and how to redirect back to the previous link like that. Okay, so this is all about the routing concept which I want to explain you, and that's it. Let's meet in the next video for the concepts.